Race is style. A race has roots. Race and landscape belong together. Where a plant takes root, there it dies also. There is certainly a sense in which we can, without absurdity, work backwards from a race to its home, but it is much more important to realize that the race adheres permanently to this home with some of its most essential characters of body and soul. If in that home the race cannot now be found, this means that the race has ceased to exist. A race does not migrate, men migrate, and their successive generations are born in ever-changing landscapes. But the landscape exercises a secret force upon the plant nature in them, and eventually the race expression is completely transformed by the extinction of the old and the appearance of a new one. Englishmen and Germans did not migrate to America, but human beings migrated thither as Englishmen and Germans, and their descendants are there as Americans. It has long been obvious that the soil of the Indians has made its mark upon them. Generation by generation, they become more and more like the people they eradicated. Gould and Baxter have shown that whites of all races, Indians and Negroes, have come to the same average in size of body and time of maturity, and that so rapidly that Irish immigrants, arriving young and developing very slowly, come under this power of the landscape within the same generation. Boas has shown that the American-born children of long-headed Sicilian and short-headed German Jews at once conform to the same head type. This is not a special case, but a general phenomenon, and it should serve to make us very cautious in dealing with those migrations of history about which we know nothing more than some names of vagrant tribes and relics of languages. Example, Danai, Etruscans, Pelasgi, Achaeans, and Dorians. As to the race of these peoples, we can conclude nothing whatever. That which flowed into the lands of southern Europe under the diverse names of Goths, Lombards, and Vandals was without doubt a race in itself. But already by Renaissance times it had completely grown itself into the root characters of the provincial, Castilian, and Tuscan soil. Not so with language. The home of a language means merely the accidental place of its formation, and this has no relation to its inner form. Languages migrate in that they spread by carriage from tribe to tribe. Above all, they are capable of being and are exchanged. Indeed, in studying the early history of races, we need not, and should not, feel the slightest hesitation about postulating such speech changes. It is, I repeat, the form content and not the speaking of a language that is taken over. And it is taken over as primitives are forever taking over ornament motives in order to be used with perfect sureness as elements of their own form language. In early times, the fact that a people has shown itself the stronger, or the feeling that its language possesses superior efficacy, is enough to induce others to give up their own language and, with genuinely religious awe, to take its language to themselves. Follow out the speech changes of the Normans, whom we find in Normandy, England, Sicily, and Constantinople with different languages in each place, and ever ready to exchange one for another. Piety towards the mother tongue, the very term testifies to deep ethical forces, and accounts for the bitterness of our ever-recurring language battles, is a trait of the late Western soul, almost unknowable for the men of other cultures and entirely so for the primitive. Science has completely failed to note that race is not the same for rooted plants as it is for mobile animals. That with the microcosmic side of life a fresh group of characteristics appear, and that for the animal world it is decisive. Nor again has it perceived that a completely different significance must be attached to races when the word denotes subdivisions within the integral race, man. With its talk of adaptation and of inheritance, it sets up a soulless, causal concatenation of superficial characters, and blots out the fact that here the blood and there the power of the land over the blood are expressing themselves. Secrets that cannot be inspected and measured, but only livingly experienced and felt from eye to eye. Nor are scientists at one as to the relative rank of these superficial characters. Obviously, the chaotic and the total expression of the human body is not in the least realized. Quite apart from smell, which for the Chinese, for example, is a most characteristic mark of race, and sound, the sound of speech, song, and above all laughter, which enables us accurately to sense deep differences inaccessible to scientific method, the profusion of images before the eye is so embarrassingly rich in details, either actually visible or sensible to the inner vision, that the possibility of marshalling them under a few aspects is simply unthinkable. And all these sides to the picture, all these traits composing it, are independent of one another and have each their individual history. There are cases in which the bony structure and particularly the skull form completely alter without the expression of the fleshy parts, i.e. the face, becoming different. The brothers and sisters of the same family may all present almost every differentia posited by Blumenbach, Mueller, and Huxley, and yet the identity of their living race expression may be patent to anyone who looks at them. But besides the energy of the blood, which coins the same living features, family traits, over and over again for centuries, and the power of the soil, evidenced in its stamp of man, there is that mysterious cosmic force of the synteny of close human connections. What is called the Verschen of a pregnant woman is only a particular and not very important instance of the workings of a very deep and powerful formative principle inherent in all that is of the race side. It is impossible to exaggerate the formative power of this living pulse, this strong inward feeling for the perfection of one's own type. Comradeship breeds races. French noblesse and Prussian Landadel are genuine race denotations. But it is just this, too, that has bred the types of the European Jew, with his immense race energy and his 1,000 years of ghetto life. And it always will forge a population into a race whenever it has stood for long together spiritually firm and united in the presence of its destiny. Where a race ideal exists, as it does, supremely, in the early period of the culture, the Vedic, the Homeric, the knightly times of the Hohenstaufen, the yearning of a ruling class towards this ideal, it will to be just so and not otherwise, operates quite independently of the choosing of wives towards actualizing this ideal and eventually achieves it. In reality, the race expression of a human head can associate itself with any conceivable skull form, the decisive element being not the bone, but the flesh, the look, the play of feature. Since the days of Romanticism, we have spoken of an Indo-Germanic race. But is there such a thing as an Aryan or a Semitic skull? Can we distinguish Celtic and Frankish skulls, or even Boer and Kaffir? As to race and the race wanderings of primitive men, the famous finds of prehistoric bones, Neanderthal to Aurignacian, prove nothing. Apart from some conclusions from the jawbone as to the kinds of food eaten, they merely indicate the basic land form that is found there to this day. Once more, it is the mysterious power of the soil, demonstrable at once in every living being as soon as we discover a criterion independent of the heavy hand of the Darwinian age. The Romans brought the vine from the south to the Rhine, and there it has certainly not visibly, i.e. botanically, changed. But in this instance, race can be determined in other ways. There is a soil-borne difference not merely between southern and northern, between Rhine and Moselle wines, but even between the products of every different site on every different hillside. And the same holds good for every other high-grade vegetable race, such as tea and tobacco. There is a like element only sensible to the finest perceptions, a faint aroma in every form that underneath all higher cultures connects the Etruscans and the Renaissance in Tuscany, and the Sumerians, the Persians of 500 BC, and the Persians of Islam on the Tigris. None of this is accessible to a science that measures and weighs. It exists for the feelings with a plain certainty and at the first glance, but not for the savant's treatment. And the conclusion to which I come to is that race, like time and destiny, is a decisive element in every question of life, something which everyone knows clearly and definitely so long as he does not try to set himself to comprehend it by way of rational, i.e. soulless, dissection and ordering. Race, time, and destiny belong together. Race, in contrast to speech, is unsystematic through and through. In the last resort, every individual man and every individual moment of his existence have their own race, and therefore the only mode of approach is not classification but physiognomic fact. He who would penetrate into the essence of language should begin by putting aside all the philologist's apparatus and observe how a hunter speaks to his dog. The dog follows the outstretched finger. He listens, tense, to the sound of the word, but shakes his head. This kind of man speech he does not understand. Then he makes one or two sentences to indicate his idea. He stands still and barks, which in his language is a sentence containing the question, "Is that what master means?" Then, still in dog language, he expresses his pleasure at finding that he was right. In just the same way, two men who do not really possess a single word in common seek to understand one another. When a country person explains something to a peasant woman, he looks at her keenly and unconsciously. He puts into his look the essence that she would certainly never be able to understand from a personic mode of expression. The locutions of today, without exception, are capable of comprehension only in association with other modes of speech. Adequate by themselves, they are not and never have been. If the dog now wants something, he wags his tail, impatient of master's stupidity and not understanding this perfectly distinct and expressive speech. He adds a vocal expression. He barks, and finally an expression of attitude. He mimes or makes signs. Here the man is the obtuse one who has not yet learned to talk. Finally, something very remarkable happens. When the dog has exhausted every other device to comprehend the various speeches of his master, he suddenly plants himself squarely, and his eye bores into the eye of the human. Something deeply mysterious is happening here. The immediate contact of ego and tu. The look emancipates from the limitations of waking consciousness. Being understands itself without signs. Here the dog has become a judge of men, looking his opposite straight in the eye and grasping behind the speech, the speaker. Languages of these kinds we habitually use without being conscious of the fact. The infant speaks long before it has learned its first word, and the grown-up talks with it without even thinking of the ordinary meanings of the words he or she is using. That is, the sound forms in this case subserve a language that is quite other than that of words. Such languages also have their groups and dialects. They too can be learned, mastered, and misunderstood, and they are so indispensable to us that verbal language would mutiny if we were to attempt to make it do all the work without assistance from tone and gesture language. Even our script, which is verbal language for the eye, would be almost incomprehensible but for the aid that it gets from gesture language in the form of punctuation. A race character is involved a priori in the way in which the matter to be communicated is set in sentences. Sentences are not the same for Tacitus and Napoleon as for Cicero and Nietzsche. The Englishman orders his material syntactically in a different way from the German. Not the ideas and thoughts, but the thinking, the kind of life, the blood, determine in the primitive, classical Chinese and Western speech communities the type of the sentence unit, and with it the mechanical relation of the word to the sentence. The boundary between grammar and syntax should be placed at the point where the mechanical of speech ceases and the organic of speaking begins. Usages, custom, the physiognomy of the way that a man employs to express himself. The other boundary lies where the mechanical structure of the word passes into the organic factors of sound formation and expression. Even the children of immigrants can often be recognized by the way in which the English th is pronounced, a race trait of the land. Only that which lies between these limits is the language, properly so called, which has system, is a technical instrument and can be invented, improved, changed, and worn out. Enunciation and expression, on the contrary, adhere to the race. We recognize a person known to us without seeing him by his pronunciation. And not only that, but we can recognize a member of an alien race even if he speaks perfectly correct German. Words, I have just said, are the relatively smallest mechanical units in the sentence. There's probably nothing that is so characteristic of the thinking of a human species as the way in which these units are acquired by it. For the Bantu Negro, a thing that he sees belongs first of all to a very large number of categories of comprehension. Correspondingly, the word for it consists of a kernel, or root, and a number of monosyllabic prefixes. When he speaks of a woman in the field, his word is something like this: living one big old female outside human. This makes 7 syllables, but it denotes a single clear-headed and to us quite alien act of comprehension. There are languages in which the word is almost coextensive with the sentence. The gradual replacement of bodily or sonic by grammatical gestures is thus the decisive factor in the formation of sentences. But it has never been completed. There are no purely verbal languages. The activity of speaking in words as it emerges more and more precise consists in this, that through word sounds we awaken significant feelings, which in turn, through the sound of the word connections, evoke further relation feelings. Our schooling in speech trains us to understand in this abbreviated and indicative form not only light things and light relations, but also thought things and thought relations. Words are only named, not used definitively, and the hearer has to feel what the speaker means. This and this alone amounts to speech, and hence mean and tone play a much greater part than is generally admitted in the understanding of modern speech. Substantive signs may conceivably exist for many of the animals even, but verb signs never. This instrument of communication between ego and two has, by reason of its perfection, fashioned out of the animal understanding of sensation a thinking in words which stands proxy for sensation. Subtle thinking, splitting hairs as it is called, is conversing with oneself in word significances. It is the activity that no kind of language but the language of words can subserve, and it becomes, with the perfection of the language, distinctive of the life habit of whole classes of human beings. The divorce of speech, rigid and devitalized from speaking, which makes it impossible to include the whole truth in a verbal utterance, has particularly far-reaching consequences in the sign system of words. Abstract thinking consists in the use of a finite word framework into which it is sought to squeeze the whole infinite content of life. Concepts kill being and falsify waking being. Long ago in the springtime of language history, while understanding had still to struggle in order to hold its own with sensation, this mechanization was without importance for life. But now, from a being who occasionally thought, man has become a thinking being, and it is the ideal of every thought system to subject life, once and for all, to the domination of intellect. This is achieved in theory by according validity only to the known and branding the actual as a sham and a delusion. It is achieved in practice by forcing the voices of the blood to be silent in the presence of universal ethical principles. Note:
only techniques are entirely true, for here the words are merely the key to actuality, and the sentences are continually modified until they are not truth but actuality. A hypothesis claims not rightness but usefulness.
Both logic and ethics alike are systems of absolute and eternal truths for the intellect, and correspondingly untruths for history. However completely the inner eye may triumph over the outer in the domain of thought, in the realm of facts the belief in eternal truths is a petty and absurd stage play that exists only in the heads of individuals. A true system of thoughts emphatically cannot exist, for no sign can replace actuality. Profound and honest thinkers are always brought to the conclusion that all cognition is conditioned a priori by its own form, and can never reach that which the words mean, apart again from the case of techniques, in which concepts are instruments and not aims in themselves. And this ignorabimus is in conformity also with the intuition of every true sage, that abstract principles of life are acceptable only as figures of speech, trite maxims of daily use underneath which life flows, as it has always flowed onward. Race, in the end, is stronger than languages, and thus it is that under all the great names it has been thinkers, who are personalities and not systems which are mutable, that have taken effect upon life. The inner history of word languages shows 3 stages. In the first, there appears within highly developed but wordless communication languages the first names, units in a sort of understanding. The world awakens as a secret, and religious thought begins. In the second stage, a complete communication speech is gradually transformed into grammatical values. The gesture becomes the sentence, and the sentence transforms the names into words. Further, the sentence becomes the great school of understanding, vis-a-vis sensation, and an increasingly subtle significance feeling for abstract relations with the mechanism of the sentence evokes an immense profusion of inflections which attach themselves especially to the substantive and the verb, the space word and the time word. This is the blossoming time of grammar, the period of which we may probably, though under all reserves, take as the 2 millennia preceding the birth of the Egyptian and Babylonian culture. The third stage is marked by a rapid decay of inflections and a simultaneous replacement of grammar by syntax. The intellectualization of man's waking consciousness has now proceeded so far that he no longer needs the sense props of inflection and, discarding the old luxuriance of word forms, communicates freely and surely by means of the faintest nuances of idiom, particles, positions of words, rhythm. By dint of speaking in words, the understanding has attained supremacy over the waking consciousness, and today it is in process of liberating itself from the restrictions of sensible verbal machinery and working towards pure mechanics of the intellect. Minds and not senses are making the contact. In this third stage of linguistic history, which as such takes place in the biological plane and therefore belongs to man as a type, the history of the higher cultures now intervenes with an entirely new speech. The speech of the distance, writing, an invention of such inward forcefulness that again there is a sudden decisive turn in the destinies of the world languages. The written language of Egypt is already by 3000 in a state of rapid grammatical decomposition. Likewise, the Sumerian literary language is called Masal, women's language. The written language of China, which, vis-a-vis the vernaculars of the Chinese world has long formed a language apart, is even in the oldest known text so entirely inflectionless that only recent research has established that it ever had inflections at all. The Indo-Germanic system is known to us only in a state of complete breakdown. Of the case in Old Vedic, about 1500 BC, the classical languages 1,000 years later retained only fragments. From Alexander the Great's time, the dual disappeared from the declension of ordinary Hellenistic Greek, and the passive vanished from the conjunction entirely. The Western languages, although of the most miscellaneous provenance imaginable, the Germanic from primitive and the Romanic from highly civilized stock, modify in the same direction, the Romanic cases having become reduced to 1, and the English, after the Reformation, to 0. Ordinary German definitely shed the genitive at the beginning of the 19th century, and is now in process of abolishing the dative. Only after trying to translate a piece of difficult and pregnant prose, say of Tacitus or Mommsen, back into some very ancient language rich in inflections does one realize how meantime the technique of signs has vaporized into a technique of thoughts, which now only needs to employ the signs, abbreviated but replete with meaning, merely as the counters in a game that only the initiates of the particular speech communion understand. This is why, to a West European, the sacred Chinese text must always be in the fullest sense a sealed book. But the same holds good for the primary words of every other culture language. The Greek logos and arche, the Sanskrit Atman and Brahman, indications of the world outlook of their respective cultures, that no one not bred in the culture can comprehend. The external history of languages is as good as lost to us in just its most important parts. The tempo of linguistic history is immensely rapid. Here a mere century signifies a great deal, I may refer again to the gesture language of the North Indians, which became necessary because the rapidity of changes in the tribal dialects made intertribal understanding impossible otherwise. Compare, too, the Latin of the recent discovered Forum inscription, about 500, with the Latin of Plautus, about 200, and this again with the Latin of Cicero, about 50. If we assume that the oldest Vedic texts have preserved the linguistic state of 1200 BC, then even that of 2000 may have differed from it far more completely than any Indo-Germanic philologists working by a posteriori methods can even surmise. But allegro changes to lento in the moment when script, the language of duration, intervenes and ties down and immobilizes the systems at entirely different age levels. This is what makes this evolution so opaque to research. All that we possess is remains of written languages. Of the Egyptian and Babylonian linguistic world, we do not possess originals from as far back as 3000, but the oldest Indo-Germanic relics are copies, of which the linguistic state is much younger than the contents. Writing is above everything a matter of status, and more particularly an ancient privilege of priesthood. The peasantry is without history and therefore without writing. But even apart from this, there is in race an unmistakable antipathy to script. It is, I think, a fact of the highest importance to graphology that the more the writer has race, breed, the more cavalierly he treats the ornamental structure of the letters, and the more ready he is to replace this by personal line pictures. Only the taboo man evidences a certain respect for the proper forms of the letters and ever, if unconsciously, tries to reproduce them. It is the distinction between the man of action who makes history and the scholar who merely puts it down on paper, eternalizes it. In all cultures, the script is in the keeping of the priesthood, in which class we have to count also the poet and the scholars. The nobility despises writing. It has people to write for it. From the remotest times, this activity has had something intellectual sacerdotal about it. Timeless truths came to be such, not at all through speech, but only when there came to be script for them. It is the opposition of castle and cathedral over again, which shall endure, deed or truth. The archivist's sources preserve facts, the Holy Scripture truths. What chronicles and documents mean in the first named, exegesis and library mean in the second. The art history of all cultural springtimes ought to begin with the script, and the cursive script even before the monumental. Here we can observe the essence of the Gothic style, or of the Magian, at its purest. No other ornament possesses the inwardness of a letter shape or a manuscript page. Nowhere else is arabesque as perfect as it is in the Quran text on the wall of a mosque. And then, the great art of initials, the architecture of the marginal picture, the plastic of the covers. In a Quran in the Kufi script, every page has the effect of a piece of tapestry. A Gothic book of the Gospels is, as it were, a little cathedral. As for classical art, it is very significant that the one thing that it did not beautify with its touch was the script and the book roll, an exception founded in its steady hatred of that which endures, the contempt for a technique which insists on being more than a technique. Neither in Hellas nor in India do we find an art of monumental inscription as in Egypt. It does not seem to have occurred to anybody that a sheet of handwriting of Plato was a relic, or that a fine edition of the dramas of Sophocles ought to be treasured up in the Acropolis. People and nation. For me, the people is a unit of the soul. The great events of history were not really achieved by peoples. They themselves created the peoples. Every act alters the soul of the doer. Even when the event is preceded by some grouping around or under a famous name, the fact that there is a people, and not merely a band behind the prestige of that name, is not a condition, but a result of the event. It was the fortunes of their migrations that made the Ostrogoths and the Osmanli what they afterwards were. The Americans did not immigrate from Europe. The name of the Florentine geographer, Amerigo Vespucci, designates today not only a continent, but also a people in the true sense of the word, whose specific character was born in the spiritual upheavals of 1775. and above all, 1861 to 65. This is the one and only connotation of the word people. Neither unity of speech nor physical descent is decisive. That which distinguishes a people from a population raises it up out of the population, and will one day let it find its level again in the population, is always the inwardly lived experience of the we. The deeper the feeling is, the stronger is the vis-a-viva of the people. These are energetic and tame, ephemeral and indestructible forms of peoples. They can change speech, name, race, and land, but so long as their soul lasts, they can gather to themselves and transform human material of any and every provenance. The name Roman in Hannibal's day meant a people, in Trajan's time nothing more than a population. Of course, it is often quite justifiable to align peoples with races, but race in this connection must not be interpreted in the present-day Darwinian sense of the word. It cannot be accepted, surely, that a people were ever held together by the mere unity of physical origin, or if it were, could maintain that unity for 10 generations. It cannot be too often reiterated that this physiological provenance has no existence except for science, never for folk consciousness, and that no people was ever yet stirred to enthusiasm for this ideal of blood purity. In race, ras habin, there is nothing material but something cosmic and directional, the felt harmony of a destiny, the single cadence of the march of historical being. It is incoordination of this wholly metaphysical beat that produces race hatred, which is just as strong between Germans and Frenchmen as it is between Germans and Jews, and it is resonant on this beat that makes the true love so akin to hate between man and wife. He who has not race knows nothing of this perilous love. If a part of the human multitude that now speaks Indo-Germanic languages cherishes a certain race ideal, what is evidenced thereby is not the existence of the prototype people so dear to the scholar, but the metaphysical force and power of the ideal. Peoples are neither linguistic nor political nor zoological, but spiritual units. And this leads at once to the further distinction between peoples before, within, and after a culture. It is a fact that has been profoundly felt in all ages that culture peoples are more distinct in character than the rest. Their predecessors I will call primitive peoples. These are the fugitive and heterogeneous associations that form and dissolve without ascertainable rule till at last, in the presentiment of a still unborn culture, as for example in the pre-Homeric, the pre-Christian, and the Germanic periods, phase by phase becoming ever more definite in type, they assemble the human material of a population into groups, though all the time little or no alteration has been occurring in the stamp of man. Such a superposition of phases leads from the Cimbri and the Teutons through the Marcomanni and Goths to the Franks, Lombards, and Saxons. In the 10th century of our era, the Faustian soul suddenly awoke and manifested itself in innumerable shapes. Amongst these, side by side with the architecture and the ornament, there appears a distinctly characterized form of people. Out of the people shapes of the Carolingian Empire, the Saxons, Swabians, Franks, Visigoths, Lombards, arise suddenly the German, the French, the Spaniards, the Italians. Hitherto, consciously and deliberately or not, historical research has uniformly regarded these culture peoples as something in being, as primaries, and have treated the culture itself as secondary, as their product. I regard it, therefore, as a discovery of decisive importance that the facts here set forth lead to the reverse conclusion. It will be established in all rigor that the great cultures are entities, primary or original, that arise out of the deepest foundations of spirituality, and that the peoples under the spell of a culture are alike in their inward form and in their whole manifestation its products and not its authors. These shapes in which humanity is seized and molded possess style and style history no less than kinds of art and modes of thought. The people of Athens is a symbol not less than the Doric temple, the Englishman not less than modern physics. There are peoples of Apollinian, Magian, Faustian caste. The Arabian culture was not created by the Arabs, quite the contrary, for the Magian culture begins in the time of Christ, and the Arabian people represents its last great creation of that kind. a community bonded by Islam as the Jewish and Persian communities before it had been bonded by their religions. World history is the history of the great cultures, and peoples are but the symbolic forms and vessels in which the men of these cultures fulfill their destinies. Peoples in the style of their culture we will call nations, the word itself distinguishing them from the forms that precede and that follow them. It is not merely a strong feeling of we that forges the inward unity of its most significant of all major associations. Underlying the nation there is an idea. This stream of a collective being possesses a very deep relation to destiny, to time, and to history, a relation that is different in each instance, and one, too, that determines the relation of the human material to race, language, land, state, and religion. As the styles of the old Chinese and the classical peoples differ, so also the styles of their histories. Life, as experienced by primitive and by fellahin peoples, is just the zoological up and down, a planless happening without goal or cadenced march in time, wherein occurrences are many but, in the last analysis, devoid of significance. The only historic peoples, the peoples whose existence is world history, are the nations. 14. Problems of the Arabian culture. Historic pseudomorphosis. The idea. In a rock stratum are embedded crystals of a mineral. Clefts and cracks occur, water filters in, and the crystals are gradually washed out so that in due course only their hollow mold remains. Then come volcanic outbursts which explode the mountain. Molten masses pour in, stiffen, and crystallize out in their turn. But these are not free to do so in their own special forms. They must fill up the spaces that they find available. Thus there arise distorted forms, crystals whose inner structure contradicts their external shape. Stones of one kind presenting the appearance of stones of another kind. The mineralogists call this phenomenon pseudomorphosis. By the term historical pseudomorphosis, I propose to designate those cases in which an older alien culture lies so massively over the land that a young culture cannot get its breath and fails not only to achieve pure and specific expression forms, but even to develop fully its own self-consciousness. All that wells up from the depths of the young soul is cast in the old molds. Young feelings stiffen in senile practices, and instead of expanding its own creative power, it can only hate the distant power with a hate that grows to be monstrous. This is the case of the Arabian culture. Its prehistory lies entirely within the ambit of the ancient Babylonian civilization, which for 2,000 years has been the prey of successive conquerors. Its Merovingian period is marked by the dictatorship of a small Persian clan, primitive as the Ostrogoths, whose domination of 200 years scarcely challenged, was founded on the infinite weariness of a fellow world. But from 300 BC onwards there begins and spreads a great awakening in the young Aramaic-speaking peoples between Sinai and the Zagros range. Note:
It is to be noted that the home of the Babylonian culture, the ancient Sinir, plays no part of any importance in the coming events. For the Arabian culture, only the region north of Babylon, not that to south, comes into question.
As the epoch of the Trojan War, and at that of the Saxon emperors, a new relation of man to God, a wholly new world feeling, penetrated all the current religions, whether these bore the name of Ahura Mazda, Baal, or Yahweh, impelling everywhere to a great effort of creation. But precisely at this juncture there came the Macedonians, so appositely that some interconnection is not altogether impossible, for the Persian power had rested on spiritual postulates, and it was precisely these that had disappeared. To Babylon, these Macedonians appeared as yet another swarm of adventurers like the rest. They laid down a thin sheet of classical civilization stretching as far as Turkestan and India. The kingdoms of the Diadochi might indeed have become insensibly states of pre-Arabian spirit. The Seleucid Empire, which actually coincided geographically with the region of Aramaic speech, was in fact such a state by 200 BC. But from the Battle of Pydna onwards, it was, in its western part, more and more embodied in the classical imperium, and so subjected to the powerful workings of a spirit which had its center of gravity in a distant region. And thus was prepared the pseudomorphosis. The Magian culture, geographically and historically, is the midmost of the group of higher cultures, the only one which, in point both of space and of time, was in touch with practically all others. The structure of its history as a whole in our world picture depends, therefore, entirely on our reorganizing the true inner form which the outer molds distorted. In this instance, the consequences of specialization have been graver, perhaps, than in any other. The historians proper stayed within the domain of classical philology and made the classical language frontier their eastern horizon. Hence, they entirely failed to perceive the deep unity of development on both sides of their frontier, which spiritually had no existence. The result is the perspective of ancient, medieval, and modern history, ordered and defined by the use of the Greek and Latin languages. For the experts of the old languages with their texts, Aksum, Saba, and even the realm of the Sassanids, were unapproachable, and the consequence is that in history these scarcely exist at all. The literature student, as a philologist, confuses the spirit of the language with the spirit of the work. Products of the Aramean region, if they happen to be written in Greek or even merely preserved in Greek, he embodies in his late Greek literature and proceeds to classify as a special period of that literature. Theological research, in its turn, broke up its domain into subdivisions according to the different West European confessions, and so the philological frontier between West and East came into force, and still is in force for Christian theology also. The Persian world fell to the student of Iranian philology, and as the Avesta texts were disseminated, though not composed in an Aryan dialect, their immense problem came to be regarded as a minor branch of the Indologist's work and so disappeared absolutely from the field of vision of Christian theology. And lastly, the history of Talmudic Judaism, since Hebrew philology became bound up in one specialism with Old Testament research, not only never obtained separate treatment, but has been completely forgotten by all the major histories of religions with which I am acquainted, although these find room for every Indian sect, since folklore too ranks as a specialism, and every primitive Negro religion to boot. The pseudomorphosis began with Actium. There it should have been Antony who won. It was not the struggle of Rome and Greece that came there to an issue. That struggle had been fought out at Cannae and Zama, where it was the tragic fate of Hannibal to stand as champion not for his own land but for Hellenism. At Actium, it was the unborn Arabian culture that was opposed to iron-gray classical civilization. The issue lay between principate and caliphate. Antony's victory would have freed the Magian soul. His defeat imposed the impermeable layer of Roman imperium. The Russian pseudomorphosis. A second pseudomorphosis is presented to our eyes today in Russia. The Russian hero tales of the Bellini culminated in the epic cycle of Prince Vladimir of Kiev, c. AD 1000, with his round table and in the popular hero Ilya Muromets. The whole immense difference between the Russian and the Faustian soul is already revealed in the contrast of these with the contemporary Arthur, Ermaneric, and Nibelungen sagas of the migration period in the form of the Hildebrandslied and the Valkyrielied. The Russian Merovingian period begins with the overthrow of the Tatar domination by Ivan III, 1480, and passes by the last princes of the House of Rurik and the first of the Romanovs to Peter the Great, 1689 to 1725. It corresponds exactly to the period between Clovis, 481 to 511, and the Battle of Testri, 687, which effectively gave the Carolingians their supremacy. The Muscovite period of the great boyar families and patriarchs, in which a constant element is the resistance of Old Russian party to the friends of Western culture, is followed from the founding of Petersburg in 1703 by the pseudomorphosis which forced the primitive Russian soul into the alien mold, first of full Baroque, then of the Enlightenment, and then of the 19th century. The fate figure in Russian history is Peter the Great. The primitive Tsarism of Moscow is the only form which is even today appropriate to the Russian world, but in Petersburg it was distorted to the dynastic form of Western Europe. The pull of the sacred south, of Byzantium and Jerusalem, strong in every Orthodox soul, was twisted by the worldly diplomacy which set its face to the west. The burning of Moscow, that mighty symbolic act of a primitive people, that expression of Maccabean hatred of the foreigner and heretic, was followed by the entry of Alexander I into Paris, the Holy Alliance and the concert of the great powers of the West. And thus a nationality whose destiny should have been to continue without a history for some generations was forced into a false and artificial history that the soul of old Russia was simply incapable of understanding. Late period arts and sciences, enlightenment, social ethics, the materialism of world cities were introduced, although in this pre-cultural time religion was the only language in which man understood himself and the world. In the townless land with its primitive peasantry, cities of alien type fixed themselves like ulcers, false, unnatural, unconvincing. Petersburg, says Dostoevsky, is the most abstract and artificial city in the world. Born in it though he was, he had the feeling that one day it might vanish with the morning mist. Just so ghostly, so incredible were the Hellenistic artifact cities scattered in the Aramaic peasant lands. Jesus in his Galilee knew this. St. Peter must have felt it when he set eyes on imperial Rome. After this, everything that arose around it was felt by the true Rustum as lies and poison. A truly apocalyptic hatred was directed on Europe, and Europe was all that was not Russia, including Athens and Rome, just as for the Magian world in its time, old Egypt and Babylon had been antique, pagan, devilish. The contrast between Russian and Western, Jew-Christian and late classical nihilisms is extreme. The one kind is hatred of the alien that is poisoning the unborn culture in the womb of the land. The other a sure-fitted disgust of one's own proper overgrowths. Depths of religious feeling, flashes of revelation, shuddering fear of the Great Awakening, metaphysical dreaming and yearning belong to the beginning, as the pain of spiritual clarity belongs to the end of a history. In these pseudomorphoses they are mingled. Says Dostoevsky, everyone in street and marketplace now speculates about the nature of faith. So might it have been said of Edessa or Jerusalem. Those young Russians of the days before 1914, dirty, pale, exalted, moping in corners, ever absorbed in metaphysics, seeing all things with an eye of faith, even when the ostensible topic is the franchise, chemistry, or women's education, are the Jews and early Christians of the Hellenistic cities, whom the Romans regarded with a mixture of surly amusement and secret fear. In Tsarist Russia, there was no bourgeoisie and, in general, no true class system, but merely, as in the Frankish dominions, lord and peasant. There were no Russian towns. Moscow consisted of a fortified residency, the Kremlin, round which was spread a gigantic market. The imitation city that grew up and ringed it in like every other city on the soil of Mother Russia was there for the benefit of the court and the administration. Its living elements were, on top, an intelligentsia, literature become flesh, deep in intellectual problems, below an uprooted peasantry, with all the metaphysical gloom, anxiety, and misery of their own Dostoevsky, perpetually homesick for the open land and bitterly hating the stone-gray world into which Antichrist has tempted them. Moscow had no proper soul. The spirit of the upper classes was Western, and the lower had brought in with them the soul of the countryside. Between the two worlds there was no reciprocal comprehension, no communication, no charity. To understand the two spokesmen and victims of the pseudomorphosis, it is enough that Dostoevsky is the peasant and Tolstoy the man of Western society. The one could never in his soul get away from the land. The other, in spite of his desperate efforts, could never get near it. Tolstoy is the former Russia, Dostoevsky the coming Russia. The inner Tolstoy is tied to the West. He is the great spokesman of Petronism, even when he is denying it. Rage as he might against Europe, Tolstoy never could shake it off. Hating it, he hates himself, and so becomes the father of Bolshevism. The utter powerlessness of his spirit and its 1917 revolution stands confessed in his posthumously published "A Light Shines in the Darkness." This hatred Dostoevsky does not show. His passionate power of living is comprehensive enough to embrace all things Western as well. I have two fatherlands, Russia and Europe. He has passed beyond both Petronism and revolution, and from his future he looks back over them as from afar. His soul is apocalyptic, yearning, desperate, but of this future certain. "I will go to Europe," says Ivan Karamazov to his mother, Alyosha. "I know well enough that I shall be going only to a churchyard, but I know too that that churchyard is dear, very dear to me. Beloved dead lie buried there, and every stone over them tells of a life so ardently lived, so passionate a belief in its own achievements, its own truth, its own battle, its own knowledge, that I know, even now I know, I shall fall down and kiss these stones and weep over them." Tolstoy, on the contrary, is essentially a great understanding, enlightened and socially minded. All that he sees about him takes the late-period, megalopolitan, and Western form of a problem. Tolstoy's hatred of property is an economist's. His hatred of society is social reformers. His hatred of the state, a political theorist's. Hence his immense effect upon the West. He belongs in one respect, as in another, to the school of Marx, Ibsen, and Zola. Dostoevsky, on the contrary, belongs to no school, unless it be that of the apostles of primitive Christianity. Such a soul as his can look beyond everything that we call social, for the things of this world seem to it so unimportant as not to be worth improving. What has the agony of a soul to do with communism? A religion that has got as far as taking social problems in hand has ceased to be a religion. But the reality in which Dostoevsky lives even during this life is a religious creation directly present to him. His Alyosha has defied all literary criticism, even Russian. His Life of Christ, had he written it, as he always intended to do, would have been a genuine gospel like the gospels of primitive Christianity, which stand completely outside classical and Jewish literary forms. Tolstoy, on the other hand, is a master of the Western novel. Anna Karenina distances every rival, and even in his peasant's garb remains a man of polite society. Here we have beginning and end chasing together. Dostoevsky is a saint, Tolstoy only a revolutionary. From Tolstoy, the true successor of Peter, and from him only, proceeds Bolshevism, which is not the contrary but the final issue of Petronism, the last degradation of the metaphysical into the social, and ipso facto a new form of the pseudomorphosis. If the building of Petersburg was the first act of Antichrist, the self-destruction of the society formed of what Petersburg is the second, and so the peasant soul must feel it. What gave this revolution its momentum was not the intelligentsia's hatred. It was the people itself, which, without hatred, urged only by the need of throwing off a disease, destroyed the old Westernism in one effort of upheaval, and will send the new after it in another. For what this townless people yearns for is its own life form, its own religion, its own history. Tolstoy's Christianity was a misunderstanding. He spoke of Christ and he meant Marx. But to Dostoevsky's Christianity, the next 1,000 years will belong. Note,
the immeasurable difference between the Faustian and the Russian souls is disclosed in certain word sounds. The Russian word for heaven is nebo, which contains in its n a negative element. Western man looks up, the Russian looks horizontally into the broad plain. The death impulse, too, of the respective souls is distinguishable in that for the West, it is the passion of drive all ways into infinite space, whereas for Russians it is an expressing and expanding of self. second house turn, till it, in the man, becomes identical with the boundless plane itself. It is thus that a Russian understands the words man and brother. He sees even mankind as a plane. The idea of a Russian's being an astronomer. He does not see the stars at all. He sees only the horizon. Instead of the vault, he sees the downhang of the heavens, something that somewhere combines with the plane to form the horizon. For him, the Copernican system, be it never so mathematical, is spiritually contemptible, while our German Schicksal rings like a trumpet call. Sudba is a genuflection. There is no room for the upstanding I beneath this almost flat-roofed heaven. That all are responsible for all, the it for the it in this boundlessly extended plane, is the metaphysical fundament of all Dostoevsky's creation. That is why Ivan Karamazov must name himself murderer, although another had done the murder. The criminal is the unfortunate, the wretch. It is the utter negation of Faustian personal responsibility. Russian mysticism has nothing of that upstriving inwardness of Gothic, of Rembrandt, of Beethoven, which can swell up to a heaven-storming jubilation. Its God is not the azure depth up above. Mystical Russian love is love of the plain, the love of brothers under equal pressure all along the earth, ever along and along, the love of the poor tortured beasts that wander on it, the love of plants, never of birds and clouds and stars. The Russian volya, or will, means principally non-compulsion, freedom not for something but from something, and particularly freedom from compulsion to personal doing. Free will is seen as a condition in which no one else can command it, and in which, therefore, one may give way to one's own disposition. Geist, esprit, spirit go thus. The Russian Dutch goes thus. What sort of Christianity will come forth one day from this world feeling?
The period of Arabian feudalism. Outside the pseudomorphosis, and the more vigorously in proportion as the classical influence is weaker over the country, there spring up all the forms of a genuine feudal age. In the Sassanid Empire, in Horan, in southern Arabia, there dawned a pure feudal period. The exploits of a king of Saba, Shamir Juharish, are immortalized like those of a Roland or an Arthur in the Arabic saga which tells of his advance through Persia as far as China. In Saba ruled the Hamdanids, who later became Christian. Behind them stood the Christian realm of Aksum, in alliance with Rome, which about AD 300 stretched from the White Nile to the Somali coast and the Persian Gulf, and in 525 overthrew the Jewish Himarites. In 542 there was a diet of princes of Marib, to which both the Roman and the Sassanid empires sent ambassadors. Note,
The capital of Saba, at.
Even today, the country is full of innumerable relics of mighty castles, which in Islamic times were popularly attributed to supernatural builders. The stronghold of Gomdan is a work of 20 tiers. In the Sassanid Empire ruled the Decans, or local lords, while the brilliant court of these early Eastern Hohenstaufen was in every respect a model for that of the Byzantines who followed Diocletian. Even much later, the Abbasids, in their new capital of Baghdad, could think of nothing better than to imitate on a grand scale the Sassanid ideal of court life. In northern Arabia, at the courts of the Ghassanids, and at those of the Lakhmids, there sprang up a genuine troubadour and mini-poetry. And knightly poets in the days of the early fathers fought out their duels with word, lance, and sword. Note,
The country of Ghassan extends east of the Jordan, parallel to and inland of Palestine and Syria, approximately from Petra to the middle Euphrates, at. And the Lakhmids were the ruling dynasty from the 3rd to the 6th century after Christ, of the realm of Hira, which ran in a strip between the Euphrates and the present Nejd coast on the one hand, and the desert of Arabia on the other. At
For this young world of the first centuries of our era, our antiquarians and theologians have had no eyes. Busied as they are with the state of late republican and imperial Rome, the conditions of the Middle East seem to them merely primitive and void of all significance. But the Parthian bands that again and again rode at the legions of Rome were a chivalry exalted by Mazdaism. In their armies there was the spirit of crusade. Yet, in spite of all this, it was not, strictly speaking, a Parthian war, but a true crusade of Jewry that blazed out in 115 when Trajan marched into the east. And it was a reprisal for the destruction of Jerusalem that the whole infidel, Greek population of Cyprus, traditionally 240,000 souls, was massacred. Nisibis, defended by Jews, made an illustrious resistance. Warlike Adiabene, the upper Tigris plain, was a Jewish state. In all the Parthian and Persian wars against Rome, the gentry and peasantry, the feudal levy of Jewish Mesopotamia fought in the front line. The Roman army in the east, meanwhile, was transformed in less than 2 centuries from an army of modern type to one of the feudal order. The Roman legion disappeared in the reorganization of the Age of Severus, about AD 200. While in the west, the army degenerated into hordes. In the east, there arose in the 4th century a genuine, if belated, knighthood. Diocletian's Palatini are not a substitute for the Praetorians abolished by Septimius Severus, but a small, well-disciplined knight army. While the comitatenses, the general levy, are organized in numeri or companies. The tactics are those of every early period, with its pride of personal courage. The attack takes the Germanic form of the so-called boar's head. The deep mass, technically called the Gefürtaufe. Note,
the typical form, for instance, of the Swiss in their independence battles and of Western infantry, generally in the 15th and 16th centuries, during the transition from hand-arm to firearm warfare.
But there appeared also in these early centuries a brilliant scholasticism and mysticism of Magian type, domesticated in the renowned schools of the Aramean region, the Persian schools of Ctesiphon, Rassena, Gundisapora, Nehardia, Kinesrin, Sura. Note,
Nisibis and Edessa in the upcountry between Euphrates and Tigris are represented today by Nasibin, Nazib, and Urfa, respectively. Just to the west of them, east of the Euphrates above Sura, were the 3 Jewish academies in which Talmudic Judaism took shape after the dispersion. Kinisrin lay just south of Aleppo. Ctesiphon is, of course, the classical city on the Tigris, still dominant under the Sassanids, and Rassena lies in the upcountry southwest of Nisibis. Gundisapora is Gundur Shapur, Yundisapur, near the site of the old Elamite capital Susa in Arabistan.
These are flourishing headquarters of astronomy, philosophy, chemistry, medicine. But towards the west, these grand manifestations too become falsified by the pseudomorphosis. The characteristically Magian elements of this knowledge assume at Alexandria the forms of Greek philosophy, and at Beirut those of Roman jurisprudence. They are committed to writing in the classical languages squeezed into alien and long petrified literary forms, and perverted by the hoary logic of a civilization of quite other structure. It is in this, and not in the Islamic time, that Arabian science began. In reality, practically everything that was produced on the other side, from Edessa's point of view, of the philologist's frontier, though seeming to the Western eye an offspring of a late classical spirit, is nothing but a reflection of early Arabian contemplation. And so we come to consider what the pseudomorphoses did for the Arabian religion. Syncretism. The classical religion lived in its vast number of separate cults. The divinity is always bound to and bounded by one locality, in conformity with the static and Euclidean world feeling. Correspondingly, the relation of man to the divinity takes the shape of a local cult, in which the significances lie in the form of its ritual procedure, and not in a dogma underlying them. Men could practice these cults without belonging to them. There were no communities of fellow believers. In the sharpest contrast to this stands the visible form of the Magian religion, the church, the brotherhood of the faithful, which has no home and knows no earthly frontier, which believes the words of Jesus, "When 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them." It is self-evident that every such believer must believe that only one good and true God can be, and that the gods of the others are evil and false. Therefore, the center of gravity of every Magian religion lies not in a cult, but in a doctrine, in the creed. Note,
not non-existent. It would be a misconception of the Magian world feeling to attach a Faustian dynamic meaning to the phrase true God. In combating the worship of godlings, the reality of godlings and daemons is presupposed. The Israelite prophets never dreamed of denying the Baals, and similarly Isis and Mithras for the early Christians, Jehovah for the Christian Marcion, Jesus for the Manichaeans are devilish but perfectly real powers. Disbelieving in them would have had no meaning for the Magian soul. What was required was that one should not turn to them. To use an expression now long current, it is henotheism and not monotheism.
as long as the classical remained spiritually strong, pseudomorphosis of all the churches of the East into the style of the West continued. This is a most important aspect of syncretism. The Persian religion enters in the shape of a Mithras cult, the Chaldean Syrian element as the cults of the star gods and Baals, Jupiter, Dolichinas, Sabazius, Sol Invictus, Atargatis, the Jewish religion in the form of a Yahweh cult, for no other name can be applied to the Egyptian communities of the Ptolemaic period, and primitive early Christianity too, as the Pauline epistles and the catacombs of Rome clearly show, took substance as a Jesus cult. From the 2nd century onwards, with the fading of the Apollinian and the flowering of the Magian soul, the relations are reversed. The consequences of the pseudomorphosis continue, but it is now cults of the West which tend to become a new church of the East. That is, from the sum of separate cults there evolves a community of those who believe in these gods and their rituals. And so there arises, by processes like those of the early Persian and the early Judaic, a Magian Greek nationality. Out of the rigorously established forms of detailed procedure and sacrifices and mysteries grows a sort of dogma concerning the inner significance of these acts. The cults can now represent each other, and men no longer practice or perform them in the old way, but become adherents of them. And the little god of the place becomes, without the gravity of the change being noticed by anyone, the great god really present in the place. Carefully as syncretism has been examined in recent years, the clue to its development, the transformation of Eastern churches into Western cults, and then the reverse process of transformation of Western cults into Eastern churches, has been missed. Note,
with the result that syncretism is presented as a mere hodgepodge of every conceivable religion. Nothing is further from the truth. The process of taking shape moved first from east to west and then from west to east.
the heaviest battle that Christianity had to fight after it came itself under the influence of the pseudomorphosis and began to develop spiritually with its face to the West was not that against the true classical deities. With these it was never face-to-face, for the public city cults had long been inwardly dead and possessed no hold whatever on men's souls. The formidable enemy was paganism, or Hellenism, emerging as a powerful new church and born of the self-same spirit as Christianity itself. In the end, there were in the east of the Roman Empire not one cult church, but two, and if one of these comprised exclusively the followers of Christ, the other two was made up of communities which, under 1,000 different labels, consciously worshipped one and the same divine principle. Classical cults would have tolerated the Jesus cult as one of their own number. But the cult church was bound to attack the Jesus church. All the great persecutions of Christians, corresponding therein exactly to the later persecutions of paganism, came not from the Roman state, but from this cult church, and they were only political inasmuch as the cult church was both nation and fatherland. The sacrifice for the emperor was the most important sacrament of the church, exactly corresponding to the baptism of the Christians, and it is easy therefore to understand the symbolic significance in the days of the persecution of the command and the refusal to do these acts. All these churches had their sacraments, holy meals like the Halma drinking of the Persians, the Passover of the Jews, the Lord's Supper of the Christians, similar rites for Attis and Mithras, and baptismal ceremonies amongst the Mandeans, the Christians, and the worshippers of Isis and Sybil. Note,
the Halma plant symbolized the tree of life, Gakorina, like the Soma plant of Brahmanism.
The community of the Neo-Pythagoreans formed about 50 BC and closely related to the Jewish Essenes is anything but a classical school of philosophy. It is a pure monastic order, and it is not the only such order in the syncretic movement that anticipated the ideals of the Christian hermits and the Mohammedan dervishes. The greatest of Plotinus's followers, Iamblichus, finally, about AD 300, evolved a mighty system of orthodox theology, ordered hierarchy, and rigid ritual for the pagan church. And his disciple Julian devoted and finally sacrificed his life to the attempt to establish this church for all eternity. He sought even to create cloisters for meditating men and women, and to introduce ecclesiastical penance. This great work was supported by a great enthusiasm which rose to the height of martyrdom and endured long after the emperor's death. Inscriptions exist which can hardly be translated but by the formula, "There is but one God, and Julian is his prophet." 10 years more, and this church would have become a historic, permanent fact. In the end, not only its power, but also, in important details, its very form and content were inherited by Christianity. It is often stated that the Roman Church adapted itself to the structure of the Roman state. This is not quite correct. The latter structure was itself, by hypothesis, a church. There was a period when the two were in touch. Constantine the Great acted simultaneously as convener of the Council of Nicaea and as Pontifex Maximus, and his sons, zealous Christians as they were, made him divus and paid to him the prescribed rites. St. Augustine dared to assert that the true religion had existed before the coming of Christianity in the form of the classical. Jews, Chaldeans, and Persians of the pre-culture. The first heralds of the new soul were the prophetic religions with their magnificent depth, which began to arise about 700 BC. And challenged the primeval practices of the people and their rulers. They, too, are an essentially Aramean phenomenon. The more I ponder Amos, Isaiah, and Jeremiah, on the one hand, Zarathustra on the other, the more closely related they appear to me to be. What seems to separate them is not their new beliefs, but the objects of their attack. The first battled with that savage old Israel religion, which in fact is a whole bundle of religious elements. The second combated the old Vedic beliefs of heroes and Vikings, similarly coarsened. And it is my belief that this great epic brought forth yet a third prophet religion, the Chaldean. This, with its penetrating astronomy and its ever-amazing spirituality, was, I venture to guess, evolved at that time and by creative personalities of the Isaiah stature from relics of the old Babylonian religion. Note,
research has treated the Chaldean, like the Talmudic, as a stepchild. The investigator's whole attention has been concentrated on the religion of the Babylonian culture, and the Chaldean has been regarded as its dying echo. Such a view inevitably excludes any real understanding of it.
About 1,000, the Chaldeans were a group of Aramaic-speaking tribes like the Israelites and lived in the south of Sinir. The mother tongue of Jesus is still sometimes called Chaldean. In Seleucid times, the name was applied to a widespread religious community, and especially to its priests. The Chaldean religion was an astral religion, which before Hammurabi, the Babylonian, was not. It is the deepest of all interpretations of the Magian universe, the world cavern and Kismet working therein, and consequently it remained the foundation of Islamic and Jewish speculation to their very last phases. It was by it, and not by the Babylonian culture, that after the 7th century there was formed an astronomy worthy to be called an exact science. That is, a priestly technique of observation of marvelous acuteness. Finally, the henotheistic feeling announced itself, for Nebuchadnezzar, the great Marduk, was the one true God, the God of mercy, and Nebo, the old god of Borsippa, was his son and envoy to mankind. The accession prayer of Nebuchadnezzar, the contemporary of Jeremiah, to Marduk is still extant, and in depth and purity it is in no wise surpassed by the finest passages of Israelite prophecy. The kernel of the prophetic teachings is already Magian. There is one God, be he called Yahweh, Ahura Mazda, or Marduk Baal, who is the principle of good, and all other deities are either impotent or evil. To this doctrine there attached itself the hope of a Messiah, very clear in Isaiah, and also bursting out everywhere during the next centuries under pressure of an inner necessity. It is the basic idea of Magian religion, for it contains implicitly the conception of the world historical struggle between good and evil, with the power of evil prevailing in the middle period, and the good finally triumphant on the day of judgment. This moralization of history is common to Persians, Chaldees, and Jews. But with its coming, the idea of the localized people ipso facto vanished, and the genesis of Magian nations without earthly homes and boundaries was at hand. The idea of the chosen people emerged. But it is easy to understand that men of strong blood, and in particular the great families, found these two spiritual ideas repugnant to their natures and harked back to the stout old tribal faiths. The Babylonian exile, however, did set up an important difference between the Jews and the Persians, in respect not of the ultimate truths of conscious piety, but of all the facts of actuality and consequently men's inward attitude to these facts. It was the Yahweh believers who were permitted to go home and the adherents of Ahura Mazda who allowed them to do so. This is what made one religion so lordly and the other so humble. Let the student read, in contrast to Jeremiah, the great Behistun inscription of Darius. What a splendid pride of the king in his victorious God! Note,
the inscription and sculptures of Behistun on an almost inaccessible cliff in the Zagros range on the Baghdad-Hamadan Road were reinvestigated by a British museum expedition in 1904. See the inscription of Darius the Great at Behistun, London, 1907. Thus saith Darius the king, that what I have done altogether by the grace of Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda and the other gods that be brought aid to me. For this reason did Ahura Mazda and the other gods that be bring aid to me, because I was not hostile, nor a liar, nor a wrongdoer. Neither I nor my family, but according to rectitude have I ruled. A.V. Williams Jackson, Persia, past and present, at.
And how despairing are the arguments with which the Israelite prophets sought to preserve intact the image of their God. Here, in exile, with every Jewish eye turned by the Persian victory to the Zoroastrian doctrine, the pure Judaic prophecy, Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, Jeremiah, passes into Apocalypse, Deutero, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Zechariah. Note,
this king of the banishment, evil ark, was long a conspicuous and politically important figure in the Persian Empire. He was only removed by Islam.
All the new visions of the Son of Man, of Satan, of archangels, of the seven heavens, of the last judgment, are Persian presentations of the common world feeling. In Isaiah 41 appears Cyrus himself, hailed as Messiah. Did the great composer of Deutero-Isaiah draw his enlightenment from a Zoroastrian disciple? We must not, however, forget to look at the return from captivity, also from the point of view of Babylon. The majority were in reality far removed from these ideas or regarded them as mere visions and dreams, and the solid peasantry, the artisans, and no doubt the nascent land aristocracy quietly remained in its holdings under a prince of their own, the Resh Galutha, whose capital was Nehardea. Those who returned home were the small minority, the stubborn, the zealots. They numbered with their wives and children 40,000, a figure which cannot be 1/10 or even 1/20 of the total. And anyone who confesses these settlers and their destiny with Jewry as a whole must necessarily fail to read the inner meaning of all the following events. The little world of Judaism lived a spiritually separate life, and the nation as a whole, while regarding this life with respect, certainly did not share in it. In the East apocalyptic literature, the heiress of prophecy blossomed richly. It was a genuine native poetry of the people, of which we still have the masterpiece, the Book of Job, a work in character Islamic and decidedly un-Jewish, while a multitude of its other tales and sagas such as Judith, Tobit, Akikar are spread as motives over all the literatures of the Arabian world. Note,
later it occurred to some Pharisee mind to Judaize it by interpolating chapters 32 to 37.
In Judea, only the law flourished. The Talmudic spirit appears first in Ezekiel, chapters 40 et seq., and after 450 is made flesh in the scribes, Sopherim, headed by Ezra. From 300 BC to AD 200, the Tanaim, teachers, expounded the Torah and developed the Mishnah. Neither the coming of Jesus nor the destruction of the temple interrupted this abstract scholarship. Jerusalem became, for the rigid believer, a Mecca. The law and the prophets, these two nouns, practically define the difference between Judea and Mesopotamia. In the late Persian and in every other Magian theology, both tendencies are united. It is only in the case here considered that they were separated in space. The decisions of Jerusalem were recognized everywhere, but it is a question how widely they were obeyed. One other subject must be considered. Jewry, like Persia, had since the exile increased enormously beyond the old small clan limits. This was owing to conversions and successions, the only form of conquest open to a landless nation and therefore natural and obvious to the Magian religions. But this movement came out of Mesopotamia alone, and the spirit in it was the apocalyptic and not the Talmudic. Jerusalem was occupied in creating yet more legal barriers against the unbeliever. It was not enough even to abandon the practice of making converts. This is the same narrowness which in the primitive Christian brotherhood of Judea took the form of opposing the preaching of the gospel to the heathen. In the East, it would simply never have occurred to anyone to draw such barriers, which were contrary to the whole idea of the Magian nation. But in that very fact was based the spiritual superiority of the wide East. The destruction of Jerusalem hits only a very small part of the nation, one moreover that was spiritually and politically by far the least important. It is not true that the Jewish people has lived in the dispersion since that day, for it had lived for centuries, and so too had the Persian and others, in a form which was independent of country. Vespasian's war, directed against Judea, was a liberation of Jewry. In the first place, it ended both the claim of the people of this petty district to be the genuine nation and the pretensions of their bald spirituality to equivalence with the soul life of the whole. The research, the scholasticism, and the mysticism of the Oriental academies entered into possession of their rights. In the second place, it rescued this religion from the dangers of that pseudomorphosis to which Christianity in that same period was succumbing. Apocalyptic, which is an expression form of townless and town-fearing mankind, soon came to an end within the synagogue, after a last wonderful reaction to the stimulus of the great catastrophe. When it had become evident that the teaching of Jesus would lead not to a reform of Judaism, but to a new religion, and when, about AD 100, the daily imprecation formula against the Jew Christians was introduced, apocalyptic for the short remainder of its existence resided in the young church. Jesus. The incomparable thing which lifted the infant Christianity out above all religions of this rich springtime is the figure of Jesus. In all the great creations of those years, there is nothing which can be set beside it. Tame and empty all the legends and holy adventures of Mithras, Attis, and Osiris must have seemed to any man reading or listening to the still recent story of Jesus' sufferings. The last journey to Jerusalem, the last anxious supper, the hours of despair in Gethsemane, and the death on the cross. Here was no matter of philosophy. Jesus' utterances, which stayed in the memory of many of the devoted, even in the old age, are those of a child in the midst of an alien, aged, and sick world. They are not sociological observations, problems, debatings. Like a quiet island of bliss was the life of these fishermen and craftsmen by the lake of Gennesareth, in the midst of the age of the great Tiberius. Far from all world history and innocent of all the doings of actuality, while round them glittered the Hellenistic towns with their theaters and temples, their refined Western society, their noisy mob diversions, their Roman cohorts, their Greek philosophy. When the friends and disciples of the sufferer had grown gray and his brother was president of their group in Jerusalem, they put together from the sayings and narratives generally current in their small communities a biography so arresting in its inward appeal that it evolved a presentation form of its own, of which neither the classical nor the Arabian culture has any example. The Gospel. Christianity is the one religion in the history of the world in which the fate of a man of the immediate present has become the emblem and the central point of the whole creation. A strange excitement, like that which the Germanic world experienced about AD 1000, ran in those days through the whole Aramean land. The Magian soul was awakened, that element which lay in the prophetic religions like a presentiment, and expressed itself in Alexander's time in metaphysical outlines, came now to the state of fulfillment. And this fulfillment awakened in indescribable strength the primitive feeling of fear. In this dawn of Magian world feeling hesitant and apprehensive, the end of the world seemed close. All but the shallower souls trembled before revelations, miracles, and the final insight into the genesis of things. Men now lived and thought only in apocalyptic images. Actuality became appearance. Strange and terrifying visions were told mysteriously by one to another, read out from fantastic veiled texts, and grasped at once with an immediate inward certainty. These creations resemble the terrible figures of the Romanesque cathedral porches in France, which also are not art, but fear turned into stone. Everyone recognized those angels and devils, the ascent to heaven and descent to hell of divine essence, the second Adam, the envoy of God, the Redeemer of the last days, the Son of Man, the eternal city, and the last judgment. In this time of extreme, ever-increasing tension, and in the very years around Jesus' birth year, there arose, besides endless communities and sects, another redemption religion, the Mandean, as to which we know nothing of founder or origins. In spite of its hatred of the Judaism of Jerusalem and its definite preference for the Persian idea of redemption, the Mandean religion seems to have stood very close to the popular beliefs of Syrian Jewry. One after another, pieces of its wonderful documents are becoming available, and they consistently show us a him, a Son of Man, a Redeemer who is sent down into the depths, who himself must be redeemed and is the goal of man's expectations. In the book of John, the Father high upraised in the house of fulfillment, bathed in light, says to his only begotten Son, "My Son, Be to me an ambassador. Go into the world of darkness, where no ray of light is. And the son calls up to him, Father, in what have I sinned that thou hast sent me into the darkness? And finally, without sin did I ascend, and there was no sin and defect in me. No doubt the beginnings of the new religion are lost irrevocably. But one historical figure of Mandeanism stands forth with startling distinctness, as tragic in his purpose and his downfall as Jesus himself. John the Baptist. He, almost emancipated from Judaism and filled with as mighty a hatred of the Jerusalem spirit as that of primitive Russia for Petersburg, preached the end of the world and the coming of the Barnasha, the Son of Man, who is no longer the longed-for national Messiah of the Jews, but the bringer of the world conflagration. Note,
in the New Testament, of which the final redaction lies entirely in the sphere of Western classical thought, the Mandean religion and the sects belonging thereto are no longer understood, and indeed everything Oriental seems to have dropped out. Acts 18:19, however, discloses a perceptible hostility between the then widespread John communities and the primitive Christians. The Mandeans later rejected Christianity as flatly as they had rejected Judaism. Jesus was for them a false Messiah. In their apocalypse of the Lord of Greatness, the apparition of Enosh was also announced.
To him came Jesus and was his disciple. He was 30 years old when the awakening came over him. Thenceforth, the apocalyptic and in particular the Mandean thought world filled his whole being. The other world of historical actuality lying around him was to him as something sham, alien, void of significance. That he would now come and make an end of this unreal reality was his magnificent certainty, and like his master John, he stepped forth as its herald. So he went, proclaiming his message without reservation through his country. But this country was Palestine. He was born in the classical empire and lived under the eyes of the Judaism of Jerusalem. And when his soul, fresh from the awful revelation of its mission, looked about, it was confronted by the actuality of the Roman state and that of Phariseeism. His repugnance for the stiff and selfish ideal of the latter, a feeling which was shared by the Mandeans and doubtless by the peasant Jewry of the wide East, is the hallmark of all his discourses from first to last. It angered him that this wilderness of cold-hearted formula was reputed to be the only way to salvation. Still, thus far it was only another kind of piety that his conviction was asserting against the rabbinical logic. Thus far it is only the law versus the prophets. But when Jesus was taken before Pilate, then the world of facts and the world of truths were face to face in immediate and implacable hostility. It is a scene appallingly distinct and overwhelming in its symbolism, such as the world's history had never before and has never since looked at. The discord that lies at the root of all human life from its beginning, in virtue of its very being, of its having both existence and awareness, took here the highest form that can possibly be conceived of human tragedy. In the famous question of the Roman procurator, "What is truth?" lies the entire meaning of history, the exclusive validity of the deed, the prestige of the state and war, and the all-powerfulness of success and the pride of ancestry and an exalted destiny. The silence of Jesus answers the question by that other which is decisive in all things of religion. What is actuality? For Pilate, actuality was all, for him nothing. Were it anything, indeed, pure religiousness could never stand up against history and the powers of history, or sit in judgment on active life. Or if it does, it ceases to be religion and has subjected itself to the spirit of history. My kingdom is not of this world. This is the final word which admits of no gloss and on which each must check the course wherein birth and nature have set him. There is no bridge between directional time and timeless eternity, between the course of history and the existence of a divine world order, in the structure of which the word providence or dispensation denotes the form of causality. This is the final meaning of the moment in which Jesus and Pilate confronted one another. In the one world, the historical, the Roman caused the Galilean to be crucified. That was his destiny. In the other world, Rome was cast for perdition, and the cross became the pledge of redemption. That was the will of God. Note,
the method of the present work is historical. It therefore recognizes the anti-historical as well as the historical as a fact. The religious method, on the contrary, necessarily looks upon itself as the true and the opposite as false. This difference is quite insuperable.
religion is metaphysic and nothing else. Credo quia absurdum. And this metaphysic is not the metaphysic of knowledge, argument, proof, which is mere philosophy of learnedness, but lived and experienced metaphysic, that is, the unthinkable as a certainty, the supernatural as a fact, life as existence in a world that is non-actual, but true. Jesus never lived one moment in any other world but this. He was no moralizer, and to see in moralizing the final aim of religion is to be ignorant of what religion is. Moralizing is 19th century enlightenment, humane Philistinism. To ascribe social purposes to Jesus is a blasphemy. His teaching was the proclamation, nothing but the proclamation of those last things with whose images he was constantly filled, the dawn of the new age, the advent of heavenly envoys, the last judgment, a new heaven and a new earth. Note,
hence, Mark 13, taken from an older document, is perhaps the purest example of his usual daily discourse. Paul 1 Thess 4:15-17 quotes another, which is missing in the Gospels. With these we have the priceless, but by commentators dominated by the gospel tone, misunderstood contributions of Papias, who about 100 was still in a position to collect much oral tradition. The little that we have of his work suffices amply to show us the apocalyptic character of Jesus' daily discourses. It is Mark 13 and not the Sermon on the Mount that reproduces the real note of them. But as his teaching became modified into a teaching of him, this material likewise was transformed, and the record of his utterances became the narrative of his manifestation. In this one respect, the picture given by the Gospels is inevitably false.
any other conception of religion was never in Jesus, nor in any truly deep-feeling period in history. Religion is, first and last, metaphysic, otherworldliness, Jenseitigkeit, awareness of a world of which the evidence of the senses merely lights the foreground. It is life in and with the supersensible. And where the capacity for this awareness, or even the capacity for believing in its existence, is wanting, real religion is at an end. Consider the lily's means. Give no heed to riches and poverty, for both fetter the soul to cares of this world. Man cannot serve both God and mammon. By mammon is meant the whole of actuality. It is shallow, and it is cowardly to argue away the grand significance of this demand. Between working for the increase of one's own riches and working for the social ease of everyone, he would have felt no difference whatever. When wealth affrighted him, when the primitive community in Jerusalem, which was a strict order and not a socialist club, rejected ownership, it was the most direct opposite of social sentiment that moved them. Their conviction was not that the visible state of things was all, but that it was nothing, that it rested not on appreciation of comfort in this world, but on unreserved contempt of it. The teaching of Jesus. Paul. Among Jesus' friends and disciples, stunned as they were by the appalling outcome of the journey to Jerusalem, there spread after a few days the news of his resurrection and reappearance. The impression of this news on such souls and in such a time can never be more than partially echoed in the sensibilities of a late mankind. It meant the actual fulfillment of the entire apocalyptic of that Magian springtime, the end of the present aeon marked by the ascension of the redeemed Redeemer, the second Adam, the Seoshiant, Enosh, or Nasha, or whatever other name man attached to him, into the light realm of the Father, and therewith the foretold future, the new world aeon, the kingdom of heaven, became immediately present. They felt themselves at the decisive point in the history of redemption. This certainly completely transformed the world outlook of the little community. His teachings, as they had flowed from his mild and noble nature, his inner feeling of the relation between God and man and of the high meaning of the times, and were exhaustively comprised in and defined by the word love, fell into the background, and their place was taken by the teaching of him. As the arisen, he became for his disciples a new figure in and of the apocalyptic, and what was more, its most important and final figure. But therewith their image of the future took form as an image of memory.
His oldest friends, who had established themselves as a community of the last days in Jerusalem and frequented the temple, saw in Jesus the Messiah of the old holy books, who was to come for the Jews only. They remained one of the many sects within Judaism, but all the rest of the Aramean world awaited the Redeemer of the world, the Savior, the Son of Man of the apocalyptic writings, whether Jewish, Persian, Chaldean, or Mandean. Among later disciples of Jesus, there were many who were purely Magian in feeling and wholly free from the Pharisaic spirit. These had acted as missionaries long before Paul. The important question, much more important than the contest between Judea and the world, was, should the gospel of Jesus be directed towards the east or the west, in close connection with the Persian or the syncretic church, both of which were then in process of formation?
This was the question decided by Paul, the first great personality in the new movement and the first who had the sense not only of truths but of facts. After an awakening of the sort that often happened in those days, he turned to the numerous small cult communities of the West and forged out of them a church of his own modeling. Paul was a rabbi in intellect and an apocalyptic in feeling. He recognized Judaism but as a preliminary development. And thus there came to be two Magian religions with the same scriptures, namely the Old Testament, but a double halakha, the one setting towards the Talmud, developed by the Tanaim at Jerusalem from 300 BC onwards, and the other founded by Paul and completed by the Fathers in the direction of the gospel. But further, Paul unified the prevalent profusion of apocalyptic ideas and the promises of a coming Redeemer into a salvation certainty. The certainty immediately revealed to him and to him alone near Damascus. Jesus is the Redeemer and Paul is his prophet. This is the whole content of his message. With Paul, urban man and his intelligence come on the scene. Paul was the first by whom the resurrection experience was seen as a problem. The ecstatic awe of the young countryman changed in his brain into an intellectual conflict. For the old comrades, it was simply not possible to understand him in the least, and mournfully and doubtfully they must have looked at him while he was addressing them. Their living image of Jesus, whom Paul had never seen, paled in this bright, hard light of concepts and propositions. Thenceforward, the holy memory faded into a scholastic system. But Paul had a perfectly exact feeling for the true home of his ideas. His missionary journeys were all directed westward, and the east he ignored. He never left the domain of the classical city. Why did he go to Rome, to Corinth, and not to Edessa or Ctesiphon? And why was it that he worked only in the cities and never from village to village? That things developed thus was due to Paul alone. In the face of his practical energy, the feelings of all the rest counted for nothing, and so the young church took the urban and western tendency decisively. So decisively that later it could describe the remaining heathen as pagani, country folk. Thus arose an immense danger that only youth and vernal force enabled the growing church to repel. The Falah world of the classical cities grasped at it with both hands, and the marks of that grasp are visible today. But how remote already from the essence of Jesus, whose entire life had been bound to country and the country folk. The pseudomorphosis in which he was born he had simply not noticed. His soul contained not the smallest trace of its influence. And now, a generation after him, probably within the lifetime of his mother, that which had grown up out of his death had already become a center of formative purpose for that pseudomorphosis. It was a second creation, then, that came out of Paul's immediate entourage, and it was this creation that essentially defined the form of the new church. The personality and the story of Jesus cried aloud to be put into poetic form. And yet it is due to one man alone, Mark, that Gospels came into existence at all. Note,
The researchers who argue with such overlearnedness about a proto-Mark, source Q, the 12 source, and so on, overlook the essential novelty of Mark, which is the first book of Christendom, planned, uniform, and entire. Work of this sort is never the natural product of an evolution, but the merit of an individual man, and it marks, here if anywhere, a historical turning point.
in any case, of course, serious documents would have come into existence some time or another, but their natural form as products of the spirit of those who had lived with Jesus, and of the spirit of the East generally, would have been a canonical collection of his sayings, amplified, conclusively defined, and provided with an exegesis by the councils and pivoting upon the Second Advent. But any tentatives in this direction were completely broken off by the Gospel of Mark, which was written down about AD 65, at the same time as the last Pauline epistles, and like them in Greek. The work was the outcome of the wishes of Pauline literate circles that had never heard any one of Jesus' companions discourse about him. It is an apocalyptic life picture from a distance. Lived experiences replaced by narrative, and narrative so plain and straightforward that the apocalyptic tendency passes quite unperceived. Note,
Mark is generally the gospel. After him, the partisan writings Matthew, Luke begin. The tone of narrative passes into that of legend and ends beyond the Hebrew and John Gospels in Jesus romances like the Gospels of Peter and James.
and yet apocalyptic is its condition precedent. It is not the words of Jesus, but the doctrine of Jesus in the Pauline form that constitutes the substance of Mark. The first Christian book emanates from the Pauline creation, but very soon the latter itself becomes unthinkable without the book and its successors. For presently there arose something which Paul, the born schoolman, had never intended, but which nevertheless had been made inevitable by the tendency of his work: the cult church of Christian nationality. Around the birth of Jesus, of which the disciples knew nothing, grew up a story of his childhood. In the Mark Gospel it has not yet come into existence. Already in the old Persian apocalyptic, indeed, the Seoshiant, as savior of the last day, was said to be born of a virgin. But the new Western myth was of quite another significance and had incalculable consequences. For within the pseudomorphosis region there arose presently beside Jesus a figure to which he was son, which transcended his figure, that of the Mother of God. She, like her son, was a simple human destiny of such arresting and attractive force that she towered above all the 101 virgins and mothers of syncretism, Isis, Tanit, Sybil, Demeter, and all the mysteries of birth and pain, and finally drew them into herself. For Irenaeus, she is the Eve of a new mankind. Origen champions her continued virginity. By giving birth to the Redeemer God, it is she, really, who has redeemed the world. Mary, the Theotokos, she who bare God, was the great stumbling block for the Christians outside the classical frontier, and it was the doctrinal developments of this that led monophysites and Nestorians to break away and reestablish the pure Jesus religion. But the Faustian culture, again, when it awoke and needed a symbol whereby to express its primary feeling for infinity and time and to manifest its sense of the succession of generations, set up the Mater Dolorosa, and not the suffering Redeemer as the pivot of the German Catholic Christianity of the Gothic age. And for whole centuries of bright, fruitful devotion, this woman figure was the very synthesis of Faustian world feeling and the object of all art, poetry, and piety. Paul and Mark were decisive in yet another matter of inestimably wide import. It was a result of Paul's mission that, contrary to all the initial probabilities, Greek became the language of the church, and, following the lead of the first gospel, of a sacred Greek literature, touch with the folk spirit of the Aramean motherland was lost. Thenceforward, both the cult churches possessed the same language, the same conceptual traditions, the same book literature from the same schools. The far less sophisticated Aramaic literature of the East, the truly Magian, written and thought in the language of Jesus and his companions, were excluded from the life of the Church and vanished from the field of view to be replaced by Plato and Aristotle, both of whom were taken up, worked upon in common, and misunderstood in common by the schoolmen of the two cult churches. John Marcion. A final step in this direction was attempted by a man who was the equal of Paul in organizing talent and greatly his superior in intellectual creativeness, but who was inferior to him in the feeling for possibilities and actualities, and consequently failed to achieve his grandly conceived schemes. Marcion. He saw in Paul's creation and its consequences only the basis on which to found the true religion of salvation. Paul the prophet had declared the Old Testament as fulfilled and concluded. Marcion, the founder, pronounced it defeated and cancelled. He strove to cut out everything Jewish down to the last detail. From end to end he was fighting nothing but Judaism. Like every true founder, as in every religiously creative period, he transformed the old gods into defeated powers. Jehovah, as the creator god, the demiurge, is the just and therefore the evil. Jesus, as the incarnation of the Savior God, and this evil creation is the alien. That is, the good principle. Note,
this is one of the profoundest ideas in all religious history, and one that must forever remain inaccessible to the pious average man. Marcion's identification of the just with the evil enables him in this sense to oppose the law of the Old Testament to the evangel of the New.
But to the new doctrine properly belonged new scriptures. The law and prophets, which had hitherto been canonical for the whole of Christendom, was the Bible of the Jewish God. Thus it was a devil's book that the Christian had in his hands, and Marcion therefore now set up against it the Bible of the Redeemer God. Likewise, an assemblage and ordering of writings that had hitherto been current in the community as simple edification books without canonical claims. In place of the Torah, he puts the one and true gospel, which he builds up uniformly out of various separate and, in his view, corrupted and falsified gospels. In place of the Israelite prophets, he sets up the epistles of the one prophet of Jesus, who was Paul. Thus, Marcion became the real creator of the New Testament. But for that reason, it is impossible to ignore the mysterious personage closely related to him, who not long before had written the Gospel according to John. The intention of this writer was neither to amplify nor to supersede the Gospels proper. What he did, and unlike Mark consciously did, was to create something quite new, the first sacred book of Christianity, the Quran of the new religion. Note,
for the notions of Quran and Logos, see below. Again, as in the case of Mark, the really important question is not what the material before him was, but how this entirely novel idea for such a book, which anticipated and indeed made possible Marcion's plan for a Christian Bible, could arise. The book presupposes a great spiritual movement in Eastern Asia Minor that knew scarcely anything of Jewish Christianity and was yet remote from the Pauline, westerly thought world. But of the region and type of this movement we know nothing whatever.
the idea of the immediately impending end of the world with which Jesus was filled through and through, and which even Paul and Mark in a measure shared, lies far behind John and Marcion. Apocalyptic is at an end and mysticism is beginning. Their content is not the teaching of Jesus, nor even the Pauline teaching about Jesus, but the enigma of the universe, the world cavern. There is here no question of a gospel, not the figure of the Redeemer, but the principle of the Logos is the meaning and the means of happening. The childhood story is rejected again. A God is not born, he is there, and wanders in human form over the earth. And this God is a Trinity, God, the Spirit of God, the Word of God. This sacred book of earliest Christianity contains for the first time the Magian problem of substance, which dominated the following centuries of the exclusion of everything else and finally led to the religion's splitting up into 3 churches. And What is significant in more respects than one, the solution of that problem to which John stands closest is that which the Nestorian East stood for as the true one. It is in virtue of the Logos idea, Greek though the word happens to be, the easternmost of the Gospels, and presents Jesus emphatically not as the bringer of the final and total revelation, but as the second envoy, who is to be followed by a third, the Comforter, Paraclete of John the 14th, 1626, 1526. This is the astounding doctrine that Jesus himself proclaims, and the decisive note of this enigmatic book. Here is unveiled quite suddenly the faith of the Magian East. If the Logos does not go, the Paraclete cannot come. John 16:7. But between them lies the East Aeon, the rule of Ahriman. 1430. Note,
Vohu Mano, the spirit of truth in the shape of the Seoshiant.
the Church of the Pseudomorphosis, ruled by Pauline intellect, fought long against the John Gospel and gave it recognition only when the offensive, darkly hinted doctrine had been covered over by a Pauline interpretation. About 245, Mani, who was intimately in touch with the currents of Eastern Christianity, cast out the Pauline, human Jesus as a demon and confessed the Johannine Logos as the true Jesus, but announced himself as the Paraclete of the Fourth Gospel. In Carthage, Augustine became a Manichaean, and it is a highly suggestive fact that both movements finally fused with Marcionism. To return to Marcion himself, it was he who carried through the idea of John and created a Christian Bible. He was, like Paul before him and Athanasius after him, the deliverer of Christianity at a moment when it threatened to break up, and the grandeur of his idea is in no wise diminished by the fact that union came about in opposition to, instead of through him. The early Catholic Church, that is, the Church of the Pseudomorphosis, arose in its greatness only about 190, and then it was in self-defense against the Church of Marcion, and with the aid of an organization taken from that church. Further, it replaced Marcion's Bible by another of similar structure, Gospels and Apostolic Epistles, which it then proceeded to combine with the Law and the Prophets in one unit. And finally, the act of linking the two testaments having in itself settled the Church's attitude towards Judaism, it proceeded to combat Marcion's third creation, his Redeemer doctrine, by making a start with a theology of its own, on the basis of his enunciation of the problem. The heathen and Christian cult churches. This development, however, took place on classical soil. On the western margin of the young culture, the pagan cult church, the Jesus church removed thither by Paul, and the Greek-speaking Judaism of the Philo stamp were in point of language and literature so interlocked that the last named fell into Christianity even in the first century. And Christianity and Hellenism combined to form common early philosophy. In the Aramaic-speaking world, from the Orontes to the Tigris, on the other hand, Judaism and Persism interacted constantly and intimately, each creating in this period its own strict theology and scholastic in the Talmud and the Avesta. And from the 4th century, both these theologies exercised the most potent influence upon the Aramaic-speaking Christendom that resisted the pseudomorphosis, so that finally it broke away in the form of the Nestorian Church. On the other side, the pseudomorphosis is single and whole both in its Magian believing acceptance, pistis, and its metaphysical introversion, gnosis. The Magian belief in its westerly shape was formulated for the Christians by Irenaeus and above all by Tertullian, whose famous aphorism, credo quia absurdum, is the very summation of this certainty in belief. The pagan counterpart is Plotinus in his Enneads, and even more so Porphyry in his treatise on the return of the soul to God. But for the great schoolmen of the pagan church too, there were Father, Nous, Son, and the intermediate being, just as already for Philo the Logos had been firstborn Son and second God. Plotinus and Origen, both pupils of the same master, show that the scholasticism of the pseudomorphosists consisted in the development of Magian concepts and thoughts by systematic transvaluation of the texts of Plato and Aristotle. The characteristic central idea of the whole thought of the pseudomorphosists is the logos, in use and development its faithful image. There is no possibility here of any Greek in the sense of classical influence. There was not a man alive in those days whose spiritual disposition could have accommodated the smallest trace of the logos of Heraclitus and the Stoa. But equally, the theologies that lived side by side in Alexandria were never able to develop in full purity the logos notion as they meant it, whereas both in Persian and Chaldean imaginings as spirit or word of God, and in Jewish doctrine as ruach and mimra, it played a decisive part. What the Logos teaching in the West did was to develop a classical formula, by way of Philo and the John Gospel, the enduring effect of which on the West was its mark upon the schoolmen, not only into an element of Christian mysticism, but eventually into a dogma. This was inevitable. This dogma, which both the Western churches held, corresponded, on the side of knowledge, to that which, on the side of faith, was represented both by the syncretic cults and the cults of Mary and the saints. And against the whole thing, dogma and cult, the feeling of the East revolted from the 4th century on. For the eye of history of these thoughts and feelings is repeated in the history of Magian architecture. 15. Problems of the Arabian culture, the Magian soul. The dualism of the world cavern. The world, as spread out for the Magian waking consciousness, possesses a kind of extension that may be called cavern-like. Though it is difficult for Western man to pick upon any word in his vocabulary that can convey anything more than a hint of the meaning of Magian space. Note,
the expression is Leo Frobenius's Peduma, 1920.
In the classical culture, the opposition that universally dominates the waking consciousness is the opposition of matter and form. In the West, it is that of force and mass. In the former, the tension loses itself in the small and particular, and in the latter it discharges in its characteristic activities. In the world cavern, persistent and unresolved struggles become the Semitic primary dualism which, ever the same under its thousand forms, fills the Magian world. The light shines through the cavern and battles against the darkness. John 1:5. Both are Magian substances. Above and below, heaven and earth become powers that have entity and contend with one another. But these polarities in the most primary sensation mingle with those of the refined and critical understanding like good and evil, God and Satan. Death, for the author of the John Gospel as for the strict Muslim, is not the end of life, but a something, a death force that contends with a life force for the possession of man. But still more important than all this is the opposition of spirit and soul. Hebrew, ruach and the nefesh, Persian, abu and urvan, Mandean, monumental and gaian, Greek, pneuma and psyche, which first comes out in the basic feeling of the prophetic religions, then pervades the whole of apocalyptic and finally forms and guides the world contemplations of the awakened culture. Philo, Paul, and Plotinus, Gnostics and Mandeans, Augustine and the Avesta, Islam and the Kabbalah. Ruach means originally wind and nephesh, breath. The nephesh is always in one way or another related to the bodily and earthly, to the below, the evil, the darkness. Its effort is upward. The ruach belongs to the divine, to the above, to the light. Its effects in man, when it descends, are the heroism of Samson, the holy wrath of an Elijah, the enlightenment of the judge, the Solomon passing judgment, and all kinds of divination and ecstasy. It is poured out. From Isaiah 11:2, the Messiah becomes the incarnation of the Ruach. For Paul, 1 Cor 15, The meaning of the resurrection lies in the opposition of a psychic and a pneumatic body, which alike for him and Philo and the author of the Baruch Apocalypse coincides with the opposition of heaven and earth, light and darkness. For Paul, the Savior is the heavenly pneuma. In the John Gospel, he fuses as logos with the light. In Neoplatonism, he appears as nous, or in the classical terminology, the all-one opposed to physis. Paul and Philo, with their classical, that is, Western, conceptual criteria, equated soul and body with good and bad respectively. Augustine, as a Manichaean with Persian Eastern bases of distinction, lumps soul and body together as the naturally bad in contrast to God as the sole good, and finds in this opposition the source of his doctrine of grace, which developed also in the same form, though quite independently of him, in Islam. But souls are at bottom discrete entities, whereas the pneuma is one and ever the same. The man possesses a soul, but he only participates in the spirit of the light and the good. The divine descends into him, thus binding all the individuals of the below together with the one in the above. Whereas the Faustian man is an I, that in the last resort draws its own conclusions about the infinite. The Magian man, with his spiritual kind of being, is only a part of the pneumatic we, that, descending from above, is one and the same in all believers. All our epistemological methods, resting upon the individual judgment, are for him madness and infatuation, and its scientific results a work of the evil one, who has confused and deceived the spirit as to its true dispositions and purposes. The idea of individual wills is simply meaningless, for will and thought in man are not prime, but already effects of the deity upon him. Out of this unshakable root feeling, which is merely re-expressed, never essentially altered, by any conversions, illumination, or subtilizing in the world, there emerges of necessity the idea of the divine mediator, of one who transforms this state from a torment into a bliss. All Magian religions are by this idea bound together and separated from those of all other cultures. The Logos idea, in its broadest sense, an abstraction of the Magian light sensation of the cavern, is the exact correlative of this sensation in Magian thought. It meant that from the unattainable Godhead, its spirit, its word, is released as carrier of the light and bringer of the good, and enters into relation with human being to uplift, pervade, and redeem it. This distinctness of three substances, which does not contradict their oneness in religious thought, was known already to the prophetic religions. The thought which the Chaldeans built up on the separation of God and his word and the opposition of Marduk and Nabu, which breaks forth with power in the whole Aramean apocalyptic, remained permanently active and creative. By Philo and John, Marcion and Mani, it entered into the Talmudic teachings and thence into the Kabbalistic books Yesera and Sohar, into the church councils and the works of the fathers, into the later Avesta, and finally into Islam, in which a Mohammed gradually became the Logos and, as the mystically present living Mohammed of the popular religion, fused into the figure of Christ. Note,
by the Shiites, Logos idea was transferred to Ali.
This conception is for Magian man so self-evident that it was able to break through even the strictly monotheistic structure of the original Islam and to appear with Allah as the Word of God, Kalima, the Holy Spirit, Ruh, and the light of Muhammad. World time, grace. The prime thing that the humanity of Magian culture, from poor slaves and porters to the prophets and the caliphs themselves, feels as the kismet above him is not a limitless flight of the ages that never lets a lost moment recur, but a beginning and an end of this day, which is irrevocably ordained and in which the human existence takes the place assigned to it from creation itself. Not only world space, but world time also is cavern-like. Hence comes the thoroughly Magian certainty that everything has a time, from the origins of the Savior, whose hour stood written in ancient texts, to the smallest detail of the everyday, in which Faustian hurry would be meaningless and unimaginable. Here, too, is the basis of the early Magian, and in particular the Chaldean astrology, which likewise presupposes that all things are written down in the stars, and that the scientifically calculable course of the planets authorize conclusions as to the course of earthly things. The classical oracle answered the only question that could perturb Apollonian man: the form, the how, of coming things. But the question of the cavern is when? The whole of Apocalyptic, the spiritual life of Jesus, the agony of Gethsemane, and the grand movement that arose out of his death are unintelligible if we have not grasped this primary question of Magian being and the presuppositions lying behind it. The cavern feeling postulates a surveyable history consisting in a beginning and an end to the world that is also the beginning and the end of man. Acts of God of mighty magic, and between these terms spellbound to the limits of the cavern and the ordained period, the battle of light and darkness, of the angels and Yazatas, with Ahriman, Satan, and the Iblis, in which man, his soul, and his spirit are involved. God can destroy and replace the existing cavern by a new creation. The Persian Chaldean Apocalyptic offers to the gaze a whole series of such aeons, and Jesus, along with his time, stood in expectation of the end of the existing one. Note
that the Eastern world at that time was in a general state of apocalyptic expectation was confirmed by the rolls found in 1947 at Qumran on the Dead Sea. It is admitted today by theologians that the gospel of Jesus was eschatological. The question at issue is whether Jesus regarded the eschatological event as having already taken place with the appearance of him himself, or as an event to occur in the near future. H.W.
Further, for the Magian human existence, the issue of the feeling of this sort of time and the view of this sort of space is a quite individual type of piety, which likewise we may put under the sign of the cavern. A will-less resignation to which the spiritual I is unknown, and which feels the spiritual we that has entered into the quickened body as a simple reflection of the divine light. The Arab word for this is Islam, equals submission, but this Islam was equally Jesus' normal mode of feeling and that of every other personality of religious genius that appeared in this culture. The Faustian prime sacrament of contrition presupposes the strong and free will that can overcome itself. But it is precisely the impossibility of an ego as a free power in the face of the divine that constitutes Islam. Every attempt to meet the operations of God with a personal purpose or even a personal opinion is masiga. That is, not an evil willing, but an evidence that the powers of darkness and evil have taken possession of a man and expelled the divine from him. The Magian waking consciousness is merely the theater of a battle between these two powers and not, so to say, a power in itself. Moreover, in this kind of world happening, there is no place for individual causes and effects, let alone any universally effective dynamic concatenation thereof, and consequently there is no necessary connection between sin and punishment, no claim to reward, no old Israelitish righteousness. From this basic feeling proceeds the Magian idea of grace. This underlies all sacraments of this culture, especially the Magian proto-sacrament of baptism, and forms a contrast of the deepest intensity with the Faustian idea of contrition. Contrition presupposes the will of an ego, but grace knows of no such thing. It was Augustine's high achievement to develop this essentially Islamic thought with an inexorable logic and with a penetration so thorough that since Pelagius, the Faustian soul has tried by any and every route to circumvent this certainty, which for it constitutes an imminent danger of self-destruction. And in using Augustinian propositions to express its own proper consciousness of God, has ever misunderstood and transvalued them. Actually, Augustine was the last great thinker of early Arabian scholasticism, anything but a Western intellect. For him, grace is the substantial inflowing of something divine into the human pneuma, itself also substantial. The Godhead radiates it, man receives it but does not acquire it. From Augustine, as from Spinoza so many centuries later, the notion of force is absent, and for both the problem of freedom refers not to the ego and its will, but to the part of the universal pneuma that is infused into a man and its relation to the rest of him. The conception that the idea of grace excludes every individual will and every cause but the one, that it is sinful even to the question why man suffers, finds an expression in one of the most powerful poems known to world history, a poem that came into being in the midst of the Arabian pre-culture and is in inward grandeur unparalleled by any product of that culture itself. The Book of Job. Note:
The period at which it was written corresponds to our Carolingian. Whether the latter really brought forth any poetry of like rank we do not know, but that it may possibly have done so is shown by creations like the Voluspa, Muspili, the Heliand, and the universe conceived by John Scotus Erigena.
It is not Job, but his friends who look for a sin as the cause of his troubles. They, like the bulk of mankind in this and every culture, present-day readers and critics of the work therefore included, lack the metaphysical depth to get near the ultimate meaning of suffering within the world cavern. The consensus. The Magian contemplation is called by Spinoza intellectual love of God, and his Sufist contemporaries in Asia, extinction in God, Mao. It may be intensified to the Magian ecstasy that was vouchsafed to Plotinus several times, and to his pupil Porphyry once in old age. The other side, the rabbinical dialectic, appears in Spinoza as geometrical method and in the Arabian Jewish late philosophy in general as kalam. Both, however, rest upon the fact that in Magian there is no individual ego but a single pneuma present simultaneously in each and all of the elect, which is likewise truth. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that the resultant root idea of the ijma is much more than a concept or notion, that it can be a lived experience of even overwhelming force, and that all community of the Magian kind rests upon it. The mystic community of Islam extends from the here into the beyond. It reaches beyond the grave, in that it comprises the dead Muslims of earlier generations, nay, even the righteous of the times before Islam. The Muslim feels himself bound up in one unity with them all. They help him, and he too can in turn increase the beatitude by the application of his own merit. Augustine's famous Civitas Dei was neither a classical polis nor a Western church, but a unity of believers, blessed, and angels, exactly as were the communes of Mithras, of Islam, of Manichaeism, and of Persia. As the community was based upon consensus, it was in spiritual things infallible. My people, said Mohammed, can never agree in an error, and the same is premised in Augustine's State of God. With him there was not and could not be any question of an infallible papal ego or of any other sort of authority to settle dogmatic truths. That would completely destroy the Magian concept of the consensus. And the same applied in this culture generally, not only to dogma but also to law and to the state. Within the Islamic community, the state only formed a smaller unit of the visible side, a unit, therefore, of which the operations were governed by the major whole. In the Magian world, consequently, the separation of politics and religion is theoretically impossible and nonsensical. Whereas in the Faustian culture, the battle of church and state is inherent in the very conceptions, logical, necessary, unending. In the Magian, civil and ecclesiastical law are simply identical. Side by side with the emperor of Constantinople stood the patriarch. By the Shah was the Zarathustra Tima. By the Exceleric, the Gaon. By the Caliph, the Sheikh Islam. At once superiors and subjects, there is not in this the slightest affinity to the Gothic relation of emperor and pope. Equally, all such ideas were alien to the classical world. In the constitution of Diocletian, this Magian embedding of the state in the community of the faithful was for the first time actualized, and by Constantine it was carried into full effect. The Word as substance. But besides the consensus, there is another sort of revelation of truth, namely the Word of God in a perfectly definite and purely Magian sense of the phrase, which is equally remote from classical and from Western thought, and has in consequence been the source of innumerable misunderstandings. The sacred book, in which it has become visibly evident, in which it has been captured by the spell of a sacred script, is part of the stock of every Magian religion. Note,
it is almost unnecessary to say that in all religions of the Germanic West, the Bible stands in quite other relationship to the faith, namely, in that of a source in the strictly historical sense, irrespective of whether it is taken as inspired and immune from textual criticism or not. The relation of Chinese thought to the canonical books is similar.
In this conception, three Magian notions are interwoven, each of which, even by itself, presents extreme difficulties for us, while their simultaneous separateness and oneness is simply inaccessible to our religious thought, often though that thought has managed to persuade itself to the contrary. These ideas are God, the Spirit of God, the Word of God, that which is written in the prologue of the John Gospel. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, had long before come to perfectly natural expression as something self-evident in the Persian ideas of spenta menu and vohu mano, and in corresponding Jewish and Chaldean conceptions. Notes,
the Holy Spirit different from Ahura Mazda, and yet one with him, opposed to the evil, Angra Manu, and identified by Mani with the Johannine Logos. Compare also Yasht 1331, Ahura Mazda's shining soul is the Word.
And it was the kernel for which the conflicts of the 4th and 5th centuries concerning the substance of Christ were fought. But for Magian thought, truth is itself a substance, and lie or error second substance. Again, the same dualism that opposes light and darkness, life and death, good and evil. As substance, truth is identical now with God, now with the Spirit of God, now with the Word. Only in the light of this can we comprehend sayings like, I am the truth and the life, and my word is the truth. Sayings to be understood as they were meant, with reference to substance. Only so, too, can we realize with what eyes the religious man of this culture looked upon his sacred book. In it, the invisible truth has entered into a visible kind of existence. Or, in the words of John 1:14, the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. Quran means reading. Mohammed, in a vision, saw in the heaven treasured rolls of scripture that he, although he had never learned how to read, was able to decipher, in the name of the Lord. The first, and a very deliberate example of a Quran, is the book of Ezekiel, which the author received in a thought-out vision from God and swallowed. 3:1-3. Here, expressed in the crudest imaginable form, is the basis on which the later idea and shape of all apocalyptic writing was founded. But by degrees, this substantial form of reception came to be one of the requisites for any book to be canonical. It was in post-exilic times that the idea arose of the tables of the law received by Moses on Sinai. From the Council of Yabna, about 90 BC, the whole word was regarded as inspired and delivered in the most literal sense. Canon is the technical expression for the totality of writings that are accepted by a religion as delivered. It was as canons in this sense that the Hermetic collection and the corpus of Chaldean oracles came into being from 200. The latter, a sacred book of the Neoplatonists, which alone was admitted by Proclus, the father of this church, to stand with Plato's Timaeus. Originally, the young Jesus religion, like Jesus himself, recognized the Jewish canon. The first Gospels set up no sort of claim to be the Word made visible. The John Gospel is the first Christian writing of which the evident purpose is that of a Quran. But such a Quran is by its very nature unconditionally right and therefore unalterable and incapable of improvement. There arose in consequence the habit of secret interpretations meant to bring the text into harmony with the convictions of the time. A masterpiece of this kind is Justinian's Digests, but the same applies not only to every book of the Bible, but also, we need not doubt, to the Gathas of the Avesta, and even to the then-current manuscripts of Plato, Aristotle, and other authorities of the pagan theology. More important still is the assumption, traceable in every Magian religion, of a secret revelation or a secret meaning of the Scriptures, preserved not by being written down, but in the memory of adepts and propagated orally. According to Jewish notions, Moses received at Sinai not only the written, but also a secret oral Torah, which it was forbidden to commit to writing. It has often been observed that Mark speaks of the visitation and of the resurrection only in hints, and that John only touches upon the doctrine of the Paraclete and omits the institution of the Lord's Supper entirely. The initiates understood what was meant, and the unbeliever ought not to know it. We ourselves, as it is upon the most important things that we are most emphatic and forthright, run the risk of misinterpreting Magian doctrines through taking the part that was expressed for the whole that existed, and the profane literal meaning of words for their real significance. Gothic Christianity had no secrets, and hence it doubly mistrusted the Talmud, which it rightly regarded as being only the foreground of Jewish doctrine. Pure Magian, too, is the Kabbalah, which out of numbers, letter forms, points, and strokes unfolds secret significances, and therefore cannot be but as old as the word itself that was sent down as substance. The secret dogma of the creation of the world, out of the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and that of the throne chariot of Ezekiel's vision, are already traceable in Maccabean times. Closely related to this is the allegorical exegesis of the sacred texts. The only strictly scientific method that an unalterable Quran leaves open for progressive opinion is that of commentary. As by hypothesis, the word of an authority cannot be improved upon. The only resource is reinterpretation. No one in Alexandria would ever have asserted that Plato was in error. Instead, he was glossed upon. Following the procedure of the Gnostics, the Fathers compiled written commentaries upon the Bible, and similarly, the Pahlavi, commentary of the Zend, appeared by the side of the Avesta, and the Midrash by the side of the Jewish canon. The Mishnah is one vast commentary upon the Torah, and when the oldest exegetes had become themselves authorities and their writings Qurans, commentaries were written upon commentaries, as by Simplicius, the last Platonist in the West, and by the jurists who compiled the imperial constitutions into the digests at Byzantium. This method, which fictitiously refers back every saying to an immediate inspired delivery, was brought to its keenest edge in the Talmudic and the Islamic theologies. A new halakha or a hadith is only valid when it can be referred through an unbroken chain of guarantors back to Moses or Muhammad. Note:
in the West, Plato, Aristotle, and above all Pythagoras were regarded as prophets in this sense. What could be referred back to them was valid. For this reason, the succession of the heads of the schools became more and more important, and often more work was done in establishing or inventing them than was done upon the history of the doctrine itself.
Into the early Christian literature, this halakha form entered so self-evidently that no one remarked it for what it was. Apart altogether from the constant references to the law and the prophets, it appears in the superscription of the four Gospels, according to Mark, each of which had thus to present its warrant if authority was to be claimed for the words of the Lord that it presented. Note:
we today confuse authorship and authority. Arabian thought knew not the idea of intellectual property. Such would have been absurd and sinful. For it is the one divine pneuma that selects the individual as vessel and mouthpiece. Only to that extent is he the author, and it does not matter even whether he or another actually writes down the material. The Gospel according to Mark means that Mark vouches for the truth of this evangel.
And lastly, this is the metaphysical presupposition for the style and the deeper meaning of citation. which was employed alike by fathers, rabbis, Greek philosophers, and Roman jurists, a fundamental notion which differentiated the literary stock according to difference of substance. The group of the Magian religions. With such researches to build upon, it will become possible in the future to write a history of the Magian group of religions. It forms an inseparable unit of spirit and evolution, and let no one imagine that any individual one of them can be really comprehended without reference to the rest. Their birth, unfolding, and inward confirmation occupy the period 0 to 500. It corresponds exactly to the rise of the Western religion from the Cluniac movement to the Reformation. In the wide realm of old Babylonian felidom, young peoples lived. There everything was making ready. The first premonitions of the future awoke about 700 BC in the prophetic religions of the Persians, Jews, and Chaldeans. An image of creation of the same kind that was later to be the preface of the Torah showed itself in clear outlines. And with that, an orientation, a direction, a goal of desire was set. Something was descried in the far future, indefinitely and darkly still, but with a profound certainty that it would come. From that time on, men lived with the vision of this, with the feeling of a mission. The second wave swelled up steeply in the apocalyptic currents after 300. Here it was the Magian waking consciousness that arose and built itself a metaphysic of last things, based already upon the prime symbol of the coming culture, the cavern. Ideas of an awful end of the world, of the last judgment, of resurrection, paradise, and hell, and with them the grand thought of a process of salvation in which earth's destiny and man's were one, burst forth everywhere. We cannot say what land or people it was that created them, mantled in wondrous scenes and figures and names. The Messiah figure presents itself, complete at one stroke. Satan's temptation of the Savior is told as a tale. Note,
Vendidad 19:1. Here it is Zarathustra who is tempted.
But simultaneously there welled up a deep and ever-increasing fear before the certainty of an implacable and imminent limit of all happening, before the moment in which there would be only past. Magian time, the hour, directedness under the cavern, imparted a new pulse to life and a new import to the word destiny. The third upheaval came in the time of Caesar and brought to birth the great religions of salvation. And with this the culture rose to bright day, and what followed continuously throughout 1 or 2 centuries was an intensity of religious experience, both unsurpassable and at long last unbearable. Such a tension bordering upon the breaking point, the Gothic, the Vedic, and every other culture's soul has known once and once only in its young morning, now arose in the Persian, the Mandean, the Jewish, the Christian circles of belief, and in that of the Western pseudomorphosis as well, just as in the Indian, the classical, and the Western ages of chivalry, the grand myth. In this Arabian culture, religious and national heroism are no more distinctly separable than nation, church and state, or sacred and secular law. The powers of light and darkness, fabulous beings, angels and devils, Satan and the good spirits wrestled together. All nature is a battleground from the beginning of the world to its annihilation. In the East, the life of the Persian prophet inspired an epic poetry of grand outlines. At his birth, the Zarathustra laughter pealed to the heavens, and all nature echoed it. In the West, the suffering of Jesus, ever broadening and developing, became the veritable epic of the Christian nation, and by its side there grew up a chain of legends of his childhood, which in the end fructified a whole genre of poetry. With the end of the 2nd century, the sounds of this exaltation die away. The flowering of epic poetry is past, and the mystical penetration and dogmatic analysis of the religious material begin. The doctrines of the new churches are brought into theological systems. Heroism yields to scholasticism, poetry to thought, the seer and seeker to the priest. The early scholasticism, which ends about 200 as the Western about 1200, comprises the whole gnosis. in the very broadest sense, the Great Contemplation, the author of the John Gospel, Valentinus, Bardesanes, and Marcion, the apologists and the early fathers up to Irenaeus and Tertullian, the last Tanaim up to Rabbi Yehuda, the completer of the Mishnah, the Neo-Pythagoreans and Hermetics of Alexandria. All this corresponds with, in the West, the school of Chartres, Anselm, Joachim of Flores, Bernard of Clairvaux, Hugo de Saint Victor. Full scholasticism begins with Neoplatonism, with Clement and Origen, the first Amoraim, and the creators of the newer Avesta under Ardashir, 226 to 241, and Sapor I, the Mazdaist high priest, Tanvasar above all. Simultaneously, a higher religiousness begins to separate from the peasants' piety of the countryside, which still lingered in the apocalyptic disposition and thenceforth maintained itself almost unaltered under various names, right into the felidom of the Turkish age, while in the urban and more intellectual upper world the Persian, Jewish, and Christian community was absorbed by that of Islam. Slowly and steadily now the great churches moved to fulfillment. To the 3rd century belong the great mental structures of theology. A modus vivendi, with historical actuality, had been reached. The end of the world had reached into the distance, and a new dogmatic grew up to explain the new world picture. A new religious founder appeared in 242 in the reign of Sapor I. This was Mani, who rejected redeemerless Judaism and Hellenism, knit together the whole mass of Magian religions in one of the most powerful theological creations of all times, for which in 276 the Mazdaist priesthood crucified him. Equipped by his father, who quite late in life abandoned his family to enter a Mandean order, with all the knowledge of the period, he unified the basic ideas of the Chaldeans and Persians with those of the Johannine, Eastern Christianity. He conceived of the mystical figures of the Johannine Logos, for him identical with the Persian Vohumano, the Zarathustra of the Avesta legends, and the Buddha of the late texts as divine emanations, and himself he proclaimed to be the Paraclete of the John Gospel, and the Saoshyant of the Persians. As we now know, thanks to the Turfan discoveries, which included parts of Mani's works, till then completely lost, the church language of the Mazdaists, Manichaeans, and Nestorians was, independently of the current languages, Pahlavi. In the West, the two cult churches developed, in Greek, a theology that was not only cognate with this, but to a great extent identical with it. In the time of Mani began the theological fusion of the Aramean Chaldean sun religion and the Aramean Persian Mithras cult into one system, whose first great father was Iamblichus, c. 300, the contemporary of Athanasius, but also of Diocletian, the emperor who in 295 made Mithras the god of a henotheistic state religion. Spiritually, at any rate, its priests were in no wise distinguishable from those of Christianity. Proclus, he too a true father, received in dreams elucidations of a different text passage. To him the Timaeus and the Chaldean oracles were canonical, and he would gladly have seen all other writings of the philosophers destroyed. His hymns, tokens of the lacerations of a true eremite, implore Helios and other helpers to protect him against evil spirits. Hierocles wrote a moral breviary for the believers of the Neo-Pythagorean community, which it needs a keen eye to distinguish from Christian work. We possess pagan gospels and hagiologies as well as Christian. Apollinus wrote the life of Pythagoras, Marinus that of Proclus, Damascius that of Isidore, and there is not the slightest difference between these works, which begin and end with prayers, and the Christian acts of the martyrs. Porphyry describes faith, love, hope, and truth as the four divine elements. Between these churches of the East and the West we see, looking south from Edessa, the Talmudic church, the synagogue, with Aramaic as its written language. Against these great and firm foundations, Jewish Christians, such as Ebionites and Elkezites, Mandeans, and likewise Chaldeans, unless we regard Manichaeism as a reconstruction of that religion, were unable to hold their own. Breaking down into numberless sects, they either faded out in the shadow of the great churches or were structurally absorbed, as the last Marcionites and the Montanists were absorbed into Manichaeism. By about 300, outside the pagan, Christian, Persian, Jewish, and Manichaean churches, no important Magian religions remained in being. The religions of Magian Christianity, the end of theology. Christianity, which even in the 2nd century was hardly more than an extended order, and whose public influence was out of all proportion to the number of its adherents, grew suddenly vast about the year 250. This is the epochal moment in which the last city cults of the classical effaced themselves before not Christianity, but the newborn pagan church. The records of the Fratra Arvales in Rome break off in 241, and the last cult inscriptions at Olympia are of 265. The Christian religion, on the other hand, was alone in spreading, c. 300, over the great Arabian field. And for that very reason, it was inevitable that inner contradiction should now be set up in it. Due not now to the spiritual dispositions of particular men, but to the spirit of the particular landscapes. These contradictions led to the breakup of Christianity into several religions, and forever. The controversy concerning the nature of Christ was the issue on which this conflict came up for decision. The matter in dispute was just these problems of substance which, in the same form and with the same tendency, filled the thoughts of all other Magian theologies. But the three Christian solutions predetermined by the three landscapes of East, West, and South were all present from the first, implicit already in the main tendencies of Gnosticism, which we may indicate by the names of Bardesanes, Basilides, and Valentinus. Their meeting point was Edessa, where the streets rang with the battle cries of the Nestorians against the victors of Ephesus, and anon with the East Theos, shouts of the Monophysites, demanding that Bishop Ibas should be thrown to the wild beasts of the circus. The great question was formulated by Athanasius, whose intellectual origins lay in the pseudomorphosis and who had many affinities with his pagan contemporary Iamblichus. Against Arius, who saw in Christ a demigod merely like in substance to the Father, he maintained that Father and Son were of the same substance. Theotis, which in Christ had assumed a human soma. The Word became flesh. This formula of the West depends upon visible facts of the cult churches, and the understanding of the Word upon constant contemplation of the picturable. With the recognition of the homoousia of Father and Son, the real problem was for the first time posed, namely, the attitude of the Magian dualism to the historical phenomenon of the Son himself. In the world cavern there was divine and human substance, in man a part in divine pneuma, and the individual soul somehow related to the flesh. But what of Christ? It was a decisive factor, one of the results of Actium, that the contest was fought out in the Greek tongue and in the territory of the pseudomorphosis, that is, under the full influence of the Caliph of the Western Church. Constantine had even been the convener and president of the Council of Nicaea, where the doctrine of Athanasius carried the day. The breach between East and West, a consequence of the Council of Ephesus 431, separated two Christian nations, that of the Persian Church and that of the Greek Church. But this was no more than the manifestation of a difference inherent from the first between modes of thought proper to the two different landscapes. Nestorius and the whole East saw in Christ the second Adam, the divine envoy of the last aeon. Mary had borne a man-child in whose human and created substance, physis, the godly, uncreated element, dwelt. The West, on the contrary, saw in Mary the mother of a god, the divine and the human substance formed in his body. Persona, in the classical idiom, a unity named by Cyril, enosis. Note:
the Nestorians protested against Mary Theotokos, she who bore God, opposing to her the concept of Christ, the Theophoros, he who carried God in him, The deep difference between an image-loving and an image-hating religiousness is here clearly manifested.
When the Council of Ephesus had recognized the Mother of God, her who gave birth to God, the city of Diana's old renown burst into a truly classical orgy of celebration. But long ere this, the Syrian Apollinaris had heralded the southern idea of the matter, that in the living Christ there was not merely a substance but a single substance. The divine had transmuted itself into, not mingled itself with, a human substance. No krasis, as Gregory Nazianzen maintained in opposition. Significantly enough, the best way of expressing the Monophysites' idea is through concepts of Spinoza, the one substance in another mode. The Monophysites called the Christ of the Council of Chalcedon, 451, where the West once more prevailed, the idol with the two faces. They not only fell away from the church, they broke out in fierce risings in Palestine and Egypt. And when in Justinian's time the troops of Persia, that is of Mazdaism, penetrated to the Nile, they were hailed by the Monophysites as liberators. The fundamental meaning of this desperate conflict which raged for a century, not over scholarly concepts but over the soul of a landscape that sought to be set free in its people, was the reversal of the work of Paul. If we can transport ourselves into the inmost soul of the two newborn nations, making no reservations and ignoring all minor parts of dogmatics, then we see how the direction of Christianity towards the Greek West and its intellectual affinity with the pagan church culminated in the position that the ruler of the West was the head of Christianity in general. When the spirit of the pseudomorphoses had, in the three determining councils of Nicaea, Ephesus and Chalcedon, put its seal upon dogma once and for all, the real Arabian world rose up with the force of nature and set up a barrier against it. With the end of the Arabian springtime, Christianity fell apart for good into three religions, which can be symbolized by the names of Paul, Peter, and John. These three religions are at the same time three nations living in the old race areas of Greeks, Jews, and Persians, and the tongues that they used were the church languages borrowed from them, namely Greek, Aramaic, and Pahlavi. The Eastern Church, since the Council of Nicaea, had organized itself with an episcopal constitution, at the head of which stood the Catholicos of Ctesiphon, and with councils, liturgy, and law of its own. In 486, the Nestorian doctrine was accepted as binding, and the tie with Constantinople was thus broken. From that point on, Mazdaists, Manichaeans, and Nestorians have a common destiny, of which the seed was sown in the gnosis of Bardesanes. In the Monophysite churches of the South, the spirit of the primitive community emerged again and spread itself further. With its uncompromising monotheism and its hatred of images, its closest affinity was with Talmudic Judaism, and its old battle cry of Is Theos had already marked it to be, with that Judaism, the starting point of Islam. Allah il Allah. The Western Church continued to be bound up with the fate of the Roman Empire. That is, the cult church became the state. Gradually it absorbed into itself the adherents of the pagan church, and thenceforth its importance lay not so much in itself, for Islam almost annihilated it, but in the accident that it was from it that the young peoples of the Western culture received the Christian system as the basis for a new creation, receiving it, moreover, in the Latin guise of the extreme West, which for the Greek church itself was unmeaning, since Rome was now a Greek city, and the Latin language was far more truly at home in Africa and Gaul. Note,
And Russia, too, though hitherto Russia has kept it as a buried treasure.
the essential and elemental concept of the Magian nation, a being that consists in extension, had been from the beginning active in extending itself. All these churches were deliberately, forcefully, and successfully missionary churches. But it was not until men had at last ceased to think of the end of the world as imminent, and dogma appropriate to prolonged existence in this world's cavern had been built up, and the Magian religions had taken up their standpoint towards the problem of substance, that the extending of the culture took up that swift, passionate tempo that distinguished it from all others, and found in Islam its most impressive, its last, but by no means its only example. But even before Christianity, and this is a fact of which the immense significance has never been observed, which has not even been correctly interpreted as mission effort, the pagan church had won for the syncretic cult the greater part of the population of North Africa, Spain, Gaul, Britain, and the Rhine and Danube frontiers. Of the Druidism that Caesar had found in Gaul, little remained extant by the time of Constantine. The Jews, as has been shown already, directed missionary effort on a large scale towards the east and the south. Through southern Arabia they drove into the heart of Africa, possibly even before the birth of Christ, while on the side of the east their presence in China is demonstrable, even in the 2nd century. To the north, the realm of the Khazars and its capital, Astrakhan, later went over to Judaism. From this area came the Mongols of Jewish religion who advanced into the heart of Germany and were defeated, along with the Hungarians in the Battle of the Lechfeld in 955. From the Tigris, Mazdaists and Manichaeans penetrated the empires on either hand, Roman and Chinese, to their utmost frontiers. Persian, as the Mithras cult, invaded Britain. Manichaeism had by 400 become a danger to Greek Christianity, and there were Manichaean sects in southern France as late of the Crusades. But the two religions drove eastwards as well along the Great Wall of China, where the great polyglot inscription of Kara Balgasun testifies to the introduction of the Manichaean faith in the Uyghur realm, and even to Shantung. Note
the Albigensian movement of the 12th century at
Persian fire temples arose in the interior of China, and from 700 Persian expressions are found in Chinese astrological writings. The three Christian churches everywhere followed up the blazed trails. When the Western Church converted the Frankish king Chlodwig in 496, the missionaries of the Eastern Church had already reached Ceylon and the westernmost Chinese garrisons of the Great Wall, and those of the southern were in the Empire of Aksum. At the same time as after Boniface 718 Germany became converted, the Nestorian missionaries were within an ace of winning China itself. They had entered Shantung in 638. It is in the highest degree significant that the Confucians, who cannot be called inexpert in religious matters, regarded the Nestorians, Mazdaists, and Manichaeans as adherents of a single Persian religion, just as the populace of the Western Roman provinces were unable to discriminate between Mithras and Christ. Islam is to be regarded as the Puritanism of the whole group of early Magian religions, emerging as a religion only formally new and in the domain of the Southern Church and Talmudic Judaism. It is this deeper significance and not merely the force of its warlike onslaught that gives the key to its fabulous successes. The Catholicos of Seleucia, Jezujab III, complains that tens of thousands of Christians went over to it as soon as it came on the scene, and in North Africa, the home of Augustine, the entire population fell away to Islam at once. Muhammad died in 632. In 641, the whole domain of the Monophysites and the Nestorians, and therefore of the Talmud and the Avesta, were in the possession of Islam. In 717, it stood before Constantinople, and the Greek church was in peril of extinction. Already in 628, a relative of the prophet had brought presents to the Chinese emperor, Sazong, and obtained leave to institute a mission. From 700, there were mosques in Shantung, and in 720, Damascus sent instructions to the Arabs long established in southern France to conquer the realm of the Franks. 2 centuries later, when in the West a new religious world was arising out of the remains of the old Western Church, Islam was in the Sudan and in Java. For all this, Islam is significant only as a piece of outward religious history. The inner history of the Magian religion ends with Justinian's time, as truly as that of the Faustian ends with Charles V and the Council of Trent. Any book on religious history shows the Christian religion as having had 2 ages of grand thought movements, 0 to 500 in the East and 1000 to 1500 in the West. But these are two springtimes of two cultures, and in them are comprised also the non-Christian forms which belong to each religious development. The closing of the University of Athens by Justinian in 529 was not, as it is always ceded, the end of classical philosophy. There had been no classical philosophy for centuries. What he did 40 years before the birth of Mohammed was to end the theology of the pagan church by closing this school and, as the historians forget to add, to end the Christian theology also by closing those of Antioch and Alexandria. Dogma was complete, finished, just as it was in the West with the Council of Trent, 1564, and the Confession of Augsburg, 1540, for with the city and intellectualism religious creative force comes to an end. 16. Problems of the Arabian culture. Pythagoras, Mohammed, Cromwell. The nature of religion. Morality as sacrifice. Religion may be described as the waking being of a living creature in the moments when it overcomes, masters, denies, and even destroys being. Worldly life and the pulse of its drive dwindles as the eyes gaze into an extended, tense, and light-filled world, and time yields to space. The higher religion requires tense alertness against the powers of blood and being that ever lurk in the depths ready to recapture their primeval rights over the younger side of life. Watch and pray that ye fall not into temptation. Nevertheless, liberation is a fundamental word in every religion and an eternal wish of every waking being. In this general, almost pre-religious sense, it means the desire for freedom from the anxieties and anguishes of waking consciousness, from the tensions of fear-born thought, from the consciousness of the ego's loneliness in the universe, the rigid conditionedness of nature, the prospect of old age and death. Sleep, too, liberates. Death and his brother sleep. And holy wine, intoxication, breaks the rigor of the spirit's tension, and dancing, the Dionysus art, and every other form of stupefaction and ecstasy. These are modes of slipping out of awareness by the aid of being, the cosmic, the it, the escape out of space into time. But higher than these all stands the genuinely religious overcoming of fear by means of the understanding itself. The tension between microcosm and macrocosm becomes something that we can love, something in which we can wholly immerse ourselves. Note,
he who loves God with inmost soul transforms himself into God. Bernard of Clairvaux.
We call this faith, and it is the beginning of all man's intellectual life. The viewing of the entire world as nature in relation to the individual consciousness as a single, causally ordered concatenation is something perfectly unrealizable by our thought, inasmuch as our thinking proceeds always by single stages. It remains a belief. It is indeed faith itself, for it is the basis of religious understanding of the world. The attitude of religious thought is to assess values and ranks within the causal succession, and leads up to supreme beings or principles as very first and governing causes. Dispensation is the word used for the most comprehensive of all systems based upon valuation. Science, on the contrary, is a mode of understanding which fundamentally abhors distinctions of rank amongst causes. What it finds is not dispensation but law. The understanding of causes sets free. Belief in the linkages discovered compels the world fear to retreat. God is man's refuge from the destiny which he can feel and livingly experience, but not think on or figure or name, and which sinks into abeyance for so long, only for so long, as the critical, literally the distinguishing, fear-born understanding can establish causes behind causes comprehensibly. That is, in order visible to the outer or inner eye. In the world around, something is established that is fixed, spellbound. Understanding man has the secret in the hands, whether this be as of old, some potent charm, or nowadays a mathematical formula. Experience in this inorganic, killing, preserving sense, which is something quite different from life experience and knowledge of men, takes place in two modes: theory and technique, or in religious language, myth and cult. According as the believer's intention is to disclose or to compel the secrets of the world around. The theorist is the critical seer, the technician is the priest, the discoverer is the prophet. The means, however, in which the whole force of intellect concentrates itself is the form of the actual, which is abstracted from vision by speech, and of which not every waking consciousness can discern the quintessence, the conceptual circumscription, the communicable law, name, number. Hence, every conjuration of the deity is based on the knowledge of its real name and the use of rites and sacraments, known and available only to the initiated, of which the form must be exact and the words correct. This applies not merely to primitive magic, but just as much to our physical and particularly our medical technique. The belief in a knowledge that needs no postulates is merely a mark of the immense naivete of rationalist periods. A theory of natural science is nothing but a historically older dogma in another shape, and the only profit from it is that which life obtains in the shape of a successful technique to which theory has provided the key. It has already been said that the value of a working hypothesis resides not in its correctness, but in its usableness. But discoveries of another sort, findings of insight, truths in the optimistic sense, cannot be the outcome of purely scientific understanding, since this always presupposes an existing view upon which its critical, dissecting activity can operate. The natural science of the Baroque is one continuous dissection of the religious world picture of the Gothic. The aim of faith and science, fear and curiosity, is not to experience life, but to know the world as nature. Of world as history, they are the express negation. Only the timeless is true. Truths lie beyond history and life, and vice versa. Life is something beyond all causes, effects, and truths. It follows that the distinction between faith and knowledge, or fear and curiosity, or revelation and criticism, is not, after all, an ultimate distinction. Knowledge is only a late form of belief. We can distinguish men not according to what their modes of thinking are, religious or critical, nor according to the objects of their thought, but according to whether they are thinkers, no matter about what, or doers. In the realm of doing, the waking consciousness takes charge only when it becomes technique. Religious knowledge, too, is power, and is not only ascertaining causations but handling them. He who knows the secret relationship between microcosm and macrocosm commands it also, whether the knowledge has come to him by revelation or by close attention. From this starting point, we can understand what the European-American world of today has well nigh forgotten: the ultimate meaning of religious ethics, moral. It is, wherever true and strong, a relation that has the full import of ritual, act, and practice. It is, to use Loyola's phrase, execritium spirituale, performed before the deity, who is to be softened and conjured thereby. Note,
Anatole Frank's story, Le Jongleur de Notre Dame, is something deeper than a beautiful fancy. At
what shall I do to be saved? This what is the key to the understanding of all real moral. There is only causal moral, that is, ethical technique, on the background of a convinced metaphysic. Moral is a conscious and planned causality of conduct, apart from all particulars of actual life and character, something eternal and universally valid, not only without time but hostile to time, and for that very reason, true. Negation is expressed in its very phrases. Religious moral contains prohibitions, not precepts. Taboo, even where it ostensibly affirms, is a list of disclaimers. Extreme tension of awareness is required lest we fall into sin. The world in general, meaning the world as history, is base. It fights instead of renouncing. It does not possess the idea of sacrifice. It prevails over truth by means of facts. and therefore the highest sacrifice that intellectual man can offer is to make a personal present of it to the powers of nature. Every moral action is a piece of this sacrifice, and an ethical life course is an unbroken chain of such sacrifices. Above all, the offering of sympathy, compassion, in which the inwardly strong gives up his superiority to the powerless. The compassionate man kills something within himself. But we must not confuse this sympathy in the grand religious sense with the vague sentimentality of the everyday man, who cannot command himself, still less with the race feeling of chivalry that is not a moral of reasons and rules at all, but an upstanding and self-evident custom bred of the unconscious pulsations of a keyed-up life. But compassion likewise demands inward greatness of soul, and so it is those self-same springtimes that produce the most saintly servants of pity, the Francis of Assisi, the Bernard of Clairvaux, in whom renunciation was a pervading fragrance, to whom self-offering was bliss, whose caritas was ethereal, bloodless, timeless, historyless, in whom fear of the universe had dissolved itself into pure, flawless love, the summit of causal moral of which late periods are simply no longer capable. To constrain one's blood, one must have blood. Consequently, it is only in knightly warrior times that we find a monasticism of the great style, and the highest symbol for the complete victory of space over time is the warrior become ascetic, not the born dreamer and weakling who belongs by nature to the cloister, nor again the scholar who works at a moral system in the study. Morphology of religious history. If there were truths independent of the currents of being, there could be no history of truths. If there were one single eternally right religion, religious history would be an inconceivable idea. But, however highly developed the microcosmic idea of an individual's life may be, it is nevertheless something stretched like a membrane over the developing life, perfused by the pulsing blood, ever betraying the hidden drive of cosmic directedness. Race dominates and forms all apprehension. It is the destiny of each moment of awareness to be cast of time's net over space. Not that eternal truths do not exist. Every man possesses them, plenty of them, to the extent that he exists and exercises the understanding faculty in a world of thoughts, in the connected ensemble of which they are, in and for the instant of thought, unalterable fixtures, iron-bound as cause-effect combinations and hoops of premises and conclusions. Nothing in this disposition can become displaced, he believes. But in reality, it is just one surge of life that is lifting his waking self and its world together. Its unity remains integral, but as a unit, a whole, a fact, it has a history. Absolute and relative are to one another as transverse and longitudinal sections of a succession of generations, the latter ignoring space and the former time. The systematic thinker stays in the causal order of a moment. Only a physiognomist who reviews the sequence of positions realizes the constant alteration of that which is true. Alles Vergängliches ist nur ein Gleichnis holds good for the eternal truths also, as soon as we follow their course in the stream of history and watch them move on as elements in the world picture of the generations that live and die. A morphology of religious history, therefore, is a task that the Faustian spirit alone could ever formulate, and one that it is only now, at this present stage of its development, fit to deal with. The problem is enunciated, and we must dare the effort of getting completely away from our own convictions and seeing before us everything indifferently as equally alien. And how hard it is! He who undertakes the task must possess the strength not merely to imagine himself in an illusory detachment from the truths of his world understanding, illusory even to one for whom truths are just a set of concepts and methods, but actually to penetrate his own system physiognomically to its very last cells. And even then it is possible, in a single language, which structurally and spiritually carries the whole metaphysical content of its own culture, to capture transmissible ideas of the truths of other-tongued men. Egypt and the ancient world. Primitive religions have something homeless about them, like the clouds and the wind. The mass souls of the proto-peoples have accidentally and fugitively condensed into one being. An accidental, therefore, is and remains the where, which is an anywhere of the linkages of waking consciousness arising from the fear and defensiveness that spread over them. Whether they stay or move on, whether they alter or not, is immaterial so far as concerns their inward significance. From life of this order, the high cultures are separated by deep soil ties. Here there is a mother landscape behind all expression forms. And just as the town, as temple and pyramid and cathedral must fulfill their history there where their idea originated, so too the great religion of every springtime is bound by all the roots of its being to the land over which its world image has risen. Sacral practices and dogmas may be carried far and wide, but their inner evolution stays spellbound in the place of their birth. It is simply an impossibility that the slightest trace of evolution of classical city cults should be found in Gaul, or a dogmatic advance of Faustian Christianity in America. Whatever disconnects itself from the land becomes rigid and hard. Religion starts like a great shout. Gloomy apprehension is suddenly dispelled by a fervid awakening that blossoms plant-wise from Mother Earth, and at one glance takes in the depth of the light world. In this moment, never earlier, and never, at least with the same deep intensity, later, it traverses the chosen spirits of the time like a grand light, which dissolves all fear in blissful love and lets the invisible appear, all suddenly in a metaphysical radiance. Every culture actualizes here its prime symbol. Each has its own sort of love. We may call it heavenly or metaphysical as we choose, with which it contemplates, comprehends, and takes into itself its godhead, and which remains to every other culture inaccessible or unmeaning. Whether the world be something set under a domed light cavern, as it was for Jesus and his companions, or just a vanishingly small bit of a star-filled infinity as Giordano Bruno felt it. Whether the Orphics take their bodily god into themselves, or the spirit of Plotinus, soaring in ecstasy, fuses in henosis with the spirit of God, or Saint Bernard in his mystic union becomes one with the operation of infinite deity. The deep urge of the soul is governed always by the prime symbol of the particular culture and of no other. About 3000 begins the life course of two great religions in Egypt and Babylon. In the 5th dynasty of Egypt, 2450 to 2320, which followed that of the great pyramid builders, the cult of Horus Falcon, whose Ka dwelt in the reigning monarch, faded. The old local cults and even the profound thought religion of Hermopolis fell into the background. The sun religion of Re appears. Out from his place westward every king erects a Re-sanctuary by his tomb temple, the latter a symbol of a life directional from birth to sarcophagus chamber, the former a symbol of grand and eternal nature. Time and space, being and waking being, destiny and sacred causality are set face to face in this mighty twin creation as in no other architecture in the world. To both a covered way leads up. That to the Re is accompanied by beliefs figuring the power of the sun god over the plant and animal worlds and the changings of seasons. No god image, no temple, but only an altar of alabaster adorns the mighty terrace on which at daybreak, high above the land, the pharaoh advances out of the darkness to greet the great god who is rising up in the east. Note,
The pharaoh is no longer an incarnation of Godhead, and not yet, as the theology of the Middle Kingdom was to make him, the son of Re. Notwithstanding all earthly greatness, he is small, a servant, as he stands before the god.
the beliefs of the peasant outside remain eternal and always the same. The Egyptian hind understands nothing of this Re. He heard the name, but while a grand chapter of religious history was passing over his head in the cities, he went on worshipping the old finite beast gods, until with the 26th dynasty and its fellow religion they regained supremacy. But even in the towns, one stratum hangs back, historically, relatively to another. Over the primitive religion of the countryside, there is another popular religion, that of the small people in the underground of the towns and in the provinces. The higher a culture rises, Middle Kingdom, Brahmin period, pre-Socratics, pre-Confucians, Baroque, the narrower becomes the circle of those who possess the final truths of their time as reality and not as mere name and sound. How many of those who lived with Socrates, Augustine, and Pascal understood them? In religion as otherwise, the human pyramid rises with increasing sharpness, till at the end of the culture it is complete, thereafter, bit by bit, to crumble. In Egypt, the Reformation period at the end of the Old Kingdom saw solar monotheism firmly founded as the religion of priests and educated persons. All other gods and goddesses, whom the peasantry and the humble people continued to worship in their former meaning, are now only incarnations or servants of the one Re. Even the particular religion of Hermopolis, with its cosmology, was adapted to the grand system, and a theological negotiation brought even the Ptah of Memphis into harmony with dogma as an abstract prime principle of creation. Exactly as in the time of Justinian and Charles V, the city spirit asserted mastery over the soul of the land. The formative power of the springtime had come to an end. The dogma was essentially complete, and its subsequent treatment by rational processes abandoned more than it improved. Philosophy began. In respect of dogma, the Middle Kingdom was as unimportant as the Baroque. From 1500, 3 new religious histories begin. First, the Vedic in the Punjab, then the early Chinese and the Huang Ho, and lastly the classical on the north of the Aegean Sea. Distinctly as the classical man's world picture and his prime symbol of the unit body is presented to us, it is difficult even to guess the details of the great early classical religion. The new notion of Godhead that was the special ideal of this culture is the human-formed body in the light, the hero as mediator between man and God. So much, at any rate, the Iliad evidences. This body might be light transfigured by Apollo or dejected to the winds by Dionysus, but in every case it was the basic form of being. A mighty upheaval there must have been at the beginning of this culture, as at that of others, an upheaval extending from the Aegean Sea as far as Etruria. But the Iliad shows as few signs of it as the lays of the Nibelungs, and of Roland show of the devotion and mysticism of Joachim of Florus, St. Francis, and the Crusades, or of the inner fire of that dies irae of Thomas of Celano, which would probably have excited mirth at the 13th century court of love. Great personalities there must have been to give a mystical metaphysical form to the new world outlook, but we know nothing of them, and it is only the gay, bright, easy side of it that passed into the song of knightly halls. Was the Trojan War a feud, or was it also a crusade? What is the meaning of Helen? Even the fall of Jerusalem has been looked at from a worldly point of view as well as from a spiritual. In the nobles' poetry of Homer, Dionysus, and Demeter, as priests, gods are unhonored. But even in Hesiod, the herdsman of Askra, the enthusiastic searcher inspired by his folk beliefs, the ideas of the great early time are not to be found pure any more than in Jacob Boehme, the cobbler. That is the second difficulty. The great early religions, too, were the possession of a class, and neither accessible to or understandable by the generality. But Asclepius and Pindar at any rate were under the spell of a great priestly tradition, and before them there were the Pythagoreans, who made the Demeter cult their center, thereby indicating where the kernel of that mythology is to be sought, and earlier still were the Eleusinian mysteries and the Orphic Reformation of the 7th century. And finally there are the fragments of Pherecydes and Epimenides, who were not the first but the last dogmatists of a theology in reality ancient. The idea that impiety was a heritable sin visited upon the children and the children's children was known to Hesiod and Solon, as well as the doctrine, Apollinian also, of hybris. Plato, however, as an Orphic opponent of the Homeric conception of life, sets forth very ancient doctrines of hell and the judgment of the dead in his Phaedo. We know the tremendous formula of Orphism, the nay of the mysteries that answered the yea of the Aegon, which arose certainly by 1100 at latest, as a protest of waking consciousness against being. Soma, Sima, that splendid classical body, a grave. Here man is no longer feeling himself as a thing of breeding, strength, and movement. He knows himself and is terrified by what he knows. Here begins the classical ascesis, which by strictest rites and expiations, even by voluntary suicide, seeks deliverance from this Euclidean body being. From the self-immolation of Empedocles, the line runs straight forward to the suicide of the Roman Stoic and straight back to Orpheus. Out of these last surviving traces, however, an outline of the early classical religion emerges bright and distinct. Just as all Gothic devotion was centered upon Mary, Queen of Heaven, and Virgin and Mother, so in that moment of the classical world there arose a garland of myths, images, and figures around Demeter, the bearing mother, around Gaia and Persephone, and also Dionysus, the begetter, Chthonian and phallic cults, festivals and mysteries of birth and death. All this, too, was characteristically classical, conceived under the aspect of present corporeality. The Apollinian religion venerated body, the Orphic rejected it. That of Demeter celebrated the moments of fertilization and birth, in which body acquired being. There was a mysticism that reverently honored the secret of life in doctrine, symbol, and mime. But side by side with it there was orgasm too, for the squandering of the body is as deeply and closely akin to asceticism as sacred prostitution is to celibacy. Both, all, are negations of time. Putting the knightly poetry and folk cults quite aside, then, we can even now determine something more of this, the classical religion. But in doing so there is a third pitfall to be avoided. The opposing of Greek religion to Roman religion, for in reality there was no such opposition. The classical myth derives from a period when the police, with their festivals and sacral constitutions, were not yet in existence, when there was not only no Rome but no Athens. With the religious duties and notions of the cities, which were eminently rational, it has no connection at all. The myth, moreover, is in no way a creation of the Hellenic culture field as a whole. It is not Greek, but originated, like the stories of Jesus' childhood and the Grail legend, in this and that group, quite local, under pressure of deep inward stirrings. For instance, the idea of Olympus arose in Thessaly, and thence, as a common property of all educated persons, spread out to Cyprus and to Etruria, thus, of course, involving Rome. Etruscan painting presupposes it as a thing of common knowledge. When this is taken into consideration, the classical religion is seen to be a whole possessing an inner unity. The grand god legends of the 11th century, which have the dew of spring upon them, and in their tragic holiness remind us of Gethsemane, Balder's death, and Francis, are the purest essence of theoria, contemplation, a world picture before the inner eye, and born of the common inward awakening of a group of chosen souls from the world of chivalry. But the much later city religions are wholly technique, formal worship, and as such represent only one side and a different side of piety. The Chinese religion, of which the great Gothic period lies between 1300 and 1100, and covers the rise of the Chu dynasty, must be treated with extreme care. In presence of the superficial profundity and pedantic enthusiasm of Chinese thinkers of the Confucius and Lao Tse type, who were all born in the ancient regime period of their state world, It seems very hazardous to try to determine anything at all as to high mysticism and grand legends in the beginning. Nevertheless, such a mysticism and such legends must have once existed. But it is not from these over-rationalized philosophies of the great cities that we shall learn anything about them, as little as Homer can give us in the classical parallel, though for another reason. What should we know about Gothic piety if all its works had undergone the censorship of Puritans and rationalists like Locke, Rousseau, and Wolfe? And yet we treat the Confucian close of the Chinese religion as its beginning, if indeed we do not go farther and describe the syncretism of Han times as the religion of China. To the Chinese waking consciousness, heaven and earth were halves of the macrocosm, without opposition, each a mirror image of the other. In this picture there was neither Magian dualism nor Faustian unity of active force. Becoming appears in the unconstrained reciprocal working of two principles, the yang and the yin, which were conceived rather as periodic than as polar. Accordingly, there are two souls in man, the Kuei, which corresponded with the yin, the earthly, the dark, the cold, and disintegrated with the body, and the Sen, which is higher light and permanent. But further, there are innumerable multitudes of souls of both kinds outside man. Troops of spirits fill the air and the water and the earth. All is peopled and moved by Kuis and Sens. The life of nature and that of man are in reality made out of the play of such units. All this is concentrated in the basic word Tao. The conflict between the yang and the yin in man is the Tao of his life. The warp and woof of the spirit swarms outside him are to the Tao of nature. The world possesses Tao inasmuch as it possesses beat, rhythm, and periodicity. It possesses Li, tension, inasmuch as man knows it and abstracts from it the fixed relationships for future use. Time, destiny, direction, race, history, all this, contemplated with the great world-embracing vision of the early Chu times, lies in this one word. The path of the pharaoh through the dark alley to his shrine is related to it, and so is the Faustian passion of the third dimension. But Tao is nevertheless far removed from any idea of the technical conquest of nature. The Gothic. When Alexander appeared on the Indus, the piety of these three cultures, Chinese, Indian, classical, had long been molded into the historyless forms of a broad Taoism, Buddhism, and Stoicism. But it was not long before the group of Magian religions arose in the region intermediate between the classical and the Indian field, and it must have been at about the same time that the religious history of the Maya and Inca, now hopelessly lost to us, began. 1,000 years later, when here also all were inwardly fulfilled and done with, there appeared on the unpromising soil of France, sudden and swiftly mounting Germanic Catholic Christianity. The Father Godhead men felt as force itself, eternal, grand, and ever-present activity, sacred causality, which could scarcely assume any form comprehensible by human eyes. But the whole longing of this young race, the whole desire of this strongly coursing blood, to bow itself into humility before the meaning of the blood found its expression in the figure of the Virgin and Mother Mary, whose crowning in the heavens was one of the earliest motives of Gothic art. She is a light figure, in white, blue, and gold, surrounded by the heavenly hosts. She leans over the newborn child. She feels the sword in her heart. She stands at the foot of the cross. She holds the corpse of the dead son. From the turn of the 10th century on, Petrus Damiani and Bernard of Clairvaux developed her cult. There arose the Ave Maria and the angelic greeting, and later, among the Dominicans, the crown of roses. Countless legends gathered round her figure. She is the guardian of the Church's store of grace, the great intercessor. Among the Franciscans arose the festival of the Visitation, amongst the English Benedictines even before 1100, that of the Immaculate Conception, which elevated her completely above mortal humanity into the world of light. But this world of purity, light, and utter beauty of soul would have been unimaginable without the counter-idea. Inseparable from it, an idea that constitutes one of the maxima of Gothic, one of its unfathomable creations, one that the present day forgets and deliberately forgets. While she there sits enthroned, smiling in her beauty and tenderness, there lies in the background another world that throughout nature and throughout mankind weaves and breeds ill, pierces, destroys, seduces, namely the realm of the devil. It penetrates the whole of creation. It lies ambushed everywhere. All around is an army of goblins, night spirits, witches, werewolves, all in human shape. No man knows whether or not his neighbor has signed himself away to the evil one. No one can say of an unfolding child that is not already a devil's temptress. An appalling fear, such as is perhaps only paralleled in the early spring of Egypt, weighs upon man. Every moment he may stumble into the abyss. There were black magic and devils' masses and witches' sabbaths, night feasts on mountain tops, magic draughts and charm formula. The prince of hell with his relatives, mother and grandmother, for as his very existence denies and scorns the sacrament of marriage, he may not have wife or child. His fallen angels and his uncanny henchmen is one of the most tremendous creations in all religious history. The Germanic Loki is hardly more than a preliminary hint of him. Their grotesque figures with horns, claws, and horses' hoofs were already fully formed in the mystery plays of the 11th century. Everywhere the artist's fancy abounded in them, and right up to Dürer and Grunwald, Gothic painting is unthinkable without them. The devil is sly, malignant, malicious, but yet, in the end, the powers of light dupe him. He and his brood, bad-tempered, coarse, fiendishly inventive, are of a monstrous imaginativeness, incarnations of hellish laughter opposed to the illumined smile of the Queen of Heaven, but incarnations, too, of Faustian world humor, opposed to the panic of the sinner's contrition. Note:
Consider, for example, the fantastic paintings of Hieronymus Bosch. Bruegel's similar humor, too, is unthinkable without the tradition of a rank and file of evil creatures.
It is not possible to exaggerate either the grandeur of this forceful, insistent picture or the depth of sincerity with which it was accepted. The merry myths and the devil myth formed themselves side by side, neither possible without the other. Disbelief in either of them was deadly sin. There was a merry cult of prayer and a devil cult of spells and exorcisms. Man walked continuously on the thin crust of the bottomless pit. Life in this world is a ceaseless and desperate contest with the devil, into which every individual plunges as a member of the church militant to do battle for himself and to win his knight's spurs. The church triumphant of angels and saints in their glory looks down from on high, and heavenly grace is the warrior's shield in the battle. Mary is the protectress to whose bosom he can fly to be comforted, and the high lady who awards the prizes of valor. Both worlds have their legends, their art, their scholasticism, and their mysticism, for the devil too can work miracles. Characteristic of this alone among the religious springtimes is the symbolism of color. To the Madonna belong white and blue, to the devil black, sulphur yellow, and red. The saints and angels float in the ether, but the devils leap and crouch, and the witches rustle through the night. It is the contrast, day and night, which gives Gothic art its indescribable appeal. This was no artistic fantasy. Every man knew the world to be peopled with angel and devil troops. The light-encircled angels of Fra Angelico and the early Rhenish masters, and the grimacing things on the portals of the great cathedrals really filled the air. Men saw them, felt their presence everywhere. Today we no longer know what a myth is, for it is no mere aesthetically pleasing imagination, but a living actuality that makes the innermost structure of being. These creatures were about one all the time. They were glimpsed without being seen. They were believed in with a faith that felt the very thought of proof as a desecration. What we call myth nowadays, our littérateurs' and connoisseurs' taste for Gothic color, is nothing but Alexandrinism. In the old days, men did not enjoy it. Behind it stood death. For the devil gained possession of human souls and seduced them into heresy, lechery, and black arts. War was waged against him on earth, and waged with fire and sword upon those who had given themselves up to him. It is easy enough for us today to think ourselves out of such notions. But if we eliminate this appalling reality from Gothic, all that remains is mere romanticism. It was not only the love-glowing hymns to Mary, but the cries of countless pyres as well that rose up to heaven. Hard by the cathedral were the gallows and the wheel. Every man lived in those days in the consciousness of an immense danger, and it was hell, not the hangman, that he feared. Unnumbered thousands of witches genuinely imagined themselves to be so. They denounced themselves, prayed for absolution, and in pure love of truth confessed their night rides and bargains with the evil one. Inquisitors, in tears and compassion for the fallen wretches, doomed them to the rack in order to save their souls. That is the Gothic myth, out of which came the cathedral, the crusader, the deep and spiritual painting, the mysticism. In its shadow flowered that profound Gothic blissfulness of which today we cannot even form an idea. In Carolingian times, all this was still strange and far. Charlemagne, in the First Saxon Capitulary 787, put a ban on the ancient Germanic belief in werewolves and night-gangers, strigae, and as late as 1120 it was condemned as an error in the decree of Buchard of Worms. But 20 years later, it was only in a dilute form that the anathema reappeared in the Decretum Gratiani. Caesarius of Heisterbach already was familiar with the whole devil legend, and in the Legenda Aurea, it is just as actual and as effective as the Mary legends. In 1233, when the cathedrals of Mainz and Speyer were being vaulted, appeared the Bull Vox in Rama, by which the belief in devil and witch was made canonical. St. Francis's hymn to the sun had not long been written, and the Franciscans were kneeling in intimate prayer before Mary and spreading her cult afar, when the Dominicans armed themselves for battle with the devil by setting up the Inquisition. Heavenly love found its focus in the Mary image, and eo ipso, earthly love, became akin to the devil. Woman is sin, so the great ascetics felt, as their fellows of all ages had felt. The devil rules only through woman. The witch is the propagator of deadly sin. It was Thomas Aquinas who evolved the repulsive theory of incubus and succuba. Devout mystics like Bonaventura, Albertus Magnus, Duns Scotus developed a full metaphysic of the devilish. The Renaissance had ever the strong faith of the Gothic at the back of its world outlook. The classical myth was entertainment material, an allegorical play, through the thin veil of which men saw, no less definitely than before, the old Gothic actuality. When Savonarola appeared on the scene, the antique trappings vanished from the surface of Florentine life in an instant. It was all for the church that the Florentines labored, and with conviction. Every one of them, painters, architects, and humanists, however often the names of Cicero and Virgil, Venus and Apollo were on their lips, looked upon the burning of witches as something entirely natural and wore amulets against the devil. When Leonardo da Vinci at the summit of the Renaissance was working upon his St. Anna, the witch's hammer was being written in Rome, 1487, in the finest humanistic Latin. It was the tremendous background of this myth that awakened in the Faustian soul a feeling of what it was. An ego lost in infinity, an ego that was all force, but a force negligibly weak in an infinity of greater forces. That was all will, but a will full of fear for its freedom. Note:
the sense of such a relativity led to a mathematic, the calculus, which is literally based on the ignoring of second and third order magnitudes.
Never has the problem of free will been meditated upon more deeply or more painfully. Other cultures have simply not known it, but precisely because here Magian resignation was totally impossible, because that which thought was not an it or particle of an all-soul, but an individual fighting ego seeking to assert itself, every limitation upon freedom was felt as a chain that had to be dragged along through life, and life in turn was felt as a living death. And if so, why? For what? The reason of this introspection was that immense sense of guilt which runs throughout these centuries like one long, desperate lament. The cathedrals rose ever more supplicatingly to heaven. The Gothic vaulting became a joining of hands in prayer, and little comfort of light shone through the high windows into the night of the long naves. The choking parallel sequences of the church chants, the Latin hymns, tell of bruised knees and flagellations in the nocturnal cell. For Magian man, the world cavern had been closed, and the heaven impending, but for Gothic man, heaven was infinitely far. No hand seemed to reach down from these spaces, and all about the lone ego the mocking devil's world lay in leaguer. And therefore, the great longing of mysticism was to lose created form, as Heinrich Seuss said, to be rid of self and all things, Meister Eckhart, to abandon selfness, Theologie Deutsch. And out of those longings there grew up an unending dogged subtilizing on notions which were ever more and more finely dissected to get at the why, and finally a universal cry for grace. Not the Magian grace coming down as substance, but the Faustian grace that unbinds the will. To be able to will freely is, at the very bottom, the one gift that the Faustian soul asks of heaven. The 7 sacraments of the Gothic felt as one by Peter Lombard, elevated into dogma by the Lateran Council of 1215, and grounded in mystical foundations by Thomas Aquinas, mean this and only this. They accompany the unit soul from birth to death and protect it against the diabolical powers that seek to nest themselves in its will. For to sell oneself to the devil means to deliver up one's will to him. The church militant on earth is the visible community of those who are enabled by enjoyment of the sacraments to will. This certainty of free being is held to be guaranteed in the altar sacrament, which accordingly suffers a complete change of meaning. The miracle of the holy transformation which takes place daily under the hands of the priest. The consecrated host in the high altar of the cathedral, wherein the believers sense the presence of him who of old sacrificed himself to secure for his own the freedom to will, called forth a sigh of relief of such depth and sincerity as we moderns can hardly imagine. It was in thanksgiving, therefore, that the chief feast of the Catholic Church, Corpus Christi, was founded in 1264. But more important still, and by far, was the essentially Faustian prime sacrament of contrition. The effect of the Magian baptism was to incorporate a man in the great consensus. The one great it of the divine spirit took up its abode in him as in the others, and thereafter resignation to all that should happen became his duty. But in the Faustian contrition, the idea of personality was implicit. It is not true that the Renaissance discovered personality. What it did was to bring personality up to a brilliant surface, whereby it suddenly became visible to everyone. Its birth is in Gothic. It is the most intimate and peculiar property of Gothic. It is one and the same with Gothic soul. Contrition is something that each one accomplishes for himself alone. He alone can search his own conscience. He alone stands rueful in the presence of the infinite. He alone can and must in confession understand and put into words his own past. And even the absolution that frees his ego for new responsible action is personal to himself. Baptism is wholly impersonal. One receives it because one is a man, not because one is this man. But the idea of contrition presupposes that the value of every act depends uniquely upon the man who does it. This is what differentiates the Western drama from the classical, the Chinese, and the Indian. This is what directs our legislation more and more with reference to the doer rather than to the deed, and bases our primary ethical conceptions on individual doing and not typical behavior. Faustian responsibility instead of Magian resignedness, the individual instead of the consensus, relief from instead of submissiveness under, burdens. That is the difference between the most active and the most passive of all sacraments. And at the back of it again lies the difference between the world cavern and infinity dynamics. Baptism is something done upon one, contrition something done by oneself within oneself. Every confession is an autobiography. This peculiar liberation of the will is to us so necessary that the refusal of absolution drives to despair, even to destruction. Only he who senses the bliss of such an inward acquittal can comprehend the old name of the sacramentum resurgentium, the sacrament of those who are risen again. Note,
Hence it is that this sacrament has conferred a position of such immense power upon the Western priest. He receives the personal confession and speaks personally in the name of the infinite, the absolution, without which life would be unbearable. The notion of confession as a duty, which was finally established in 1215, first arose in England, whence came also the first confession books, penitentials. In England, too, originated the idea of the Immaculate Conception, and even the idea of the papacy, at a time when Rome itself thought of it as a question of power and precedence. It is evidence of the independence of Faustian Christianity from Magian that its decisive ideas grew up in those remote parts of its field which lay beyond the Frankish Empire.
when in this heaviest of decisions the soul is left to its own resources, something unresolved remains hanging over it like a perpetual cloud. It may be said, therefore, that perhaps no institution in any religion has brought so much happiness into the world as this. The whole inwardness and heavenly love of the Gothic rests upon the certainty of full absolution through the power invested in the priest. In the insecurity that ensued from the decline of this sacrament, both the Gothic joy of life and the merry world of light faded out. Only the devil's world with its grim immediacy remained. And then, in place of the blissfulness irrecoverably lost, came the Protestant, and especially Puritan, heroism, which could fight on even hopeless in a lost position. Auricular confession, said Goethe once, ought never to have been taken from mankind. Over the lands in which it had died out, a heavy earnestness spread itself. Every man his own priest is a conviction to which men could win through, but only as to that part of priesthood that involves duties, not as to that which possesses powers. No man confesses himself with the inward certainty of absolution. And as the need of the soul to be relieved of its past and to be redirected remained urgent as ever, all the higher forms of communication were transmuted. And in Protestant countries, music and painting, letter writing and memoirs, from being modes of description, became modes of self-denunciation, penance, and unbounded confession. Even in Catholic regions, too, in Paris above all, art as psychology set in as doubt, and the sacrament of contrition and absolution grew. Outlook on the world was lost in ceaseless mind warfare within the self. In lieu of the infinite, contemporaries and descendants were called in to be priests and judges. Personal art, in the sense that disguises Goethe from Dante and Rembrandt from Michelangelo, was a substitute for the sacrament of confession. It was also the sign that this culture was already in the condition of a late period. Reformation. In all cultures, Reformation has the same meaning. The bringing back of the religion to the purity of its original idea, as this manifested itself in the great centuries of the beginning. It was destiny and not intellectual necessities of thought that led, in the Magian and Faustian worlds, to the budding off of new religions at this point. We know today that under Charles V, Luther was within an ace of becoming the reformer of the whole undivided church. For Luther, like all reformers in all cultures, was not the first but the last of a grand succession which led from the great aesthetics of the open country to the city priest. Reformation is Gothic, the accomplishment and the testament thereof. Luther's chorale Ein Festberg does not belong to the spiritual lyrism of the Baroque. There rumbles in it still the splendid Latin of the Dies Irae. It is the church militant's last mighty Satan song. Luther, like every reformer that had arisen since the year 1000, fought the church not because it demanded too much, but because it demanded too little. So also with Marcion, Athanasius, the Monophysites, and the Nestorians, who sought in the councils of Ephesus and Chalcedon to purify the faith and lead it back to its origins. But so also the Orphics of the classical 7th century were the last and not the first of a series that must have begun even before 1000 BC. So, with the establishment of the Ray religion in Egypt at the close of the Old Kingdom, the Egyptian Gothic, it is an ending, not a new beginning, that these signify. Just so, again, a reform fulfillment happened in the Vedic religion about the 10th century and was followed by the setting in of late Brahmanism. And in the 9th century, a corresponding epochal point must have occurred in the religious history of China. But the last reformers, the Luthers and Savonarolas, were urban monks, and this differentiates them profoundly from the Joachims and the Bernards. Their intellectual and urban ascesis is the stepping stone from the hermitages of quiet valleys to the scholar's study of the Baroque. The mystical experience of Luther, which gave birth to his doctrine of justification, is the experience not of a Saint Bernard in the presence of woods and hills and clouds and stars, but of a man who looks through narrow windows on the streets and house walls and gables. The mighty act of Luther was a purely intellectual decision. Not for nothing has he been regarded as the last great schoolman of the line of Occam. He completely liberated the Faustian personality. The intermediate person of the priest, which had formerly stood between it and the infinite, was removed. And now it was wholly alone, self-oriented, its own priest and its own judge. But the common people could only feel, not understand, the element of liberation in it all. They welcomed enthusiastically indeed the tearing up of visible duties, but they did not come to realize that these had been replaced by intellectual duties that were still stricter. Francis of Assisi had given much and taken little, but the urban Reformation took much and, as far as the majority of people were concerned, gave little. The holy causality of the contrition sacrament Luther replaced by the mystic experience of inward absolution by faith alone. He came very near to Bernard of Clairvaux. Both of them understood absolution as a divine miracle. Insofar as the man changes himself, it is God changing him. The one and the other preached, "Thou must believe that God has forgiven thee." But for Bernard, belief was through the powers of the priest elevated to knowledge, whereas for Luther it sank to doubt and desperate insistence. Herein lies the ultimate meaning of the Western priest, who from 1215 was elevated above the rest of mankind by the sacrament of ordination and its character indelibly. He was a hand with which even the poorest wretch could grasp God. This visible link with the infinite Protestantism destroyed. Strong souls could and did win it back for themselves, but for the weaker it was gradually lost. Bernard, although for him the inward miracle was successful of itself, would not deprive others of the gentler way, for the very illumination of his soul showed him the merry world of living nature, all-pervading, ever near, and ever helpful. Luther, who knew himself only and not men, set postulated heroism in place of actual weakness. For him, life was desperate battle against the devil. In that battle he called upon everyone to fight, and everyone who fought it fought alone. Science, Puritanism. Intellectual creativeness of the late period begins not with, but after the Reformation. Its most typical creation is free science. Even for Luther, learning was still essentially the handmaid of theology, and Calvin had the free-thinking doctor Servet burnt. Now, however, the critical powers of the city intellect have become so great that it is no longer content to affirm but must test. The body of dogmas, accepted indeed by the head and not by the heart, was the first obvious target for dissecting activities. This distinguishes the springtime scholasticism from the actuality, philosophy of the Baroque, as it distinguishes Neoplatonists from Islamic, Vedic from Brahmanic, Orphic from pre-Socratic thought. Within Baroque philosophy, Western natural science stands by itself. No other culture possesses anything like it, and assuredly it must have been from its beginnings not a handmaid of theology, but the servant of the technical will to power, oriented to that end both mathematically and experimentally, from its very foundations a practical mechanics. And as it is first technique and only secondary theory, it must be as old as Faustian man himself. Accordingly, we find technical works of an astounding energy of combination even by 1000. As early as the 13th century, Robert Grosseteste was treating space as a function of light. Note,
The famous Bishop of Lincoln, 1175 to 1253, scholar and philosopher, scientist and statesman, the British Oresme.
Petrus Peregrinus in 1289 wrote the best experimentally based treatise on magnetism that appeared before Gilbert, 1600. Let us not deceive ourselves as to the fundamental motive power of these explorations. Pure contemplative philosophy could have dispensed with experiment forever, but not so the Faustian symbol of the machine, which urged us to mechanical constructions even in the 12th century, and made perpetuum mobile the Prometheus idea of the Western intellect. For us, the first thing is ever the working hypothesis, the very kind of thought product that is meaningless to other cultures. It is an astounding fact to which, however, we must accustom ourselves, that the idea of immediately exploiting in practice any knowledge of natural relations that may be acquired is alien to every sort of mankind except the Faustian, and those who, like Japanese, Jews, and Russians, have today come under the intellectual spell of its civilization. The very notion of the working hypothesis implicitly contains a dynamic layout of the universe. Theoria, contemplative vision of actuality, was for those subtly inquiring monks only secondary, and, being itself the outcome of the technical passion, it presently led them quite imperceptibly to the typically Faustian conception of God as the grand master of the machine, who could accomplish everything that they themselves in their impotence only dared to wish. Insensibly, the world of God became century by century more and more like the perpetuum mobile, and imperceptibly also, as the scanning of nature became sharper and sharper in the school of experiment and technique, and the Gothic myth became more and more shadowy, the concepts of monkish working hypothesis developed from Galileo onwards into the critically illuminated noumena of modern science, fields of force, gravitation, the velocity of light, and finally the electricity, which in our electrodynamic world picture has absorbed into itself the other forms of energy and thereby attained a sort of physical monotheism. They are the concepts that are set up behind the formulae to endow them with a mythic visibility for the inner eye. Every late philosophy contains a critical protest against the uncritical intuitiveness of the spring. But this criticism by the intellect that is sure of its own superiority affects also faith itself and evokes the one great creation in the field of religion that is the peculiarity of the late period. Every late period, namely Puritanism. Milton's Paradise Lost, many surahs of the Quran, the little that we know of Pythagorean teachings, all come to the same thing. They are enthusiasms of a sober spirit, cold intensities, dry mysticism, pedantic ecstasy. And yet, even so, a wild piety flickers up once more in them. All the transcendent fervor that the city can produce after attaining to unconditional mastery over the soul of the land is here concentrated, with a sort of terror lest it should prove unreal and evanescent, and is correspondingly impatient, pitiless, and unforgiving. Puritanism, not in the West only, but in all cultures, lacks the smile that had illumined the religion of the spring, every spring, the moments of profound joy in life, the humor of life. Nothing of the quietest blissfulness that in the Magian springtime flashes up so often in the stories of Jesus' childhood, or in Gregory Nazianzen, is to be found in the Quran, nothing in the palpable blitheness of St. Francis's song and Milton. Deadly earnest broods over the Jansenist mind of Port Royal, over the meetings of the black-clothed Roundheads by whom Shakespeare's Merry England, Sybaris over again, was annihilated in a few years. Now, for the first time, the battle against the devil, whose bodily nearness they all felt, was fought with a dark and bitter fury. In the 17th century, more than 1 million witches were burnt, alike in the Protestant North, the Catholic South, and even the communities in America and India. Joyless and sour are the duty doctrines of Islam, fiqh, with its hard intellectuality, and the Westminster Catechism of 1643, and the Jansenist ethics, Jansen's Augustinus, 1640, as well. For in the realm of Loyola, too, there was of inward necessity a Puritan movement. Religion is livingly experienced metaphysic, but the company of the godly, as the Independents called themselves, and the Pythagoreans and the disciples of Muhammad, all alike experienced it, not with the senses, but primarily as a concept. Pascal's wrestlings were about concepts and not like Meister Eckhart's about shapes. Witches were burnt because they were proved and not because they were seen in the air o' night. The Madonnas of the early Gothic had appeared to their suppliants, but those of Bernini no man ever saw. Milton, Cromwell's great Secretary of State, clothed concepts with shapes, and Bunyan brings a whole mythology of concepts into ethical allegorical activity. But that it is but a step to Kant, in whose conceptual ethics the devil assumes his final shape as the radically evil. We have to knock down the fences by which uncoordinated studies have paddocked history before we can see that Pythagoras, Mohammed, and Cromwell embody one and the same movement in 3 cultures. Pythagoras was not a philosopher. According to all statements of the pre-Socratics, he was a saint, prophet, and founder of a fanatically religious society that forced its truths upon the people around it by every political and military means. The destruction of Sybaris by Croton, an event which we may be sure has survived in historical memory only because it was the climax of a wild religious war, was an explosion of the same hate that saw in Charles I and his gay cavaliers not merely doctrinal error, but also a worldliness that must be destroyed root and branch. A myth purified and conceptually fortified, combined with rigorous ethical precepts, imbued the Pythagoreans with the conviction that they would attain salvation before all other men. It is the same certainty that the Quran gave to all believers who fought in the holy war against the infidel, the same which filled Cromwell's Ironsides when they scattered the Philistines and Amalekites at Marson Moor and Naseby. Islam was no more a religion of the desert in particular than Zwingli's faith was a religion in the high mountains in particular. It is incident and no more that the Puritan movement for which the Magian world was ripe proceeded from a man of Mecca and not from a Monophysite or a Jew. At most, Islam was a new religion only to the same extent as Lutheranism. Note:
Mohammedanism must be regarded as an eccentric heretical form of Eastern Christianity. This, in fact, was the ancient mode of regarding Muhammad. He was considered not in the light of the founder of a new religion, but rather as one of the chief heresiarchs of the Church. Among them he is placed by Dante in the Inferno. Dean Stanley, Eastern Church, 1861, Lecture 8 at.
Actually, it was the prolongation of the great early religions. Equally, its expansion was not, as is even now imagined, a migration of peoples proceeding from the Arabian Peninsula, but an onslaught of enthusiastic believers, which, like an avalanche, bore along with it Christians, Jews, and Mazdaists, and set them at once in its front rank as fanatical Muslims. It was Berbers from the homeland of St. Augustine who conquered Spain, and Persians from Iraq who drove on to the Oxus. The great figures of Muhammad's entourage, such as Abu Bakr and Omar, are the near relatives of the Pims and Hamdans of the English Revolution, and we should see this relationship to be nearer still if we knew more than we do about the Hanifs, the Arabian Puritans before and about the Prophet. All of them had won out of the predestination, the guarantee that they were God's elect. The grand Old Testament exaltation in Parliament and the independent armies which left behind it, in many an English family, even to the 19th century, the belief that the English are the descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, a nation of saints predestined to govern the world, dominated also the emigration to America which began with the Pilgrim Fathers of 1620. It formed that which may be called the American religion of today, and bred and fostered the trait which gives the Englishman even now his particular political insouciance, an assurance that is essentially religious and has its roots in predestination. The Pythagoreans themselves, too, an unheard-of thing in the religious history of the classical world, assumed political power for the furtherance of religious ends, and sought to advance their Puritanism from polis to polis. Rationalism. But in Puritanism there is hidden already the seed of rationalism, and after a few enthusiastic generations have passed, this bursts forth everywhere and makes itself supreme. This is the step from Cromwell to Hume. Rationalism signifies the belief in the data of critical understanding, that is, of the reason alone. In the springtime, men could say, credo quia absurdum, because they were certain that the comprehensible and the incomprehensible were both necessary constituents of the world. The nature which Giotto painted, in which the mystics immerse themselves, and into which reason can penetrate, but only so far as the deity permits it to penetrate. But now a secret jealousy breeds the notion of the irrational. That which, as incomprehensible, is therefore valueless. It may be scorned openly as superstition or privately as metaphysic. Only critically established understanding possesses value. And secrets are merely evidences of ignorance. The new secretless religion is in its highest potentialities called wisdom, Sophia, its priests, philosophers, and its adherents, educated people. According to Aristotle, the old religion is indispensable only to the uneducated, and his view is shared by Confucius and Gautama Buddha, Lessing and Voltaire. Systems were woven out of phenomenally guaranteed beginnings, but in the long run the result was merely to say force instead of God, and conservation of energy instead of eternity. Under all classical rationalism is to be found Olympus, under all Western the dogma of the sacraments. The great ideal of the educated of such periods is the sage. The sage goes back to nature, to Fernie or Mernonville, to Attic gardens or Indian groves, which is the most intellectual way of being a megalopolitan. The sage is the man of the golden mean. His ascesis consists in a judicious depreciation of the world in favor of meditation. The wisdom of the Enlightenment never interferes with comfort. Moral, with the great myth to back it, is always a sacrifice, a cult, even to extremes of asceticism, even to death. But virtue with wisdom at its back is a sort of secret enjoyment, a superfine intellectual egoism. And so the ethical teacher who is outside real religion becomes the Philistine. Buddha, Confucius, Rousseau, the arch-Philistines. For all the nobility of their ordered ideas and the pedantry of the Socratic life wisdom is insurmountable. Along with this, shall we call it, scholasticism of sound reason, there must of inner necessity be a rationalistic mysticism of the educated. The Western Enlightenment is of English origin and Puritan parentage. The rationalism of the continent comes wholly from Locke. In opposition to it, there arose in Germany the Pietists, Herrnhut, 1700, Spener and Franke, and in Württemberg, Oettinger, and in England, the Methodists, Wesley, awakened by Herrnhut, 1738. It was Luther and Calvin over again. The English at once organized themselves for a world movement, and the Germans lost themselves in mid-European conventicles. The Pietists of Islam are to be found in Sufism, which is not of Persian but of common Aramean origin, and in the 8th century spread all over the Arabian world. Pietists or Methodists, too, are the Indian lay preachers who, shortly before Buddha's time, were teaching release from the cycle of life, samsara, through immersion in the identity of Atman and Brahman. But Pietists or Methodists, too, are Lao Tse and his disciples, and notwithstanding their rationalism, the cynic mendicants and itinerant preachers and the Stoic tutors, domestic chaplains and confessors of early Hellenism, and Pietism may ascend even to the peak of rationalist vision, of which Swedenborg is the great example, which created for Stoics and Sufists whole worlds of fancy, and by which Buddhism was prepared for its reconstruction as Mahayana. The expansion of Buddhism and that of Taoism in their original significations are closely analogous to the Methodist expansion in America, and it is no accident that they both reached their full maturity in those regions, lower Ganges and south of the Yangtze-Kiang, which had cradled the respective cultures. The second religiousness. 2 centuries after Puritanism, the mechanistic conception of the world stands at its zenith. It is the effective religion of the time. Even those who still thought themselves to be religious in the old sense, to be believers in God, were only mistaking the world in which their waking consciousness was mirroring itself. Culture is ever synonymous with religious creativeness. Every great culture begins with a mighty theme that rises out of the pre-urban countryside, is carried through in the cities of art and intellect, and closes with a finale of materialism in the world cities. But even the last chords are strictly in the key of the whole. These are Chinese, Indian, classical, Arabian, Western materialisms, and each is nothing but the original stock of myth shapes, cleared of the elements of experience and contemplative vision, and viewed mechanistically. The belief is belief in force and matter, even if the words used be God and world, providence and man. Unique and self-contained is the Faustian materialism, in the narrower sense of the word. In it, the technical outlook upon the world reached fulfillment. The whole world a dynamic system, exact mathematically disposed, capable down to its first causes of being, experimentally probed and numerically fixed, so that man can dominate it. This is what distinguishes our particular return to nature from all others. That knowledge is virtue, Confucius also believed, and Buddha and Socrates, but knowledge is power is a phrase that possesses meaning only with the European-American civilization. The destiny element is mechanized as evolution, development, progress, and put into the center of the system. The will is an albumen process. And all these doctrines of monism, Darwinism, positivism, and whatnot are elevated into the fitness morale, which is the beacon of American businessmen, British politicians, and German progress Philistines alike, and turns out, in the last analysis, to be nothing but an intellectualist caricature of the old justification by faith. Materialism would not be complete without the need of now and again easing the intellectual tension by giving way to moods of myth, by performing rites of some sort, or by enjoying the charms of the irrational, the unnatural, the repulsive, and even, if need be, the merely silly. This tendency, which is visible enough even to us in the time of Mengsei, 372 to 289, and in those of the first Buddhist brotherhoods, is present also, and with the same significance, in Hellenism, of which indeed it is a leading characteristic. About 312, poetical scholars of the Callimachus type in Alexandria invented the Serapis cult and provided it with an elaborate legend. The Isis cult in Republican Rome was something very different both from the emperor worship that succeeded it and from the deeply earnest Isis religion of Egypt. It was a religious pastime of high society, which at times provoked public ridicule and at times led to public scandal and the closing of the cult centers. Note,
which was ordered no less than 4 times in the decade 58 to 49.
Correspondingly, we have in the European American world of today the occultist and theosophist fraud, the American Christian Science, the untrue Buddhism of drawing rooms, the religious arts and crafts business, brisker in Germany than even in England, that caters for groups and cults of Gothic or late classical or Taoist sentiment. Everywhere it is just a toying with myths that no one really believes, a tasting of cults that it is hoped might fill the inner void. Materialism is shallow and honest. Mock religion, shallow and dishonest. But the fact that the latter is possible at all foreshadows a new and genuine spirit of seeking that declares itself first quietly but soon emphatically and openly in the civilized waking consciousness. This next phase I call the second religiousness. It appears in all civilizations as soon as they have fully formed themselves as such and are beginning to pass slowly and imperceptibly into the non-historical state in which time periods cease to mean anything. So far as the Western civilization is concerned, therefore, we are still many generations short of that point. The second religiousness is the necessary counterpart of Caesarism, which is the final political constitution of late civilizations. It becomes visible, therefore, in the Augustan age of the classical and about the time of Shi Huangti's time in China. In both phenomena, the creative young strength of the early culture is lacking, but both have their greatness nevertheless. That of the second religiousness consists in a deep piety that fills the waking consciousness, the piety that impressed Herodotus and the late Egyptians and impresses West Europeans in India and Islam, and that of Caesarism consists in its unchained might of colossal facts. But neither in the creations of this piety nor in the form of the Roman Imperium is there anything primary and spontaneous. Nothing is built up, no idea unfolds itself. It is only as if a mist cleared off the land and revealed the old forms, uncertainly at first, but presently with increasing distinctness. The material of the second religiousness is simply that of the first, genuine, young religiousness, only otherwise experienced and expressed. It starts with rationalism's fading out and helplessness, then the forms of the springtime become visible, and finally the whole world of the primitive religion, which had receded before the grand forms of the early faith, returns to the foreground, powerful in the guise of the popular syncretism that is to be found in every culture at this phase. Every age of enlightenment proceeds from an unlimited optimism of the reason, always associated with the type of the megalopolitan, to an equally unqualified skepticism. The sovereign waking consciousness, cut off by walls and artificialities from living nature and the land about it and under it, cognizes nothing outside itself. It applies criticism to its imaginary world, which it has cleared of everyday sense experience and continues to do so till it has found the last and subtlest result, the form of the form itself, namely nothing. With this, the possibilities of physics as a critical mode of world understanding are exhausted, and the hunger for metaphysics presents itself afresh. But it is not the religious pastimes of educated and literature-soaked cliques. Still less is it the intellect that gives rise to the second religiousness. Its source is the naive belief that arises unremarked but spontaneous among the masses that there is some sort of mystic constitution of actuality, as to which formal proofs are presently regarded as barren and tiresome world jugglery, and an equally naive heart need reverently responding to the myth by means of a cult. The forms of neither can be foreseen, still less chosen. They appear of themselves, and as far as we are ourselves concerned, we are as yet far distant from them. But already the opinions of Comte and Spencer, the materialism and the monism and the Darwinism, which stirred the best minds of the 19th century to such passion, have become the world view proper to country cousins. Judaism. The religion of Jewry, too, is a fellah religion since the time of Yehuda ben Halevi, who, like his Islamic teacher al-Ghazali, regarded scientific philosophy with an unqualified skepticism, and in the Khazari 1140 refused to it any role save that of handmaid of the orthodox theology. Neither in this period nor in any other is Judaism unique in religious history, though from the viewpoint that the Western culture has taken up on its own ground it may seem so. Nor is it peculiar to Jewry that, unperceived by those who bear it, its name is forever changing in meaning, for the same has happened step by step in the Persian story. In the springtime, first 5 centuries of the Christian era, this landless consensus spread geographically from Spain to Shantung. This was the Jewish age of chivalry and its Gothic blossoming time of religious creative force. The later apocalyptic, the Mishnah, and also primitive Christianity, which was not cast off till after Trajan's and Hadrian's time, are creations of this nation. It is well known that in those days the Jews were peasants, artisans, and dwellers in little towns, and big business was in the hands of Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans, that is, members of the classical world. About 500 begins the Jewish Baroque, which Western observers are accustomed to regard very one-sidedly as part of the picture of Spain's Age of Glory. The Jewish consensus, like the Persian, Islamic, and Byzantine, now advances to an urban and intellectual awareness, and thenceforward it is master of the forms of city economics and city science. Tarragona, Toledo, and Granada are predominantly Jewish cities. Jews constitute an essential element in Moorish high society. Their finished forms, their esprit, their knightliness amazed the Gothic nobility of the Crusades, which tried to imitate them. But the diplomacy also, and the war management and the administration of the Moorish cities would all have been unthinkable without the Jewish aristocracy, which was every whit as thoroughbred as the Islamic. As once in Arabia there had been a Jewish Minnesang, so now there was a high literature of enlightened science. But an entirely new situation was created when, from about the year 1000, the western portion of the consensus found itself suddenly in the field of the young Western culture. The Jews, like the Parsis, the Byzantines, and the Muslims, had become by then civilized and cosmopolitan, whereas the German-Roman world lived in the townless land, and the settlements that had just come or were coming into existence around monasteries and marketplaces were still many generations short of possessing souls of their own. While the Jews were already almost falahin, the Western peoples were still almost primitives. There was mutual hate and contempt, due not to race distinction, but to difference of phase. Into all the hamlets and country towns the Jewish consensus built its essentially megalopolitan, proletarian ghettos. The Judengasse is 1,000 years in advance of the Gothic town. Just so in Jesus' day, the Roman town stood in the midst of the villages on the lake of Gennesareth. But these young nations were, besides, bound up with the soil and the idea of a fatherland, and the landless consensus, which was cemented not by deliberate organization, but by a wholly unconscious, wholly metaphysical impulse, an expression of the Magian world feeling in its simplest and direct form, appeared to them as something uncanny and incomprehensible. It was in this period that the legend of the wandering Jew arose. Jewry of the West European group had entirely lost the relation to the open land which had still existed in the Moorish period of Spain. There were no more peasants. The smallest ghetto was a fragment, however miserable, of megalopolis, and its inhabitants split into castes. The rabbi is the Brahmin or Mandarin of the ghetto, and a coolie mass characterized by civilized, cold, superior intelligence and an undeviating eye to business. But this phenomenon, again, is not unique if our historical sense takes in the wider horizon. For all Magian nations have been in this condition since the Crusade period. The Parsi in India possesses exactly the same business power as the Jews in the European American world and the Armenians and Greeks in southern Europe. The same phenomenon occurs in every other civilization when it pushes into a younger milieu. Witness the Chinese in California, where they are the targets of a true anti-Semitism of Western America, in Java and in Singapore, that of the Indian trader in East Africa, and that of the Romans in the early Arabian world. In the last instance, indeed, the conditions were the exact reverse of those of today. For the Jews of those days were the Romans, and the Aramean felt for them an apocalyptic hatred that is very closely akin to our West European anti-Semitism. The outbreak of 88, in which, at a sign from Mithridates, 100,000 Roman business people were murdered by the exasperated population of Asia Minor, was a veritable pogrom. Over and above these oppositions, there was that of race, which passed from contempt into hate in proportion as the Western culture itself caught up with the civilization and the difference of age, expressed in the way of life, and the increasing primacy of intelligence became smaller. But all this has nothing to do with the silly catchwords Aryan and Semite that have been borrowed from philology. The Aryan Persians and Armenians are in our eyes entirely indistinguishable from the Jews, and even in South Europe and the Balkans there is almost no bodily difference between the Christian and Jewish inhabitants. The Jewish nation is, like every other nation of the Arabian culture, the result of an immense mission. And up to well within the Crusades it was changed and changed again by ascensions and successions en masse. One part of Eastern Jewry conforms in bodily respects to the Christian inhabitants of Caucasus, another to the South Russian Tatars, and a large portion of Western Jewry to the North African Moors. What has mattered in the West more than any other distinction is the difference between the race ideal of the Gothic springtime, which has bred its human type, and that of the Sephardic Jew, which first formed itself into the ghettos of the West and was likewise the product of a particular spiritual breeding and training under exceedingly hard external conditions, to which doubtless we must add the effectual spell of the land and people about him and his metaphysical defensive reaction to that spell. During the Gothic age, this difference is deep and religious, and the object of hatred is the consensus as religion. Only with the beginning of the Western civilization does it become materialist and begin to attack Jewry on its intellectual and business sides, on which the West suddenly finds itself confronted by an even challenger. But the deepest element of separation and bitterness has been one which the full tragedy has been least understood. While Western man, from the days of the Saxon emperors to the present, has, in the most significant sense of the words, lived his history, and lived it with a consciousness of it that no other culture can parallel, the Jewish consensus ceased to have a history at all. Its problems were solved, its inner form was complete, conclusive, and unalterable. For it, as for Islam, the Greek Church, and the Parsees, centuries ceased to mean anything, and consequently no one belonging inwardly to the consensus can even begin to comprehend the passion with which Faustians livingly experience the short crowded epochs in which their history and destiny take decisive turns. The beginning of the Crusades, the Reformation, the French Revolution, the German Wars of Liberation, and each and every turning point in the existence of several peoples. All this, for the Jew, lies 30 generations back. A Jewish cavalry general fought in the 30 Years' War. He lies buried in the old Jewish cemetery at Prague. But what did the ideas of Luther or Loyola mean to him? Note,
Prague contains a veritable corpus of commentary upon these pages. At
what did the Byzantines, near relatives of the Jews, comprehend of the Crusades? Such things are among the tragic necessities of the higher history that consists in the life courses of individual cultures, and often have they repeated themselves. The European-American world has displayed a complete incomprehension of the Fella revolutions of Turkey, 1908, and China, 1911. The inner life and thought of these peoples, and consequently even their notions of state and sovereignty, the Caliph in the one, the Son of Heaven in the other, being of an utterly different cast and therefore a sealed book, the course of events could neither be weighed up nor even reckoned upon in advance. The Jew of the consensus follows the history of the present, which which is nothing but that of the Faustian civilization spread over continents and oceans, with the fundamental feelings of Magian mankind, even when he himself is firmly convinced of the Western character of his thought. As every Magian consensus is non-territorial and geographically unlimited, it involuntarily sees in all conflicts concerning the Faustian ideas of fatherland, mother tongue, ruling house, monarchy, constitution, a return from forms that are thoroughly alien, therefore burdensome and meaningless, to him towards forms matching with his own nature. Hence the word international, whether it be coupled with socialism, pacifism, or capitalism, can excite him to enthusiasm, but what he hears in that word is the essence of his landless and boundless consensus. Even when the force of the consensus in him is broken in the life of his host, people exercises an outward attraction upon him to the point of an induced patriotism. Yet the party that he supports is always that of which the aims are most nearly comparable with the Magian essence. Hence, in Germany he is a democrat, and in England, like the Parsi in India, is an imperialist. It is exactly the same misunderstanding as when West Europeans regard young Turks and Chinese reformers as kindred spirits. That is, as constitutionalists. If there is inward relationship, a man affirms even when he destroys. If inward alienness, his effect is negative even where his desire is to be constructive. What Western culture has destroyed by reform efforts of its own type where it has had power hardly bears thinking of, and Jewry has been equally destructive where it has intervened. The sense of the inevitableness of this reciprocal misunderstanding leads to the appalling hatred that settles deep in the blood and, fastening upon visible marks like race, mode of life, profession, speech, leads both sides to waste, ruin, and bloody excesses wherever these conditions occur. Since the Napoleonic era, the old civilized consensus has mingled unwelcome with the new civilized Western society of the cities, and has taken their economic and scientific methods into use with the cool superiority of age. A few generations later, the Japanese, also a very old intellect, did the same and probably with still greater success. Yet another example is afforded by the Carthaginians, a rearguard of the Babylonian civilization, who were already highly developed when the classical culture was still in the Etrusco-Doric infancy, ended by surrendering to late Hellenism, petrified in an end state in all that concerned religion and art, but far superior to the Greeks and Romans as men of business, and hated accordingly. Today, this Magian nation, with its ghetto and its religion itself, is in danger of disappearing, not because the metaphysics of the two cultures came closer to one another, for that is impossible, but because the intellectualized upper stratum of each side is ceasing to be metaphysical at all. It has lost every kind of inward cohesion, and what remains is simply a cohesion for practical questions. The lead that this nation has enjoyed from its long habituation to thinking in business terms becomes ever less and less. Vis-a-vis the American, it has already almost gone, and with the loss of it will go the last potent means of keeping up a consensus that has fallen regionally into parts. In the moment when the civilized methods of the European-American world cities shall have arrived at full maturity, the destiny of Jewry, at least of the Jewry in our midst, that of Russia is another problem, will be accomplished. 17. The state. The problem of the estates. Man and woman. A fathomless secret of the cosmic flowings that we call life is their separation into two sexes. Already in the earthbound existence streams of the plant world, they are trying to part from one another, as the symbol of the flower tells us, into a something that is this existence and a something that keeps it going. Animals are free, little worlds in a big world, the cosmic, closed off as microcosms and set up against the macrocosm. And more decisively as the animal kingdom unfolds its history, the dual direction of dual being, of the masculine and the feminine, manifests itself. The feminine stands closer to the cosmic, it is rooted deeper in the earth, and it is immediately involved in the grand cyclic rhythms of nature. The masculine is freer, more animal, more mobile, as to sensation and understanding as well as otherwise, more awake and more tense. The male livingly experiences destiny, and he comprehends causality, the causal logic of the become. The female, on the contrary, is herself destiny and time and the organic logic of the becoming, and for that very reason the principle of causality is forever alien to her. Whenever man has tried to give destiny any tangible form, he has felt it as of feminine form, and he has called it morai, parse, norns. The supreme deity is never itself destiny, but always either its representative or its master, just as man represents or controls woman. Primevally, too, woman is the seeress, and not because she knows the future, but because she is the future. The priest merely interprets the oracle, the woman is the oracle itself, and it is time that speaks through her. The man makes history, the woman is history. Here, strangely clear yet enigmatic still, we have a dual significance of all living happenings. On the one hand, we sense cosmic flow as such, and on the other hand, the chain and train of successive individuals brings us back to the microcosms themselves as the recipients, containers, and preservers of the flow. It is this second history that is characteristically masculine, political, social, more conscious, freer, and more agitated than the other. It reaches back into the animal world and receives highest symbolic and world historical expression in the life courses of the great cultures. Feminine, on the contrary, is the primary, the eternal, the maternal, the plant-like, for the plant ever has something female in it, the cultureless history of the generation sequence, which never alters, but uniform and inconspicuous, passes through the being of all animal and human species. In retrospect, it is synonymous with life itself. This history, too, is not without its battles and its tragedies. Women in childbed wins through to her victory. The Aztecs, the Romans of the Mexican culture, honored the women in labor as a battling warrior, and if she died, she was interred with the same formula as the fallen hero. Policy for a woman is eternally the conquest of the man, through whom she can become mother of children, through whom she can become history and destiny and future. The target of her profound shyness, her tactical finesse, is ever the father of her son. The man, on the contrary, whose center of gravity lies essentially in the other kind of history, wants that son as his son, as inheritor and carrier of his blood and historical tradition. Here, in man and in woman, the two kinds of history are fighting for power. Woman is strong and wholly what she is, and she experiences the man and the sons only in relation to herself and her ordained role. In the masculine being, on the contrary, there is a certain contradiction. He is this man, and he is something else besides, which woman neither understands nor admits, which she feels as robbery and violence upon that which to her is holiest. This secret and fundamental war of the sexes has gone on ever since there were sexes, and will continue. Silent, bitter, unforgiving, pitiless, while they continue. In it, too, there are policies, battles, alliances, treaties, treasons, race feeling of love and hate, which originate in depths of world yearning, and primary instincts of directedness prevail between the sexes, and with a still more uncanny potency than in the other history that takes place between man and man. There are love lyrics and war lyrics, love dances and weapon dances. There are two kinds of tragedy, Othello and Macbeth. But nothing in the political world even begins to compare with the abysses of a Clytemnestra or a Kriemhild's vengeance. And so woman despises that other history, man's politics, which she never comprehends and of which all that she sees is that it takes her sons from her. Thus, history has two meanings. It is cosmic or politic. It is being or it preserves being. There are two sorts of destiny, two sorts of war, two sorts of tragedy, public and private. Nothing can eliminate this duality from the world. It is radical, founded in the essence of the animal, that is both microcosm and participant in the cosmic. It appears at all significant conjunctures in the form of a conflict of duties, which exists only for the man, not for the woman, and in the course of a higher culture it is never overcome but only deepened. There are public life and private life, public law and private law, communal cults and domestic cults. As a state, being is in form for the one history. As race, breed, it is in flow as itself the other history. This is the old German distinction between the sword side and the spindle side of blood relationships. The double significance of directional time finds its highest expression in the ideas of the state and the family. Race, blood. On the other side, we see masses of individual beings streaming past, growing and passing, but making history. The purer, deeper, stronger, more taken for granted the common beat of these sequent generations is, the more blood, the more race they have. Out of the infinite they rise, every one with its soul, bands that feel themselves in the common wave beat of their being as a whole. Not mind communities like orders, craft guilds, or schools of learning which are linked by common truths, but blood confederates in the melee of fighting life. Note,
Elsewhere, Spengler uses the phrase inspired mass units.
there are streams of being which are in form in the same sense in which the term is used in sports. A field of steeplechasers is in form when the legs swing surely over the fences and the hooves beat firmly and rhythmically on the flat. When wrestlers, fencers, ball players are in form, the riskiest acts and moves come off easily and naturally. An art period is in form when its tradition is second nature, as counterpoint was to Bach. An army is in form when it is like the army of Napoleon at Austerlitz and the army of Moltke at Sedan. Practically everything that has been achieved in world history in war and in that continuation of war by intellectual means that we call politics. In all successful diplomacy, tactics, strategy, in the competition of states or social classes or parties, has been the product of living unities that found themselves in form. The world for a race or breeding education is training, Zachtung, as against the shaping Bildung, which creates communities of waking consciousness on a basis of uniform teachings or beliefs. Books, for example, are shaping agents, while the constant felt pulse and harmony of milieu into which one feels oneself lives oneself, like a novice or a page of early Gothic times, are training influences. The good form and ceremonies of a given society are sense presentations of the beat of a given species of being, and to master them one must have the beat of them. Hence women, as more instinctive and nearer to cosmic rhythms, adapt themselves more readily than men to the forms of a new milieu. Women from the bottom strata move in elegant society with entire certainty after a few years and sink again as quickly. But men alter slowly because they are more awake and aware. The proletarian man never becomes wholly an aristocrat, the aristocrat never wholly a proletarian. Only in the sons does the beat of the new milieu make its appearance. The profounder the form, the stricter and more exclusive it is. To the outsider, therefore, it appears to be a slavery. The member, on the contrary, has a perfect and easy command of it. The Prince de Ligny was no less than Mozart, master of the form, and not its slave. And the same holds good for every born aristocrat, statesman, and captain. In all high cultures, therefore, there is a peasantry which is breed, stock, in the broad sense, and thus to a certain extent nature herself, and a society which is assertively and emphatically in form. It is a set of classes or estates, and no doubt artificial and transitory. But the history of these classes and estates is world history at highest potential. It is only in relation to it that the peasant is seen as historyless. The culture is wholly unlike any other thing in the organic world. It is the one point at which man lifts himself above the powers of nature and becomes himself a creator. Even as to race, breed, he is nature's creature. He is bred. But as a state, he breeds himself just as he breeds the varieties of animals and plants in which he is interested. And that process, too, is, in the deepest and most final sense, culture. Culture and a state are interchangeable expressions. They arise together and they vanish together. The breeding of select types of wines or fruits or flowers, the breeding of blood horses, is culture. And the culture, in exactly the same sense of the human elite, arises as the expression of a being that has brought itself into high form. True history is not cultural in the sense of anti-political, as the philosophers and doctrinaires of all commencing civilizations assert. On the contrary, it is breed history, war history, diplomatic history, the history of being streams in the form of man and woman, family, people, estate, state, reciprocally, defensive and offensive in the wave beat of grand facts. Politics in the highest sense is life, and life is politics. Every man is willy-nilly a member of this battle drama, as subject or as object. There is no third alternative. The kingdom of the spirit is not of this world. True, but it presupposes it, as waking being presupposes being. It is only possible as a consistent saying of no to the actuality that nevertheless exists, and indeed must exist before it can be renounced. Race can dispense with language, but the very speaking of a language is an expression of antecedent race, as are religions and arts and styles of thought and everything else that happens in the history of the spirit. And that there is such history is shown by the power that blood possesses over feeling and reason. For all these are active waking consciousness in form, expressive in their evolution and symbolism and passion of the blood, again the blood, that courses through these forms in the waking being of generation after generation. A hero does not need to know anything at all of this second world. He is life through and through. But a saint can only by the severest asceticism beat down the life that is in him and gain solitary communion with his spirit. And his strength for this again comes from life itself. The hero despises death and the saint life. But in the contrast between the heroism of great ascetics and martyrs and the piety of most, which is of the kind described in Revelation 3:16, we discover that greatness, even in religion, presupposes race, that life must be strong indeed to be worthy of such wrestlers. The rest is mere philosophy. For this reason, nobility in the world historical sense counts for much more than comfortable late periods allow. It is not a sum of titles and privileges and ceremonies, but an inward possession, hard to acquire, hard to retain. Worth indeed for those who understand the sacrifice of a whole life. An old family betokens not simply a set of ancestors, we all have ancestors, but ancestors who lived through whole generations on the heights of history, who not merely had destiny, but were destiny, in whose blood the form of happening was bred up to its perfection by the experience of centuries. As history in the grand sense begins with the culture, it was mere panache for a Colonna to trace back his ancestry into late Roman times. But it was not meaningless for the grandee of late Byzantium to derive himself from Constantine. Nor is it so for an American of today to trace his ancestry to a Mayflower immigrant of 1620. In actual fact, classical nobility begins with the Trojan period and not the Mycenaean, and the Western with the Gothic and not the Franks and the Goths. In England with the Normans and not the Saxons. Only from these real starting points is there history, and therefore only from then can there be an original aristocracy, as distinct from nobles and heroes. That which in the first chapter of this volume 1 called cosmic beat or pulse receives in this aristocracy its fulfillment. For all that in riper times we call diplomatic and social tact, which includes strategic and business flair, the collector's eye for precious things, and the subtle insight of the judge of men. And generally all that which one has and does not learn, which arouses the impotent envy of the rest who cannot participate. which as form directs the course of events, is nothing but a particular case of the same cosmic and dreamlike sureness that is visibly expressed in the circlings of a flock of birds or the controlled movements of a thoroughbred horse. 18. State and history. The vesting of authority. In the historical world, there are no ideals but only facts, no truths but only facts. There is no reason, no honesty, no equity, no final aim but only facts, and anyone who does not realize this should write books on politics. Let him not try to make politics. In the real world, there are no states built according to ideals, but only states that have grown, and these are nothing but living peoples in form. No doubt it is the form impressed that living doth itself unfold, but the impress has been that of the blood and beat of a being, wholly instinctive and involuntary. And as to the unfolding, if it is guided by the master of politics, it takes the direction inherent in the blood. If by the idealist, that dictated by his own convictions. In other words, the way to nullity. The destiny question for states that exist in reality and not merely in intellectual schemes is not that of their ideal task or structure, but that of their inner authority, which cannot in the long run be maintained by material means but only by a belief of friend and foe in their effectiveness. The decisive problems lie not in the working out of constitutions, but in the organization of a sound working government, not in the distribution of political rights according to just principles, which at bottom are simply the idea that a class forms of its own legitimate claims, but in the efficient pulse of the whole, efficient in the sense that the play of muscle and sinew is efficient when an extended racehorse nears the winning post. In that rhythm which attracts even strong genius into syntony, not, lastly, in any world-alien moral, but in the steadiness, sureness, and superiority of political leadership. The more self-evident all these things are, the less is said or argued about them. The more fully matured the state, the higher the standing, the historical capacity, and therefore the destiny of the nation. State majesty, sovereignty, is a life symbol of the first order. It distinguishes subjects and objects. Strength of leadership, which comes to expression in the clear separation of these two factors, is the unmistakable sign of the life force in a political unity. So much so that the shattering of existing authority, for example by the supporters of an opposed constitutional ideal, almost always results not in this new party's making itself the subject of domestic policy, but in the whole nation's becoming the object of alien policy, and not seldom forever. In every healthy state, the letter of the written constitution is of small importance compared with the practice of the living constitution, the form, to use again the sporting term, which has developed of itself out of the experience of time, the situation, and above all the race properties of the nation. The more powerfully the natural form of the body politic has built itself up, the more surely it works in unforeseen situations. Indeed, in the end, it does not matter whether the actual leader is called king or minister or party leader, or even, as in the case of Cecil Rhodes, that he has no defined relation to the state. The nobility which managed Roman politics in the period of the 3 Punic Wars had, from the point of view of constitutional law, no existence whatever. The leader's responsibility is always to a minority that possesses the instincts of statesmanship and represents the rest of the nation in the struggle of history. The fact, express and unequivocal, is that class states, that is, states in which particular classes rule, are the only states. This must not be confused with the class states to which the individual is merely attached in view of belonging to an estate, as in the case of the older polis, the Norman states of England and Sicily, the France of the Constitution of 1791, and Soviet Russia today. The true class state is an expression of the general historical experience that it is always a single social stratum which, constitutionally or otherwise, provides the political leading. It is always a definite minority that represents the world historical tendency of a state, and within that again, It is a more or less self-contained minority that, in virtue of its aptitudes, and often enough against the spirit of the Constitution, actually holds the reins. In by far the greater number of cases, this minority is one within the nobility. For example, the gentry which govern the parliamentary style of England, the nobiles at the helm of Roman politics in Punic War times, the merchant aristocracy of Venice, the Jesuit-trained nobles who conducted the diplomacy of the papal curia in the Baroque. Similarly, we find the political aptitude in self-contained groups within the religious estate, not only in the Roman Catholic Church but also in Egypt and India, and still more in Byzantium and Sassanid Persia. In the third estate, though this seldom produces it, not being itself a caste unit, there are cases such as those of 3rd century Rome, where a stratum of the plebs contains men trained in commerce, and France, since 1789, where an element of the bourgeoisie had been trained in law. In these cases, it is a closed circle of persons possessing homogeneous practical gifts, which constantly recruits itself and preserves in its midst the whole sum of unwritten political tradition and experience. There is no best or true or right state that could possibly be actualized according to plan. Every state that emerges in history exists as it is but once and for a moment. The next moment it has unperceived become different, whatever the rigidity of its legal constitutional crust. Therefore, words like republic, absolutism, democracy mean something different in every instance, and what turns them into catchwords is their use as definite concepts by philosophers and ideologues. A history of states is physiognomic and not systematic. Its business is not to show how humanity advances to the conquest of its eternal rights, to freedom and equality, to the evolving of a super-wise and super-just state, but to describe the political units that really exist in the fact world, how they grow and flourish and fade, and how they are really nothing but actual life in form. The bourgeoisie. At the point when a culture is beginning to turn itself into a civilization, the non-estate intervenes in affairs decisively, and for the first time as an independent force. Under the tyrannus and the fronde, the state has invoked its aid against the estates proper, and it has for the first time learned to feel itself a power. Note:
rebellion against the court during the minority of Louis XIV.
Now it employs its strength for itself, and does so as a class standing for its freedom against the rest. It sees in the absolute state, in the crown, in rooted institutions, the natural allies of the old estates and the true and last representatives of symbolic tradition. This is the difference between the first and the second tyrannus, between Fronde and bourgeois revolution, between Cromwell and Robespierre. The state, with its heavy demands on each individual in it, is felt by urban reason as a burden. So, in the same phase, the great forms of the Baroque arts begin to be felt as restrictive and become classicist or romanticist. That is, sickly or formless. German literature from 1770 is one long revolt of strong individual personalities against strict poetry. The idea of the whole nation being in training or in form for anything becomes intolerable, for the individual himself inwardly is no longer in condition. This holds good in morals, in arts, and in modes of thought, but most of all in politics. Every bourgeois revolution has as its scene the great city, and as its hallmark the incomprehension of old symbols, which it replaces by tangible interests and the craving or even the mere wish of enthusiastic thinkers and world improvers to see their conceptions actualized. Nothing now has value but that which can be justified by reason, but deprived thus of the exaltation of a form that is essentially symbolical and works metaphysically, the national life loses the power of keeping its head up in the being streams of history. Follow the desperate attempts of the French government, the handful of capable and far-sighted men under the mediocre Louis XVI, to keep their country in condition when, after the death of Vergennes in 1787, the whole gravity of the external situation had become manifest. With the death of this diplomatist, France disappeared for years from the political combinations of Europe. At the same time, the great reform that the crown had carried through against all resistances, above all the general administrative reform of that year, based on the freest self-management, remained completely ineffective, because in view of the pliancy of the state, the question of the moment for the estates became suddenly the question of power. As a century before and a century afterwards, European war was drawing visibly nearer with an inexorable necessity, but no one now took any notice of the external situation. The nobility as an estate had rarely, but the bourgeoisie as an estate had never, thought in terms of foreign policy and world history. Whether the state in its new form would be able to hold its own at all amongst the other states, no one asked. All that mattered was whether it secured men's right. The bourgeoisie, the class of urban freedom, strong as its class feeling remained for generations, in West Europe even beyond 1848, was at no time wholly master of its actions. For, first of all, it became manifest in every critical situation that its unity was a negative unity, only really existent in moments of opposition to something, anything else. Tiers état and opposition are almost synonymous. And that when something constructive of its own had to be done, the interests of the various groups pulled all ways, to be free from something that all wanted. But the intellectual desired the state as an actualization of justice against the force of historical facts, or the rights of man, or freedom of criticism as against the dominant religion. And money wanted a free path to business success. But there was another element, now and henceforth, that had not existed in the conflicts of the Fronde. The English Civil War included, or the First Tyrannus, but this time stood for a power, namely that which is found in all civilizations under different contemptuous labels. Dregs, canaille, mob, pobel, but with the same tremendous connotation. In the great cities, which alone now spoke the decisive words, the countryside can at most accept or reject fait accompli, as our 18th century proves. A mass of rootless fragments of population stands outside all social linkages. These do not feel themselves as attached either to an estate or to a vocational class, nor even to the real working class, although they are obliged to work. Elements drawn from all classes and conditions belong to it instinctively. Uprooted peasantry, literates, ruined businessmen, and above all, as the age of Catiline shows with terrifying clarity, derailed nobles. Their power is far in excess of their numbers, for they are always on the spot, always on hand at the big decisions, ready for anything, devoid of all respect for orderliness, even the orderliness of a revolutionary party. It is from them that events acquire the destructive force which distinguishes the French Revolution from the English, and the Second Tyrannus from the first. The bourgeoisie looks at these masses with real uneasiness, defensively, and seeks to separate itself from them. It was to a defensive act of this category, the 13th Vendémiaire, that Napoleon owed his rise. But in the pressure of facts, the separating frontier cannot be drawn. Wherever the bourgeoisie throws into the scale against the older orders its feeble weight of aggressiveness, feeble in relative numbers and feeble because its inner cohesion is risked at every moment, this mass has forced itself into the ranks, pushed to the front, imparted most of the drive that wins the victory, and very often managed to secure the conquered position for itself, not seldom with the continued idealistic support of the educated who are intellectually captivated, or the material backing of the money powers, which seek to divert the danger from themselves onto the nobility and the clergy. There is another aspect, too, under which this epoch has its importance. In it, for the first time, abstract truths seek to intervene in the world of facts. The capital cities have become so great and urban man so superior and influential over the waking consciousness of the whole culture. This influence is what we call public opinion, that the powers of the blood and the tradition inherent in the blood are shaken in their hitherto unassailable position. For it must be remembered that the Baroque state and the absolute polis in their final development of form are thoroughly living expressions of a breed, and that history, so far as it accomplishes itself in these forms, possesses the full pulse of that breed. Any theory of the state that may be fashioned here is one that is deduced from the facts, that bows to the greatness of the facts. The idea of the state had finally mastered the blood of the first estate, and put it wholly and without reserve at the state's service. Absolute means that the great being stream is as a unit in form, possesses one kind of pulse and instinct, whether the manifestations of that pulse be diplomatic or strategic flair, dignity of moral and manners, or fastidious tastes in arts and thoughts. It is now that the enemy of tradition, rationalism, appears and spreads. That which has been described above as the community of waking consciousness in the educated, whose religion is criticism and whose noumena are not deities but concepts. Now begins the influence of books and general theories upon politics. In the China of Lao Tse, as in the Athens of the Sophists, and the Europe of Montesquieu, and the public opinion formed by them plants itself in the path of diplomacy as a political magnitude of quite a new sort. It would be absurd to suppose that Pisistratus or Richelieu or even Cromwell determined their actions under the influence of abstract systems. But after the victory of enlightenment, that is what actually happens. Nevertheless, the historical role of the great concepts of the civilization is very different from the complexion that they presented in the minds of the ideologues who conceive them. The meaning of a truth always differs greatly from its tendency. In the world of facts, truths are simply means, effective insofar as they dominate spirits and therefore determine actions. Their historical position is determined not by whether they are deep, correct, or even merely logical, but whether they tell. We see this in the phrase catchword Schlagwort. What certain symbols livingly experienced are for the springtime religions, the Holy Sepulchre for the Crusader, the substance of Christ for the times of the Council of Nicaea. The 2 or 3 inspiriting word sounds are for every civilized revolution. It is only the catchwords that are facts. The residue of the philosophical or sociological system whence they come does not matter to history. But, as catchwords, they are for about 2 centuries powers of the first rank, stronger ever than the pulse of the blood, which in the petrifying world of the outspread cities is beginning to be dulled. But the critical spirit is only one of the 2 tendencies which emerge out of the chaotic mass of the non-estate. Along with abstract concepts, abstract money, money divorced from the prime values of the land, along with the study, the counting house, appear as political forces. If by democracy we mean the form which the third estate as such wishes to impart to public life as a whole, it must be concluded that democracy and plutocracy are the same thing under the 2 aspects of wish and actuality, theory and practice, knowing and doing. It is the tragic comedy of the world improvers and freedom teachers' desperate fight against money that they are ipso facto assisting money to be effective. Respect for the big number, expressed in the principles of equality for all, natural rights, and universal suffrage, is just as much a class ideal of the unclassed as freedom of public opinion, and more particularly freedom of the press, is so. These are ideals, but in actuality the freedom of public opinion involves the preparation of public opinion, which costs money. And the freedom of the press brings with it the question of possession of the press, which again is a matter of money. And with the franchise comes electioneering, in which he who pays the piper calls the tune. The representatives of the ideas look at one side only, while the representatives of money operate with the other. The concepts of liberalism and socialism are set in effective motion only by money. It was the equites, the big money party, which made Tiberius Gracchus's popular movement possible at all. And as soon as that part of the reforms that was advantageous to themselves had been successfully legalized, they withdrew and the movement collapsed. In England, politicians of eminence laid it down as early as 1700 that On change one deals in votes as well as in stocks, and the price of a vote is as well known as the price of an acre of land. When the news of Waterloo reached Paris, the price of French government stock rose. The Jacobins had destroyed the old obligations of the blood and so had emancipated money. Now it stepped forward as lord of the land. There is no proletarian, not even a communist movement that has not operated in the interest of money, in the directions indicated by money, and for the time permitted by money, and that without the idealist amongst its leaders having the slightest suspicion of the fact. Intellect rejects, money directs. So it runs in every last act of a culture drama, when the megalopolis has become master over the rest, and in the limit, intellect has no cause of complaint, for, after all, it has won its victory, namely in its own realm of truths, the realm of books and ideals that is not of this world. Its conceptions have become venerabilia of the beginning civilization. But money wins through these very concepts in its realm, which is only of this world. In the Western world of states, it was in England that both sides of the third estate politics, the ideal and the real, graduated. Here alone it was possible for the third estate to avoid the necessity of marching against an absolute state in order to destroy it, set up its own dominion on the ruins. For here it could grow up into the strong form of the first estate, where it found a fully developed form of interest politics, and from whose methods it could borrow for its own purposes a traditional tactic such as it could hardly wish to improve upon. Here was the home of parliamentarism, genuine and quite inimitable, which had insular position instead of the state as its starting point, and the habits of the first and not the third estate as its background. Further, there was the circumstance that this form had grown up in the full bloom of Baroque and therefore had music in it. Note,
Both the old parties possessed clear lines of tradition back to 1680.
but it was on British soil, too, that the rationalistic catchwords had one and all sprung up, and their relation to the principles of the Manchester School was intimate. Hume was the teacher of Adam Smith. Liberty self-evidently meant intellectual and trade freedom. An opposition between fact politics and enthusiasm for abstract truths was as impossible, in England of George III, as it was inevitable in the France of Louis XVI. Later, Edmund Burke could retort upon Mirabeau that, "We demand our liberties not as rights of man, but as rights of Englishmen." France received her revolutionary ideas without exception from England, as she had received the style of her absolute monarchy from Spain. To both, she imparted a brilliant and irresistible shape that was taken as a model far and wide over the continent. But of the practical employment of either she had no idea. The successful utilization of the bourgeois catchwords in politics presupposes the shrewd eye of a ruling class for the intellectual constitution of the stratum, which intends to attain power, but will not be capable of wielding it when attained. Hence in England it was successful. But it was in England, too, that money was most unhesitatingly used in politics. Not the bribery of individual high personages, which had been customary in the Spanish or Venetian style, but the nursing of the democratic forces themselves. In 18th century England, first the parliamentary elections and then the decisions of the elected commons were systematically managed by money. England, too, discovered the ideal of a free press, and discovered along with it that the press serves him who owns it. Note,
Pelham, the successor of Walpole, paid to members of the Commons through his secretary £500 to £800 at the end of each session according to the value of the services rendered by each recipient to the government, i.e., the Whig Party. The party agent Dodington described his parliamentary activities in these words: "I never attended a debate if I could help it, and I never missed a division that I could possibly take part in. I heard many arguments that convinced me, but never one that influenced my vote."
it does not spread free opinion, it generates it. Both together constitute liberalism in the broad sense. That is, freedom from the restrictions of the soil-bound life, be these privileges, forms, or feelings, freedom of the intellect for every kind of criticism, freedom of money for every kind of business. But both, too, unhesitatingly aim at the domination of a class, a domination which recognizes no overriding supremacy of the state. Mind and money, being both inorganic, want the state not as a matured form of high symbolism to be venerated, but as an engine to serve a purpose. Only in England, it must be emphasized again and again, the Fronde had disarmed not only the state in open battle, but also the third estate by its inward superiority, and so attained to the one kind of first-class form that democracy is capable of working up to, a form neither planned nor aped, but naturally matured, the expression of an old breed and an unbroken sure tact that can adapt itself to the use of every new means that the changes of time put into its hands. Thus it came about that the English Parliament, while taking part in the succession wars of the absolute states, handled them as economic wars with business aims. The mistrust felt for high form by the inwardly formless non-estate is so deep that everywhere and always it is ready to rescue its freedom from all form by means of a dictatorship, which acknowledges no rules and is therefore hostile to all that is grown up, which moreover, in virtue of its mechanizing tendency, is acceptable to the taste both of intellect and of money. Consider, for example, the structure of the state machine of France, which Robespierre began and Napoleon completed. Dictatorship in the interests of a class ideal appealed to Rousseau, Saint-Simon, Rodbertus, and Lassalle, as it had to the classical ideologues of the 4th century, Xenophon in the Cryopaedia, and Isocrates in the Nococles. The well-known saying of Robespierre, that the government of the revolution is the despotism of freedom against tyranny, expresses more than this. It reveals the deep fear that shakes every multitude which, in the presence of grave conjunctures, feels itself not up to form. A regiment that is shaken in its discipline will readily concede to accidental leaders of the moment powers of an extent of a kind which the legitimate command could never acquire, and which, if legitimate, would be utterly intolerable. But this, on a larger scale, is the position of every commencing civilization. Nothing reveals more tellingly the decline of political form than the upspringing of formless powers which we may conveniently designate, from its most conspicuous example, Napoleonism. How completely that being of Richelieu or of Wallenstein was involved in the unshakable antecedents of their period, and how instinct with form under all its outer unform was the English Revolution. The mere abolition of an order that had become obsolete was no novelty. Cromwell and the heads of the first tyrannus had done that. But that behind the ruins of the visible there is no longer the substance of an invisible form. That Robespierre and Napoleon find nothing either around or in them to provide the self-evident basis essential to any new creation. That for a government of high tradition and experience they have no choice but to substitute an accidental regime, whose future no longer rests secure on the qualities of a slowly and thoroughly trained minority, but depends entirely on the chance of the adequate successor turning up. Such are the distinguishing marks of this turning of the times, and hence comes the immense superiority that is enjoyed for generations still by those states which manage to retain a tradition longer than others. Tradition versus theory. If it was an improbable piece of good luck in the destinies of the classical peoples that Rome was the only city-state to survive the revolution with an unimpaired constitution, it was, on the contrary, almost a miracle that in our West, with its genealogical forms deep-rooted in the idea of duration, violent revolution broke out at all, even in one place, namely Paris. It was not the strength but the weakness of French absolutism which brought the English ideas, in combination with the power of money, to the point of an explosion which gave living form to the catchwords of the Enlightenment, which bound together virtue and terror, freedom and despotism, and which echoed still even in the minor catastrophes of 1830 and 1848, and the more recent socialistic longing for catastrophe. In England itself, there was certainly a small circle around Fox and Sheridan which was enthusiastic for the ideas of the Revolution, all of which were of English provenance, and men talked of universal suffrage and parliamentary reform. But that was quite enough to induce both parties, under the leadership of a Whig, the younger Pitt, to take the sharpest measure to defeat any and every attempt to interfere in the slightest degree with the aristocratic regime for the benefit of the bourgeoisie. The English nobility let loose the 20-year war against France and mobilized all the monarchs of Europe to bring about, in the end, not the fall of Napoleon, but the fall of the Revolution. The Revolution that had had the naive daring to introduce the opinions of private English thinkers into practical politics, and so to give a position to the tiers état, of which the consequences were all the better foreseen in the English lobbies for having been overlooked in the Paris salons. Note:
Afterwards, from 1832, the English nobility itself, through a series of prudent measures, drew the bourgeoisie into cooperation with it, but under its continued guidance and above all in the framework of tradition, within which consequently the young talent grew up. Democracy thus actualized itself here so that the government remained strictly in form, the old aristocratic form, while the individual was free to practice politics according to his bent. This transition in a peasantless society dominated by business interests was the most remarkable achievement of inner politics in the 19th century.
What was called opposition in England was the attitude of one aristocratic party while the other was running the government. This opposition was at once, and in complete ignorance of its social presuppositions, taken as a model for that which the educated in France and elsewhere aimed at creating, namely, a class domination of the tiers état under the eyes of a dynasty, no very clear idea being formed as to the latter's future. The English dispositions were, from Montesquieu onwards, lauded with enthusiastic misunderstanding. Although these continental countries, not being islands, lacked the first condition precedent for an English evolution, the result of the turn and the basic form of the continental states at the beginning of the civilization is constitutional monarchy, the extremist possibility of which appears as what we call nowadays a republic. It is necessary to get clear once and for all of the mumblings of the doctrinaires who think in timeless and therefore unreal concepts and for whom republic is a form in itself. The republican ideal of the 19th century has no more resemblance to the classical res publica, or even to Venice or the original Swiss cantons, than the English constitution to a constitution in the continental sense. That which we call republic is a negation, which of inward necessity postulates that the thing denied is an ever-present possibility. It is a non-monarchy and forms borrowed from the monarchy. The genealogical feeling is immensely strong in Western mankind. It strains its conscience so far as to pretend that dynasty determines its political conduct even when dynasty no longer exists at all. The historical is embodied therein, and unhistorically we cannot live. It makes a great difference whether, as in the case of the classical world, the dynastic principle conveys absolutely nothing to the inner feelings of a man, or, as in the case of the West, it is real enough to need 6 generations of educated people to fight it down in themselves. Feeling is the secret enemy of all constitutions that are plans and not growths. They are, in last analysis, nothing but defensive measures born of fear and mistrust. The urban conception of freedom from something, narrows itself to a merely anti-dynastic significance, and republican enthusiasm lives only on this feeling. Such a negation inevitably involves a preponderance of theory, while dynasty and its closer congener diplomacy conserve the old tradition and pulse. Constitutions contain an overweight of systems, bookishness, and framed concepts, such as is entirely unthinkable in England, where nothing negative and defensive adheres to the form of government. It is not for nothing that the Faustian is par excellence the reading and writing culture. The printed book is an emblem of temporal, the press of spatial, infinity. In contrast with the immense power and tyranny of these symbols, even the Chinese civilization seems almost empty of writing. In constitutions, literature is put into the field against knowledge of men and things, language against race, abstract right against successful tradition, regardless of whether a nation involved in the tide of events is still capable of work and maintaining its form. Mirabeau was quite alone and unsuccessful in combating the assembly, which confused politics with fiction. Not only the three doctrinaire constitutions of the age, the French of 1791, the German of 1848 and 1919, but practically all such attempts shut their eyes to the great destiny in the fact world and imagine that that is the same as defeating it. It is symptomatic that no written constitution knows of money as a political force. It is pure theory that they contain one and all. It was only in England that race held its own against principle. Men had more than an inkling that real politics aiming at historical success, is a matter of training and not of shaping. This was no aristocratic prejudice, but a cosmic fact that emerges much more distinctly in the experience of any English racehorse trainer than in all the philosophical systems in the world. Shaping can refine training, but not replace it. And thus the higher society of England, Eton and Balliol, became training grounds where politicians were formed with a consistent sureness, the like of which is only to be found in the training of the Prussian officer corps. Trained, that is, as connoisseurs and masters of the underlying pulse of things, not excluding the hidden course of opinions and ideas. Thus prepared, they were able, in the great flood of bourgeois revolutionary principles that swept over the years after 1832, to preserve and control the being stream which they directed. They possessed training, the suppleness and collectedness of the rider who, with a good horse under him, feels victory coming nearer and nearer. They allowed the great principles to move the mass because they knew well that it is the money that is the wherewithal by which motion is imparted to these great principles, and they substituted for the brutal methods of the 18th century methods more refined and not less effective. One of the simpler of these being to threaten their opponents with the cost of a new election. The doctrinaire constitutions of the continent saw only one side of the fact democracy. Here, where there was no constitution but men were in condition, it was seen as a whole. A vague feeling of all this was never quite lost on the continent. For the absolute state of the Baroque, there had been a perfectly clear form, but for constitutional monarchy, there were only unsteady compromises, and conservative and liberal parties were distinguished, not, as in England after Canning, by the possession of different but well-tested modes of government, applied turn and about to the actual work of governing, but according to the direction in which they respectively desired to alter the Constitution, namely towards tradition or towards theory. Should the Parliament serve the dynasty or vice versa? That was the bone of contention, and in disputing over it was forgotten that foreign policy was the final aim. The Spanish and the misnamed English sides of a constitution would not and could not grow together, and thus it befell that during the 19th century the diplomatic service outwards and the parliamentary activity inwards developed in two divergent directions. Each became in fundamental feeling alien to and contemptuous of the other. After Thermidor, France succumbed to the rule of the Bourse, mitigated from time to time by the setting up of a military dictature. 1800, 1851, 1871, 1918. Bismarck's creation was in fundamentals of a dynastic nature with a parliamentary component of decidedly subordinate importance, and in it the inner friction was so strong as to monopolize the available political energy and finally, after 1916, to exhaust the organism itself. The army had its own history with a great tradition going back to Frederick William I, and so also had the administration. In them was the source of socialism as one kind of true political training, diametrically opposed to the English, but, like it, a full expression of strong race quality. The officer and the official were highly trained, but the necessity of breeding up a corresponding political type was not recognized. Higher policy was handled administratively, and minor policy was hopeless squabbling. And so army and administration finally became aims in themselves, after Bismarck's disappearance had removed the one man who, even without a supply of real politicians to back him, this tradition alone could have produced, was big enough to treat both as tools of policy. When the issue of the World War removed the upper layers, nothing remained but parties educated for opposition only, and these brought the activity of government down to a level hitherto unknown in any civilization. Parliamentarism is not a summit as the absolute polis and the Baroque state were summits, but a brief transition, namely between the late culture period with its mature forms and the age of great individuals in a formless world. It contains, like the houses and furniture of the first half of the 19th century, a residue of good Baroque. The parliamentary habit is English Rococo, but no longer unself-conscious and in the blood, but retaining its sovereignty by affliction. With the beginning of the 20th century, parliamentarism, even English, is tending rapidly towards taking up itself the role that it once assigned to the kingship. It is becoming an impressive spectacle for the multitude of the orthodox, while the center of gravity of big policy, already de jure transferred from the crown to the people's representatives, is passing de facto from the latter to unofficial groups and the will of unofficial personages. The World War almost completed this development. There is no way back to the old parliamentarism from the domination of Lloyd George and the Napoleonism of the French militarists. And for America, hitherto lying apart and self-contained, rather a region than a state, the parallelism of president and Congress, which she derived from a theory of Montesquieu, has, with her entry into world politics, become untenable, and must in times of real danger make way for formless powers, such as those with which Mexico and South America have long been familiar. The period of contending states. With this enters the age of gigantic conflicts, in which we find ourselves today. It is the transition from Napoleonism to Caesarism, a general phase of evolution which occupies at least 2 centuries and can be shown to exist in all the cultures. The Chinese call it Shan Kuo, the period of the contending states. For us, this time of contending states began with Napoleon and his violent arbitrary government by order. He was the first in our world to make effective the notion of a military and at the same time popular world domination, something altogether different from the empire of Charles V and even the British colonial empire of his own day. If the 19th century was relatively poor in great wars and revolutions, and overcame its worst crisis diplomatically by means of congresses, this has been due precisely to the continuous and terrific war preparedness which has made disputants fearful at the 11th hour of the consequences, postpone the definitive decision again and again, and led to the substitution of chess moves for war. For this is the century of gigantic permanent armies and universal compulsory service. We ourselves are too near to it to see it under this terrifying aspect. In all world history there is no parallel. Ever since Napoleon, hundreds of thousands and latterly millions of men have stood ready to march, and mighty fleets renewed every 10 years have filled the harbors. It is a war without war, a war of overbidding in equipment and preparedness, a war of figures and tempo and techniques, and the diplomatic dealings have been not of court with court, but of headquarters with headquarters. The longer the discharge was delayed, the more huge became the means and the more intolerable the tension. This is the Faustian, the dynamic form of the contending states during the first century of that period, but it ended with the explosion of the World War. For the demand of these 4 years has been altogether too much for the principle of universal service. Child of the French Revolution, revolutionary through and through, as it is in this form, and all tactical methods evolved from it. The place of the permanent armies as we know them will gradually be taken by professional forces of volunteer, war-keen soldiers, and from millions we shall revert to hundreds of thousands. But ipso facto, this second century will be one of actually contending states. These armies are not substitutes for war. They're for war, and they want war. Within 2 generations, it will be they whose will prevails over that of all the comfortables put together. In these wars of theirs for the heritage of the whole world, continents will be staked. India, China, South Africa, Russia, Islam called out, new techniques and tactics played and counterplayed. The great cosmopolitan foci of power will dispose at their pleasure of smaller states, their territory, their economy, and their men alike. All that is now merely province, passive object, means to end. And its destinies are without importance to the great march of things. We ourselves, in a very few years, have learned to take little or no notice of events that before the war would have horrified the world. Who today seriously thinks about the millions that perish in Russia? Again and again, between these catastrophes of blood and terror, the cry rises up for reconciliation of the peoples and for peace on earth. It is but the background and the echo of the grand happening, but, as such, so necessary that we have to assume its existence, even if, as in Hyksos, Egypt, in Baghdad and Byzantium, no tradition tells of it. Esteem as we may the wish towards all this, we must have the courage to face facts as they are. That is the hallmark of men of race quality, and it is by the being of these men that alone history is. Life, if it would be great, is hard. It lets choose only between victory and ruin, not between war and peace, and to the victory belong the sacrifices of victory. For that which shuffles carelessly and jealously by the side of the events is only literature, written or thought or lived literature, mere truths that lose themselves in the moving crush of facts. History has never deigned to take notice of these propositions. In the Chinese world, Huan Tzu tried as early as 535 to found a peace league. In the period of the contending states' imperialism, Lin Heng was opposed by the League of Nations idea, Ho Tsang, particularly in the southern regions, but it was foredoomed like every half measure that steps into the path of a whole, and it had vanished even before the victory of the north. But both tendencies alike rejected the political tastes of the Taoists, who in those fearful centuries elected for intellectual self-disarmament, thereby reducing themselves to the level of mere material to be used by others and for others in the grand decisions. Even Roman politics, deliberately improvident as the classical spirit was in all other respects, at least made one attempt to bring the whole world into one system of equal coordinated forces, which should do away with all necessity for further wars. That is, when at the fall of Hannibal, Rome forewent the chance of incorporating the East. But reluctance was useless. The party of the younger Scipio went over to frank imperialism in order to make an end of chaos. Although its clear-sighted leader foresaw therein the doom of his city, which possessed, and in a high degree, the native classical incapacity for organizing anything whatever, the way from Alexander to Caesar is unambiguous and unavoidable, and the strongest nation of any and every culture, consciously or unconsciously, willing or unwilling, has had to tread it. From the rigor of these facts, there is no refuge. The Hague Conference of 1907 was the prelude of the World War. The Washington Conference of 1921 will have been that of other wars. The history of these times is no longer an intellectual match of wits in elegant forms for pluses and minuses, from which either side can withdraw when it pleases. The alternatives now are to stand fast or to go under. There is no middle course. The only moral that the logic of things permit to us now is that of the climber on the face of the crag. A moment's weakness and all is over. Today, all philosophy is nothing but an inward abdication and resignation, or a craven hope of escaping realities by means of mysticisms. It was just the same in Roman times. Tacitus tells us how the famous Musonius Rufus tried, by exhortations on the blessings of peace and the evils of war, to influence the legions that in 70 stood before the gates of Rome, and barely escaped alive from their blows. The military commander Vitius Cassius called the Emperor Marcus Aurelius a philosophical old woman. In these conditions, so much of old and great traditions as remains, so much of historical fitness and experience as has got into the blood of the 20th century nations, acquires an unequaled potency. For us, creative piety, or to use a more fundamental term, the pulse that has come down to us from first origins, adheres only to forms that are older than the Revolution and Napoleon, forms which grew and were not made. Note,
including the Constitution of the United States of America. Only thus can we account for the reverence that the American cherishes for it, even where he clearly sees its insufficiency.
every remnant of them, however tiny, that has kept itself alive in the being of any self-contained minority, whatever will before long rise to incalculable values and bring about historical effects which no one yet imagines to be possible. The traditions of an old monarchy, of an old aristocracy, of an old polite society, insomuch as they are still healthy enough to keep clear of professional or professorial politics, insofar as they possess honor, abnegation, discipline, the genuine sense of a great mission, race quality, that is, and training, sense of duty and sacrifice, can become a center which holds together the being stream of an entire people and enables it to outlast this time and make its landfall in the future. To be in condition is everything. It falls to us to live in the most trying times known to the history of a great culture. The last race to keep its form, the last living tradition, the last leaders who have both at their back will pass through and onward, victors. Caesarism. By the term Caesarism, I mean that kind of government which, irrespective of any constitutional formulation that it may have, is in its inward self a return to thorough formlessness. It does not matter that Augustus in Rome and Huang Ti in China, Amasis in Egypt and Alp Arslan in Baghdad disguise their position under antique forms. The spirit of these forms was dead, and so all institutions, however carefully maintained, were thenceforth destitute of all meaning and weight. Note,
Caesar recognized this clearly. Nihil esse rem publicam appellationem modo sine corpore ac specie. Suetonius, Caesar, 77.
real importance centered in the wholly personal power exercised by the Caesar, or by anybody else capable of exercising it in his place. It is the recitative of a form-filled world into primitivism, into the cosmic, historyless. Biological stretches of time once more take the place vacated by historical periods. At the beginning, where the civilization is developing to full bloom, today, there stands the miracle of the cosmopolis, the great petrifact, a symbol of the formless, vast, splendid, spreading in insolence. It draws within itself the being streams of the now impotent countryside, human masses that are wafted as dunes from one to another, or flow like loose sand into the chinks of the stone. Here money and intellect celebrate their greatest and their last triumphs. It is the most artificial, the cleverest phenomenon manifested in the light world of human eyes. Uncanny, too good to be true, standing already almost beyond the possibilities of cosmic formation. Presently, however, the idealist facts come forward again, naked and gigantic. The eternal cosmic pulse has finally overcome the intellectual tensions of a few centuries. In the form of democracy, money has won. There has been a period in which politics were almost its preserve. But as soon as it has destroyed the old orders of the culture, the chaos gives forth a new and overpowering factor that penetrates to the very elements of becoming. The Caesar men. Before them, the omnipotence of money collapses. The imperial age, in every culture alike, signifies the end of the politics of mind and money. The powers of the blood, unbroken bodily forces, resume their ancient lordship. Race springs forth pure and irresistible. The strongest win, and the residue is their spoil. They seize the management of the world, and the realm of books and problems petrifies or vanishes from memory. There is no inward difference more between the lives of Septimius Severus and Gallienus and those of Alaric and Odoacer. Ramses, Trajan, Wu Ti belong together in a uniform up and down of historyless time stretches. Once the imperial age has arrived, there are no more political problems. People manage with the situation as it is and the powers that be. In the period of contending states, torrents of blood had reddened the pavements of all the world cities, so that the great truths of democracy might be turned into actualities, and for the winning of rights without which life seemed not worth the living. Now these rights are won, but the grandchildren cannot be moved, even by punishment, to make use of them. 100 years or more, and even the historians will no longer understand the old controversies. Already by Caesar's time, reputable people had almost ceased to take part in the elections. It embittered the life of the great Tiberius that the most capable men of his time held aloof from politics. And Nero could not even by threats compel the equites to come to Rome in order to exercise their rights. This is the end of the great politics. The Julian-Claudian house destroyed Roman history, and the house of Shi Huangti, even from 206 BC, destroyed Chinese, and we darkly discern something of the same kind in the destinies of the Egyptian queen Hatshepsut and her brothers, 1501 to 1447. It is the last step to the definitive. With world peace, the peace of high policies, the sword side of being retreats, and the spindle side rules again. Henceforth there are only private histories, private destinies, private ambitions from top to bottom. From the miserable troubles of Falaheen to the dreary feuds of Caesars for the private possession of the world. The wars of the age of world peace are private wars, more fearful than any state wars because they are formless. For world peace, which has often existed in fact, involves the private renunciation of war on the part of the immense majority. But along with this, it involves an unavowed readiness to submit to being the booty of others who do not renounce it. It begins with the state destroying wish for universal reconciliation, and it ends in nobody's moving a finger so long as misfortune only touches his neighbor. Already under Marcus Aurelius, each city and each land patch was thinking of itself, and the activities of the ruler were his private affair as other men's were theirs. The remoter peoples were as indifferent to him and his troops and his aims as they were to the projects of Germanic marauders. On this spiritual premise, a second Vikingism develops. The state of being in form passes from nations to bands and retinues of adventurers, self-styled Caesars, succeeding generals, barbarian kings, and what not, in whose eyes the populace becomes in the end merely a part of the landscape. There is a deep relation between the heroes of the Mycenaean primitive age and the soldier emperors of Rome, and between, say, Menes and Ramses II. In our Germanic world, the spirits of Alaric and Theodoric will come again. There is a first hint of them in Cecil Rhodes, and the alien executioners of the Russian preface from Genghis Khan to Trotsky, with the episode of Petrine Tsarism between them, are, when all is said and done, very little different from most of the pretenders of the Latin American republics, whose private struggles have long since put an end to the form-rich age of the Spanish Baroque. With the formed state having finished its course, high history also lays itself down weary to sleep. Man becomes a plant again, adhering to the soil, dumb and enduring. The timeless village and the eternal peasant reappear, begetting children and burying seed in Mother Earth. A busy, easily contented swarm over which the tempest of soldier emperors passingly blows. In the midst of the land lie the old world cities, empty receptacles of an extinguished soul, in which a historyless mankind slowly nests itself. Men live from hand to mouth, with petty thrifts and petty fortunes, and endure. Masses are trampled on in the conflicts of the conquerors who contend for the power and the spoil of this world. But the survivors fill up the gaps with a primitive fertility and suffer on. And while in high places there is eternal alternance of victory and defeat, those in the depths pray with that mighty piety of the second religiousness that has overcome all doubts forever. There, in the soul's world peace, the peace of God, the bliss of gray-haired monks and hermits is become actual, and there alone. It has awakened that depth in the endurance of suffering which the historical man in the 1,000 years of his development has never known. Only with the end of grand history does holy, still being reappear. It is a drama noble in its aimlessness, noble and aimless as the course of the stars, the rotation of the earth, and alternance of land and sea, of ice and virgin forest upon its face. We may marvel at it, or we may lament it, but so it is. Philosophy of politics. The statesman. To be the center of action and effective focus of a multitude, to make the inward form of one's own personality into that of whole peoples and periods, to be history's commanding officer, with the aim of bringing one's own people or family or purposes to the top of events. That is the scarce conscious but irresistible impulse in every individual being possessing a historical vocation. There is only personal history, and consequently only personal politics. The struggle of, not principles but men, not ideals but race qualities, for executive power is the alpha and omega. Even revolutions are no exception, for the sovereignty of the people only expresses the fact that the ruling power has assumed the title of people's leader instead of that of king. The method of governing is scarcely altered thereby, and the position of the governed not at all. And even world peace, in every case where it has existed, has been nothing but the slavery of an entire humanity under the regimen imposed by a few strong natures determined to rule. The conception of executive power implies that the life unit, even in the case of the animals, is subdivided into subjects and objects of government. This is so self-evident that no mass unit has ever for a moment, even in the severest crisis, such as 1789, lost the sense of this inner structure of itself. Politically gifted peoples do not exist. Those which are supposed to be so are simply peoples that are firmly in the hands of a ruling minority and in consequence feel themselves to be in good form. The English as a people are just as unthinking, narrow, and unpractical in political matters as any other nation, but they possess, for all their liking for public debate, a tradition of confidence. The difference is simply that the Englishman is the object of a regimen of very old and successful habits, in which he acquiesces because experience has shown him their advantage. From an acquiescence that has the outward appearance of agreement, it is only one step to the conviction that this government depends upon his will, although paradoxically it is the government that, for technical reasons of its own, unceasingly hammers the notion into his head. The ruling class in England has developed its aims and methods quite independently of the people, and it works with and within an unwritten constitution of which the refinements, which have arisen from practice and are wholly innocent of theory, are to the uninitiated as opaque as they are unintelligible. But the courage of a troop depends on its confidence in the leadership, and confidence means involuntary abstention from criticism. It is the officer who makes cowards into heroes or heroes into cowards, and this holds good equally for armies, peoples, classes, and parties. Political talent in a people is nothing but confidence in its leading. But that confidence has to be acquired. It will ripen only in its own good time, and success will stabilize it and make it into a tradition. What appears as a lack of the feeling of certainty in the ruled is really lack of leadership talent in the ruling classes, which generates that sort of uninstinctive and meddlesome criticism, which by its very existence shows that a people has got out of condition. The born statesman is above all a valuer of men, situations, and things. He has the eye, which unhesitatingly and inflexibly embraces the round of possibilities. The judge of horses takes in an animal with one glance and knows what prospects it will have in a race. To do the correct thing without knowing it, to have the hands that imperceptibly tighten or ease the bit. His talent is the very opposite to that of the man of theory. The secret pulse of all being is one and the same in him and in the things of history. They sense one another. They exist for one another. The fact man is immune from the risk of practicing sentimental or program politics. He does not believe in the big words. Pilate's question is constantly on his lips. Truths? The born statesman stands beyond true and false. He does not confuse the logic of events with the logic of systems. He has convictions, certainly, that are dear to him, but he has them as a private person. No real politician ever felt himself tied to them when in action. The doer is always conscienceless. No one has a conscience except the spectator, said Goethe. And it is equally true of Sulla and Robespierre as it is of Bismarck and Pitt. The great popes and the English party leaders, so long as they had still to strive for the mastery of things, acted on the same principles as the conquerors and upstarts of all ages. Take the dealings of Innocent III, who very nearly succeeded in creating a world dominion of the Church, and deduce therefrom the catechism of success. It will be found to be an extremist contradiction with all religious moral. Yet, without it, there could have been no bearable existence for any church, not to mention English colonies, American fortunes, victorious revolutions, or, for that matter, states or parties or peoples in general. It is life, not the individual, that is conscienceless. The essential, therefore, is to understand the time for which one is born. He who does not sense and understand its most secret forces, who does not feel in himself something cognate that drives him forward on a path neither hedged nor defined by concepts, who trusts to the surface, public opinion, large phrases and ideals of the day, he is not of the stature for its events. He is in their power, not they in his. Look not back to the past for measuring rods, still less sideways for some system or other. There are times like our own present and the Gracken age, in which there are two most deadly kinds of idealism, the reactionary and the democratic. The one believes in the reversibility of history, the other in a teleology of history. But it makes no difference to the inevitable failure with which both burden a nation over whose destiny they have power, whether it is to a memory or to a concept that they sacrifice it. The genuine statesman is incarnate history, its directedness expressed as individual will and its organic logic as character. But the true statesman must also be, in a large sense of the word, an educator, not the representative of a moral or a doctrine, but an exemplar in doing. It is a patent fact that a religion has never yet altered the style of an existence. It penetrated the waking consciousness, the intellectual man. It threw new light on another world. It created an immense happiness by way of humanity, resignation and patience unto death. But over the forces of life it possessed no power. In the sphere of the living, only the great personality, the it, the race, the cosmic force bound up in that personality, has been creative, not shaping but breeding and training, and has effectively modified the type of entire classes and peoples. It is not the truth or the good or the upright, but the Roman or the Puritan or the Prussian that is a fact. The sum of honor and duty, discipline, resolution is a thing not learned from books, but awakened in the stream of being by a living exemplar. And that is why Frederick William I was one of those educators, great for all time, whose personal race-forming conduct does not vanish in the course of the generations. The genuine statesman is distinguished from the mere politician, the player who plays for the pleasure of the game, the arriviste on the heights of history, the seeker after wealth and rank, as also from the schoolmaster of an ideal, by the fact that he dares to demand sacrifices and obtains them, because his feeling that he is necessary to the time and the nation is shared by thousands, transforms them to the core, and renders them capable of deeds to which otherwise they could never have risen. Note,
the same too holds good of the churches, which are different in kind from the religion, namely elements of the world of facts and therefore political and not religious in the type of their leadership. It was not the Christian evangel, but the Christian martyr who conquered the world, And that which gave him his strength was not the doctrine, but the example of the man on the cross.
Highest of all, however, is not action, but the ability to command. It is this that takes the individual up out of himself and makes him the center of a world of action. There is one kind of commanding that makes obedience a proud, free, and noble habit. That kind Napoleon, for example, did not possess. A residue of subaltern outlook in him prevented him from training men to be men and not bureau personnel, and led him to govern through edicts instead of through personalities. As he did not understand this subtlest tact of command and therefore was obliged to do everything really decisive himself, he slowly collapsed from inability to reconcile the demands of his position with the limit of human capabilities. But one who, like Caesar or Frederick the Great, possesses this last and highest gift of complete humanity feels, on a battle evening when operations are sweeping to the willed conclusion and the victory is turning out to be conclusive of the campaign, or when the last signature is written that rounds off a historical epic, a wondrous sense of power that the man of truth can never know. There are moments, and they indicate the maxima of cosmic flowings, when the individual feels himself to be identical with destiny, the center of the world, and his own personality seems to him almost as a covering in which the history of the future is about to clothe itself. The first problem is to make oneself somebody. The second, less obvious but harder and greater in its ultimate effects, to create a tradition, to bring on others so that one's work may be continued with one's own pulse and spirit, to release a current of like activity that does not need the original leader to maintain it in form. And here the statesman rises to something that in the classical world would doubtless have been called divinity. He becomes the creator of a new life, the spirit ancestor of a young race. He himself, as a unit, vanishes from the stream after a few years, but a minority called into being by him takes up his course and maintains it indefinitely. This cosmic something, this soul of a ruling stratum, an individual can generate and leave as a heritage, and throughout history it is this that has produced the durable effects. The great statesman is rare. Whether he comes or wins through, too soon or too late, incident determines. Great individuals often destroy more than they have built up, by the gap that their death makes in the flow of happening. But the creation of tradition means the elimination of the incident. A tradition breeds a high average with which the future can reckon. No Caesar but a Senate, no Napoleon but an incomparable officer corps. A strong tradition attracts talents from all quarters, and out of small gifts produces great results. The schools of painting of Italy and Holland are proof of this, no less than the Prussian army and the diplomacy of the Roman Curia. There was the great flaw in Bismarck as compared with Frederick William I, that he could achieve but could not form a tradition, that he did not parallel Moltke's officer corps by a corresponding race of politicians who would identify themselves in feeling with his state and its new tasks, would constantly take up good men from below and so provide for the continuance of the Bismarckian action pulse forever. If this creation of a tradition does not come off, then instead of a homogeneous ruling stratum, we have a congeries of heads that are helpless when confronted by the unforeseen. If it does, we have a sovereign people in the one sense of the phrase that is worthy of a people and possible in the world of fact. A highly trained, self-replenishing minority with sure and slowly ripened traditions, which attracts every talent into the charmed circle and uses it to the full, and ipso facto keeps itself in harmony with the remainder of the nation that it rules. Such a minority slowly develops into a true breed, even when it had begun merely as a party, and the sureness of its decisions comes to be that of blood, not of reason. But this means that what happens in it happens of itself and does not need the genius. Great politics, so to put it, takes the place of the great politician. What, then, is politics? It is the art of the possible, an old saying and almost an all-inclusive saying. The gardener can obtain a plant from the seed, or he can improve its stock. He can bring to bloom or let languish the dispositions hidden in it, its growths and color, its flower and fruit. On his eye for possibilities, and therefore necessities, depends its fulfillment, its strength, its whole destiny. But the basic form and direction of its being, the stages and tempo and direction thereof, are not in his power. It must accomplish them or it decays, and the same is true of the immense plant that we call a culture, and the being streams of human families that are bound up in its form world. The great statesman is the gardener of a people. The worshippers of political ideals create out of nothing. Their intellectual freedom is astounding, but their castles of the mind, built on airy concepts like wisdom and righteousness, liberty and equality, are in the end all the same. They are built from the top story downwards. The master of fact, for his part, is content to direct imperceptibly that which he sees and accepts as plain reality. This does not seem very much, yet it is the very starting point of freedom, in a grand sense of the word. The knack lies in the little things, the last careful touch of the helm, the fine sensing of the most delicate oscillations of collective and individual souls. The secret of all victory lies in the organization of the non-obvious. An adept in the game can, like Talleyrand, go to Vienna as ambassador of the vanquished party and make himself master of the victor. At the Lucca meeting, Caesar, whose position was well-nigh desperate, not only made Pompey's power serviceable to his own ends, but undermined it at the same time, and without his opponents becoming aware of the fact. But the domain of the possible has dangerous edges, and if the finished tact of the great Baroque diplomatists almost always managed to keep clear, it is the very privilege of the ideologues to be always stumbling over them. There have been turns in history in which the statescraftsman has let himself drift with the current a while in order not to lose the leadership. Every situation has its elastic limit, and in the estimation of that limit, not the smallest error is permissible. Further, the necessary must be done opportunely, namely, while it is a present wherewith the governing power can buy confidence in itself, whereas if it has to be conceded as a sacrifice, it discloses a weakness and excites contempt. Political forms are living forms whose changes inexorably follow a definite direction, and to attempt to prevent this course or to divert it towards some ideal is to confess oneself out of condition. In the period of mounting democracy, we find again and again, as in France before 1789 and Germany before 1918, the arrival of a fatal moment when it is too late for the necessary reform to be given as a free gift. Then that which should be refused with the sternest energy is given as a sacrifice, and so becomes the sign of dissolution. But those who fail to detect the first necessity in good time will all the more certainly fail to misunderstand the second situation. Even a journey to Canossa can be made too soon or too late. The timing may settle the future of whole peoples, whether they shall be destiny for others or themselves the objects of another's destiny. But the declining democracy also repeats the same error of trying to hold what was the ideal of yesterday. This is the danger of our 20th century. On the path towards Caesarism, there is ever a Cato to be found. The influence that a statesman, even one in an exceptionally strong position, possesses over the methods of politics is very small, and it is one of the characteristics of the high-grade statesman that he does not deceive himself on this matter. His task is to work in and with the historical form that he finds in existence. It is only the theorist who enthusiastically searches for more ideal forms. But to be politically informed means necessarily, amongst other things, an unconditional command of the most modern means. The danger of an aristocracy is that of being conservative in its means. The danger of a democracy is the confusion of formula and form. The means of the present are and will be for many years parliamentary. Elections and the press. He may think what he pleases about them, he may respect them or despite them, but he must command them. Bach and Mozart commanded the musical means of their times. This is the hallmark of mastery in any and every field, and statecraft is no exception. The statesman knows that the extension of a franchise is quite unimportant in comparison with the technique. Athenian or Roman, Jacobin or American or present-day German, of operating the votes. And as for the modern press, the sentimentalist may beam with contentment when it is constitutionally free, but the realist merely asks at whose disposal it is. Political theory. Political social theory is one of the bases of party politics, but it is a necessary one. The proud series that runs from Rousseau to Marx has its antitype in the line of classical sophists up to Plato and Zeno. In the case of China, the characteristics of the corresponding doctrines have still to be extracted from Confucian and Taoist literature. It suffices to name the socialist moti in the Byzantine and Arabian literature of the Abbasid period, in which radicalism, like everything else, is orthodox religious in constitution. They hold a large place, and they were driving forces in all the crises of the 9th century. That they existed in Egypt and in India also is proved by the spirit of events in the Hyksos time and in Buddha's. Literary form is not essential to them. They are just as effectively disseminated by word of mouth, by sermon and propaganda in sects and associations, which indeed is the standard method at the close of the Puritan movements, Islam and Anglo-American Christianity amongst them. Whether these doctrines are true or false is, we must reiterate and emphasize, a question without meaning for political history. The refutation of, say, Marxism belongs to the realm of academic dissertation and public debates, in which everyone is always right and his opponent always wrong. But whether they are effective, from when and for how long, the belief that actuality can be ameliorated by a system of concepts is a real force that politics must reckon with. That does matter. We of today find ourselves in a period of boundless confidence in the omnipotence of reason. Great general ideas of freedom, justice, humanity, progress are sacrosanct. The great theories are gospels. Their power to convince does not rest upon logical premises, for the mass of a party possesses neither the critical energy nor the detachment seriously to test them, but upon the sacramental hypostasis in their key words. At the same time, the spell is limited to the populations of the great cities and the period of rationalism, as the educated man's religion. On a peasantry it has no hold, and even on the city masses its effect lasts only for a certain time. But for that time it has all the irresistibleness of a new revelation. They are converted to it, hang fervently upon the words and the preachers thereof, go to martyrdom on barricades and battlefield and gallows. Their gaze is set upon a political and social other world, and dry, sober criticism seems base, impious, worthy of death. But for this very reason, documents like the Contrat Social and the Communist Manifesto are engines of highest power in the hands of forceful men who have come to the top in party life and know how to form and to use the convictions of the dominated masses. The power that these abstract ideals possess, however, scarcely extends in time beyond the 2 centuries that belong to party politics, and their end comes not from refutation but from boredom, which has killed Rousseau long since and will shortly kill Marx. Men finally give up not this or that theory, but the belief in theory of any kind, and with it the sentimental optimism of an 18th century that imagined that unsatisfactory actualities could be improved by the application of concepts. When Plato, Aristotle, and their contemporaries defined and blended the various kinds of classical constitution so as to obtain a wise and beautiful resultant, all the world listened, and Plato himself tried to transform Syracuse in accordance with an ideological recipe, and sent the city downhill to its ruin. It appears to me equally certain that it was philosophical experimentation of this kind that put the Chinese southern states out of condition and delivered them up to the imperialism of Qin. The Jacobin fanatics of liberty and equality delivered France from the Directory onward into the hands of Army and Bourse, and every socialist outbreak only blazes new paths for capitalism. But by the time that Cicero wrote his De Republica for Pompey, and Sallust his two combinations for Caesar, nobody any longer paid attention. In the 1st century BC, theories had become a threadbare school exercise, and thenceforward power and power alone mattered. For us, too, let there be no mistake about it, the age of theory is drawing to its end. The great systems of liberalism and socialism all arose between about 1750 and 1850. That of Marx is already half a century old, and it has no successor. Inwardly, it means, with its materialist view of history, that nationalism has reached its extreme logical conclusion. It is therefore an end term. Belief in program was the mark and the glory of our grandfathers. In our grandsons, it will be a proof of provincialism. In its place is developing even now the seed of a new resigned piety sprung from tortured conscience and spiritual hunger, whose task will be to found a new hither side, deceits that look for secrets instead of steel-bright concepts, and in the end will find them in the deeps of the second religiousness. The fate of democracy. In the beginning of a democracy, the field belongs to intellect alone. History has nothing nobler and purer to show than the night session of the 4th August 1789 and the tennis court oath, or the assembly in the Frankfurt Paulskirch on the 18th May 1848, when men with power in their very hands debated general truths so long that the forces of actuality were able to rally and thrust the dreamers aside. But meantime, the other democratic quantity lost no time in making its appearance and reminding men of the fact that no one can make use of constitutional rights only when one has money. That a franchise should work even approximately as the idealist supposes it to work presumes the absence of any organized leadership operating on the electors in its interest to the extent that its available money permits. As soon as such leadership does appear, the vote ceases to possess anything more than the significance of an opinion recorded by the multitude on the individual organizations, over whose structure it possesses in the end not the slightest positive influence. In appearance, there are vast differences between the Western parliamentary democracy and the democracies of the Egyptian, Chinese, and Arabian civilizations, to which the idea of a universal popular franchise is wholly alien. But in reality, for us, in this age of ours, the mass is in form as an electorate in exactly the same sense as it used to be in form as a collectivity of obedience, namely as an object for a subject, as it was in form in Baghdad as the sects, and in Byzantium in its monks, and elsewhere again as a dominant army or a secret society or a state within a state. Freedom is, as always, purely negative. It consists in the repudiation of tradition, dynasty, caliphate. But the executive power passes at once and undiminished from these institutions to new forces, party leaders, dictators, presidents, prophets, and their adherents, towards which the multitude continues to be unconditionally the passive object. The fundamental rights of a classical people, demos populus, extending to the holding of the highest state and judicial offices, for the exercise of these people was in form in its forum, where the Euclidean point mass was corporeally assembled, and there it was the object of an influencing process in the classical style, namely by bodily, near, and sensuous means, by a rhetoric that worked upon every ear and eye, by devices many of which to us would be repellent and almost intolerable, such as rehearsed sob effects and the rending of garments, by shameless flattery of the audience, fantastic lies about opponents, by the employment of brilliant phrases and resounding cadenzas, of which there came to be a perfect repertory for this place and purpose, by games and presents, by threats and blows, but above all, by money. Note,
Even Caesar, at 50 years of age, was obliged to play this comedy at the Rubicon for his soldiers because they were used to it and expected it when anything was asked of them. It corresponds to the chest tones of deep conviction of our political assemblies.
We have its beginnings in the Athens of 400 and its appalling culmination in the Rome of Caesar and Cicero. As everywhere, the elections, from being nominations of class representatives, have become the battleground of party candidates, an arena ready for the intervention of money, and from Zama onwards of even bigger and bigger money. The greater became the wealth which was capable of concentration in the hands of individuals, the more the fight for political power developed into a question of money. It is unnecessary to say more, and yet, in a deeper sense, it would be wrong to speak of corruption. It is not a matter of degeneracy. It is the democratic ethos itself that is foredoomed of necessity to take such forms when it reaches maturity. In the reforms of the censor Appius Claudius 310, who was beyond doubt a true Hellenist and constitutional ideologue of the type of Madame Roland's circle, there was certainly no question but that of the franchise as such, and not at all of the arts of gerrymandering, but the effect was simply to prepare the way for those arts. Not in the scheme as such, but from the first applications of it. Race quality emerged, and very rapidly it forced its way to complete dominance. After all, in a dictatorship of money, it is hardly fair to describe the employment of money as a sign of decadence. The career of office in Rome, from the time when its course took form as a series of elections, required so large a capital that every politician was the debtor of his entire entourage. Dinners were offered to the electors of whole wards, or free seats for the gladiatorial shows, or even, as in the case of Milo, actual cash delivered at home out of respect. Cicero says for traditional morals. Election capital rose to American dimensions, sometimes hundreds of millions of sesterces. Vast as was the stock of cash available in Rome, the elections of 54 locked up so much of it that the rate of interest rose from 4 to 8%. Caesar paid out so much as a deal that Crassus had to underwrite him for 20 millions before his creditors would allow him to depart to his province. And in his candidature for the office of Pontifex Maximus, he so overstrained his credit that failure would have ruined him, and his opponent, Catullus, could seriously offer to buy him off. But the conquest and exploitation of Gaul, this also an undertaking motived by finance, made him the richest man in the world. In truth, Pharsalus was one there in advance. For it was for power that Caesar amassed these milliards like Cecil Rhodes, and not because he delighted in wealth like Verres or even like Crassus, who was first and foremost a financier and only secondarily a politician. Caesar grasped the fact that on the soil of a democracy, constitutional rights signify nothing without money and everything with it. The press. Now, whereas the classical and supremely the Forum of Rome drew the mass of the people together as a visible body in order to compel it to make that use of its rights which was desired of it, the contemporary English-American politics have created, through the press, a force field of worldwide intellectual and financial tensions, in which every individual unconsciously takes up the place allotted to him, so that he must think, will, and act as a ruling personality somewhere or other in the distance thinks fit. This is dynamics against statics, Faustian against Apollinian world feeling, the passion of the third dimension against the pure sensible present. Man does not speak to man. The press and its associate, the electrical news service, keep the waking consciousness of whole peoples and continents under a deafening drumfire of these catchwords, standpoints, scenes, feelings, day by day and year by year, so that every ego becomes a mere function of a monstrous intellectual something. Money does not pass politically from one hand to the other. It does not turn itself into cards and wine. It is turned into force, and its quantity determines the intensity of its working influence. Gunpowder and printing belong together. Both discovered at the culmination of the Gothic, both arising out of the Germanic technical thought as the two grand means of Faustian distance tactics. The Reformation and the beginning of the late period witnessed the first fly sheets and the first field guns. The French Revolution and the beginning of the civilization witnessed the first tempest of pamphlets of the autumn of 1788 and the first mass fire of artillery at Valmy. But with this, the printed word, produced in vast quantity and distributed over enormous areas, became an uncanny weapon in the hands of him who knew how to use it. In France, it was still in 1788 a matter of expressing private convictions, but England was already past that and deliberately seeking to produce impressions on the reader. The war of articles, fly sheets, spurious memoirs that was waged from London on French soil against Napoleon is the first great example. Today we live so cowed under the bombardment of this intellectual artillery that hardly anyone can attain to the inward detachment that is required for a clear view of the monstrous drama. The will to power operating under a pure democratic disguise has accomplished its task so well that the object's sense of freedom is actually flattered by the most thoroughgoing enslavement that has ever existed. What is truth? For the multitude, that which it continually reads and hears. A forlorn little drop may settle somewhere and collect grounds on which to determine the truth, but what it obtains is just its truth. The other, the public truth of the moment, which alone matters for effects and successes in the fact world, is today a product of the press. What the press wills is true. Its commanders evoke, transform, interchange truths. 3 weeks of press work, and the truth is acknowledged by everybody. With the political press is bound up the need of universal school education, which in the classical world was completely lacking. In this demand, there is an element, quite unconscious, of desiring to shepherd the masses as the object of party politics into the newspaper's power area. The idealist of the early democracy regarded popular education, without arrière-pensée, as enlightenment pure and simple, and even today one finds here and there weak heads that become enthusiastic on the freedom of the press. But it is precisely this that smooths the path for the coming Caesars of the world press. Those who have learnt to read succumb to their power, and the visionary self-determination of late democracy becomes a thoroughgoing determination of the people by the powers whom the printed word obeys. No tamer has his animals more under his power. Unleash the people as reader mass, and it will storm through the streets and hurl itself upon the target indicated, terrifying and breaking windows. A hint to the press staff, and it will become quiet and go home. The press today is an army with carefully organized arms and branches, with journalists as officers and readers as soldiers. But here, as in every army, the soldier obeys blindly, and war aims and operation plans change without his knowledge. The reader neither knows, nor is allowed to know, the purposes for which he is used, nor even the role that he is to play. A more appalling caricature of freedom of thought cannot be imagined. Formerly, a man did not dare to think freely. Now he dares, but cannot. His will to think is only a willingness to think to order, and this what he feels as his liberty. The dictature of party leaders supports itself upon that of the press. Competitors strive by means of money to detach readers, nay, peoples en masse from the hostile allegiance and to bring them under their own mind training. And all that they learn in this mind training is what is considered that they should know. A higher will puts together the picture of their world for them. There is no need now, as there was for Baroque princes, to impose military service liability on the subject. One whips their souls with articles, telegrams, and pictures until they clamor for weapons and force their leaders into a conflict to which they were willed to be forced. This is the end of democracy. If in the world of truths it is proof that decides all, in that of facts it is success. Success means that one being triumphs over the others. Life has won through, and the dreams of the world improvers have turned out to be but the tools of master natures. In the late democracy, race bursts forth and either makes ideals its slaves or throws them scornfully into the pit. It was so too in Egyptian Thebes, in Rome, in China, but in no other civilization has the will to power manifested itself so inexorable a form as in this of ours. The thought, and consequently the action, of the mass are kept under iron pressure, for which reasons and for which reason only men are permitted to be readers and voters, that is, in a dual slavery, while the parties become the obedient retinues of a few and the shadow of coming Caesarism already touches them. Through money, democracy becomes its own destroyer, after money has destroyed intellect. But just because the illusion that actuality can allow itself to be improved by the ideas of any Zeno or Marx has fled away, because men have learned that in the realm of reality one power will can be overthrown by another, for that is the great human experience of contending states periods, there wakes at last a deep yearning for all old and worthy tradition that still lingers alive. Men are tired to disgust of money economy. They hope for salvation from somewhere or other, for some true ideal of honor and chivalry, of inward nobility, of unselfishness and duty. And now dawns the time when the form-filled powers of the blood, which the rationalism of the megalopolis has suppressed, reawaken in the depths. Everything in the order of dynastic tradition and old nobility that has saved itself up for the future, everything that there is of high money disdaining ethic, everything that is intrinsically sound enough to be, in Frederick the Great's words, the servant, the hard-working, self-sacrificing, caring servant of the state, all this becomes suddenly the focus of immense life forces. Caesarism grows on the soil of democracy, but its roots thread deeply into the underground of blood tradition. The classical Caesar derived his power from the tribunate, and his dignity and therewith his permanency from his being the princeps. Here, too, the soul of old Gothic wakens anew. The spirit of the knightly orders overpowers plunderous Vikingism. The mighty ones of the future may possess the earth as their private property, for the great political form of the culture is irredeemably in ruin. But it matters not, for formless and limitless as their power may be, it has a task. And this task is the unwearying care for this world as it is, which is the very opposite of the interestedness of the money power age, and demands high honor and conscientiousness. But for this very reason, there now sets in the final battle between democracy and Caesarism, between the leading forces of dictatorial money economics and the purely political will to order of the Caesars. 20. The form world of economic life. Money. Economic life. The standpoint from which to comprehend the economic history of great cultures is not to be looked for on economic ground. That which we call national economy today is built up on premises that are openly and specifically English. Credit money, in the special form imparted to it by the relations of world trade and export industry in a peasantless England, serves as the foundation whereupon to define words like capital, value, price, property, and the definitions are then transferred without more ado to other culture stages and life cycles. The creators of this economic picture were David Hume and Adam Smith. Everything that has since been written about them or against them always presupposes the critical structure and methods of their systems. This is as true of Carey and Liszt as it is of Fourier and Lassalle. As for Smith's greatest adversary, Marx, it matters little how loudly one protests against English capitalism when one is thoroughly imbued with its images. The protest is itself a recognition, and its only aim is, through a new kind of accounting, to confer upon objects the advantage of being subjects. From Adam Smith to Marx, economic thought is nothing but self-analysis of the economic thinking of a single culture on a particular development level. Rationalistic through and through, it starts from material and its conditions, needs, and motives instead of from the soul of generations, estates, and peoples, and its creative power, It takes economic life to be something that can be accounted for without remainder by visible causes and effects, something of which the structure is quite mechanical and completely self-contained, and even, finally, something that stands in some sort of causal relation to religion and politics. These again being considered as individual self-contained domains. As this outlook is the systematic and not the historical, the timeless and universal validity of its concepts and rules is an article of faith, and its ambition is to establish the one and only correct scientific method of economic management. And accordingly, wherever its truths have come into contact with the facts, it has experienced a complete fiasco, as was with the case of the prophecies of bourgeois theorists concerning the World War, and with those of proletarian theorists on the induction of the Soviet economy. Note,
it was the opinion of the expert almost everywhere that the economic consequences of general mobilization would compel the breaking up of hostilities within a few weeks.
Up to now, therefore, there has been no national economy in the sense of a morphology of the economic side of life, and more particularly of that side of life of the high cultures, with their individual styles according to stage, tempo, and duration. Economics has no system but a physiognomy. To fathom the secret of its inner form, its soul, demands the physiognomic flair. But this faculty of judgment can be awakened, and the way to awaken it is through the sympathetic outlook on history, which gives a shrewd idea of the race instincts, which are at work in the economic as in other constituents of active existence, symbolically shaping the external position, the economic stuff, the need, in harmony with their own inner character. All economic life is the expression of a soul life. The attempt which follows is meant only as a flying survey of the possibilities here available. Economics and politics. Economics and politics are sides of the one livingly flowing current of being, and not of the waking consciousness, the intellect. Being in form has two sides, political and economic. They overlie, they support, they oppose each other, but the political is unconditionally the first. Life's will is to preserve itself and to prevail, or rather, to make itself stronger in order that it may prevail. But in the economic state of fitness, the being streams are in order as self-regarding, whereas in a political they must be other-regarding. Whole peoples have lost the tense force of their race through the gnawing wretchedness of their living. Here men die of something and not for something. Politics sacrifices men for an idea. They fall for an idea. But economy merely wastes them away. In war, life is elevated by death, often to that point of irresistible force whose mere existence guarantees victory. But in the economic life, hunger awakens the ugly, vulgar, and wholly unmetaphysical sort of fearfulness for one's life, under which the higher form world of a culture miserably collapses, and the naked struggle for existence of the human beasts begins. For this very reason, the significance of economic history is something quite different from that of political. Economics is only a foundation for being that is in any way meaningful. What really signifies is not that an individual or a people is in condition, well-nourished and fruitful, but for what he is, or it is so. And the higher man climbs historically, the more conspicuously his political and religious will to inward symbolism and force of expression towers above everything in the way of form and depth that the economic life as such possesses. It is civilization when the whole form world begins to ebb, that mere life-preserving begins to outline itself nakedly and insistently. This is the time when the banal assertion that hunger and love are the driving forces of life ceases to be ashamed of itself, when life comes to mean not a waxing in strength for the task, but a matter of happiness of the greatest number, of comfort and ease, of panem et circenses. And when, in the place of grand politics, we have economic politics as an end in itself. Since economics belong to the race side of life, it possesses, like politics, a customary ethic and not a moral. Yet again, the distinction of nobility and priesthood, facts and truths. A vocation class, like an estate, possesses a matter of course feeling for not good and evil, but good and bad. Not to have this feeling is to be void of honor. For those engaged in the economic life, too, honor stands as central criterion, with its tact and fine flair for what is the right thing, something quite separate from the sin idea underlying the religious contemplation of the world. There exists not only a very definite vocational honor amongst merchants, craftsmen, and peasants, but equally definite gradations downward for the shopkeeper, the exporter, the banker, the contractor, and even, as we all know, for thieves and beggars, insofar as 2 or 3 of them feel themselves as fellow practitioners. No one has stated or written out these customary ethics, but they exist, and like class ethics, everywhere and always, they are binding only within the circle of membership. Along with the noble virtues of loyalty and courage, chivalry and comradeship, which are found in every vocational society, there appear clean-cut notions on the ethical value of industry, of success, of work, and an astonishing sense of distinction and apartness. This sort of thing a man has, and without knowing much about it, for custom is evidenced to consciousness only when it is infringed, while, on the contrary, the prohibitions of religion, which are timeless, universally valid, but never realizable ideals, must be learned before a man can know or attempt to follow them. Religious ascetic fundamentals such as selfless, sinless, are without meaning in the economic life. For the true saint, business in itself is sinful, and not merely taking of interest or pleasure in riches or the envy of the poor. The saying concerning the lilies of the field is for deeply religious and philosophical natures unreservedly true. The whole weight of their being lies outside economics and politics and general facts of this world. We see it in Jesus' times and St. Bernard's and in the Russian soul of today. We see it too in the way of life of Diogenes and a cat. For its sake, men choose voluntary poverty and itinerancy and hide themselves in cells and studies. Economic activity is never found in a religion or a philosophy, always only in the political organism of a church or the social organism of a theorizing fellowship. It is ever a compromise with this world and an index of the presence of a will to power. All higher economic life develops itself on and over a peasantry. Peasantry per se does not presuppose any basis but itself. It is, so to say, race in itself, plant-like and historyless, producing and using wholly for itself, with an outlook on the world that sweepingly regards every other economic existence as incidental and contemptible. To this producing kind of economy there is presently opposed an acquisitive kind, which makes use of the former as an object, as a source of nourishment, tribute, or plunder. Politics and trade are in their beginnings quite inseparable, both being masterful, personal, warlike, both with a hunger for power and booty. Primitive war is always also booty war, and primitive trade intimately related to plunder and piracy. The Icelandic sagas often narrate how the Vikings would agree with a town population for a market peace of a fortnight, after which weapons were drawn and booty-making started. Politics and trade in developed form, the art of achieving material successes over an opponent by means of intellectual superiority, are both a replacement of war by other means. Every kind of diplomacy is of a business nature, every business of a diplomatic, and both are based upon penetrative judgment of men and physiognomic tact. But the genuine prince and statesman wants to rule, and the genuine merchant only wants to be wealthy. And here the acquisitive economy divides to purse aim and means separately. One may aim at booty for the sake of power, or at power for the sake of booty. He who is out for purely economic advantages, as the Carthaginians were in Roman times and in a far greater degree still, the Americans in ours, is correspondingly incapable of purely political thinking. In the decisions of high politics, he is ever deceived and made a tool of, as the case of Wilson shows, especially when the absence of statesman-like instinct leaves a chair vacant for moral sentiments. This is why the great economic groupings of the present day, for example, employers and employees' unions, pile one political failure on another, unless indeed they find a real politician as leader, and he makes use of them. Economic and political thinking, in spite of a high degree of consonance of form, are in direction, and therefore in all tactical details, basically different. Great business success awaken an unbridled sense of public power. In the very word capital, one catches an unmistakable undertone of this. But it is only in a few individuals that the color and direction of their willing and their criteria of situations of things undergo change. Only when a man has really ceased to feel his enterprise as his own business, and its aim as the simple amassing of property, does it become possible for the captain of industry to become the statesman, the Cecil Rhodes. All this, however, is the very manifestation of the hidden course of a high culture. In the beginning appear the primary orders, nobility and priesthood, with their symbolism of time and space. Political life, like religious experience, has its fixed place, its ordained adepts, and its allotted aims for facts and truths alike in a well-ordered society, and down below the economic life moves unconscious along a sure path. Then the stream of being becomes entangled in the stone structures of the town, and intellect and money thenceforward take over its historical guidance. The heroic and the saintly with their youthful symbolic force become rarer, and withdraw into narrower and narrower circles. Cool bourgeois clarity takes their place. In the frictions of the city, the stream of being loses its strict rich form. Elementary economic factors come to the surface and interplay with the remains of form-imbued politics, just as sovereign science at the same time adds religion to its stock of objects. Over a life of economics, political self-satisfaction spreads a critical, edifying world sentiment. But out of it all emerge, in place of the decayed estates, the individual life courses, big with true political or religious force, that are to become destiny for the whole. Thinking in terms of goods and in terms of money. With the coming of its spring, there begins in every culture an economic life of settled form. The life of the population is entirely that of the peasant in the countryside. That which separates out from a life in which everyone is alike, producer and consumer, is goods. And traffic in goods is the mark of all early intercourse. We say that a man is endowed with this world's goods. The word possession takes us back right into the plant-like origin of property, into which this particular being, no other, has grown from the roots up. Exchange in these periods is a process whereby goods pass from one circle of life into another. They are valued with reference to life according to a sliding scale of felt relation to the moment. There is neither a conception of value nor kind or amount of goods that constitutes a general measure. For gold and coin are goods too, whose rarity and indestructibility causes them to be highly prized. Into the rhythm and course of this barter, the dealer only comes as an intervener. In the market, the acquisitive and the creative economics encounter one another, but even at places where fleets and caravans unload, trade only appears as the organ of countryside traffic. Note,
and consequently on a very small scale, as foreign trade was in those days highly adventurous and appealed to the imagination, it was as a rule immensely exaggerated. The great merchants of Venice and the Hansa, about 1300, were hardly the equals of the more distinguished craftsmen. The turnover of even the Medici, or the Fugger, about 1400, was equivalent to that of a shop business in a small town today. The largest merchant vessels, in which usually several traders held part shares, were much smaller than modern German river barges and made only one considerable voyage each year. The celebrated wool export of England, a main element of Hanseatic trade, amounted about 1270 to hardly as much as the contents of two modern goods trains.
With the soul of the town, a quite other kind of life awakens. The decisive point is this: the true urban man is not a producer in the prime terrene sense. He has not the inward linkage with soil or with the goods that pass through his hands. With this, goods become wares, exchange, turnover, and in place of thinking in goods, we have thinking in money. With this, a purely extensional something, a form of limit defining, is abstracted from the visible objects of economics, just as mathematically thought abstracts something from the mechanistically conceived environment. Abstract money corresponds exactly to abstract number. Both are entirely inorganic. The economic picture is reduced exclusively to quantities, whereas the important point about goods had been their quality. It is an error of all modern money theories that they start from the value token or even the material of the payment medium instead of from the form of economic thought. Note:
Marks and dollars are no more money than meters and grams are forces. Pieces of money are real values. It is only our ignorance of classical physics that has saved us from confusing gravitation with a pound weight. In our mathematics, with its classical basis, we still mix number with magnitude, and our imitation of classical coinage has brought about the same confusion between money and pieces of money.
In reality, money, like number and law, is a category of thought. Money value is a numerical value measured by a unit of reckoning. This exact value in itself, like number in itself, the man of the town, the man without roots, is the first to imagine. Only in economy picture of the real townsman are there objective values and kinds of values which have an existence apart from his private needs, as thought elements of a generalized validity, although in actuality every individual has his proper system of values and his proper stock of the most varied kinds of value, and feels the ruling prices of the market as cheap or dear with reference to these. Note:
Similarly, all value theories, however objective they are meant to be, are developed and inevitably so out of a subjective principle. That of Marx, for example, defines value in the way that promotes the interest of the manual worker, the effort of the discoverer or the organizer seeming to him therefore valueless. But it would be wrong to describe this as erroneous. All these theories are right for their supporters and wrong for their opponents, and it is not reasons but life that settles whether one is a supporter or an opponent.
Whereas the earlier mankind compares goods, and does so not by means of the reason only, the later reckons the values of wares and does so by rigid unqualitative measures. Whether and how this measure of value finds symbolic expression in a value sign, as the written, spoken, or represented number sign is, in a sense, number, depends on the economic style of the particular culture, each of which produces a different sort of money. The common condition for the appearance of this is the existence of an urban population that thinks economically in terms of it, and it is its particular character that settles whether the value token shall serve also as a payment medium. Thus, the classical coin and probably the Babylonian silver did so serve, whereas the Egyptian deben, raw copper weighed out in pounds, was a measure of exchange, but neither token nor payment medium. The Western and the contemporary Chinese banknote, again, is a medium but not a measure. Note:
The Western, introduced on a very modest scale by the Bank of England from the end of the 18th century, the Chinese dating from the period of the contending states.
The outcome of this way of thinking is that the old property bound up with life and the soil gives way to the fortune, which is essentially mobile and qualitatively undefined. It does not consist in goods, but it is laid out in them. Considered by itself, it is a purely numerical quantum of money value. As the seat of this thinking, the city becomes the money market, the center of values, and a stream of money values begins to infuse, intellectualize, and command the stream of goods. And with this, the trader, from being an organ of economic life, becomes its master. Thinking in money is always, in one way or another, trade or business thinking. It presupposes the productive economy of the land and therefore is always primarily acquisitive, for there is no third course. The very words acquisition, gain, speculation point to a profit tricked off from the goods en route to the consumer, an intellectual plunder, and for that reason are inapplicable to the early peasantry. With money traffic, there appears between producer and consumer, as though between two separate worlds, the third party, the middleman, whose thought is dominated a priori by the business side of life. He forces the producer to offer and the consumer to inquire of him. He elevates mediation to a monopoly and therefore to economic primacy, and forces the other two to be in form in his interest, to prepare the wares according to his reckonings, and to cheapen them under the pressure of his offers. He who commands this mode of thinking is the master of money. In all the cultures, evolution takes this road. Lysias informs us in his oration against the corn merchants that the speculators at the Piraeus frequently spread reports of the wreck of a grain fleet or of the outbreak of war in order to produce a panic. In Hellenistic Roman times, it was a widespread practice to arrange for land to go out of cultivation, or for imports to be held in bond, in order to force up prices. In the Egyptian New Empire, wheat corners in the American style were made possibly by a bill discounting that is fully comparable with the banking operations of the West. Cleomenes, Alexander the Great's administrator for Egypt, was able by book transactions to get the whole corn supply into his own hands, thereby producing a famine far and wide in Greece and raking in immense gains for himself. To think economically on any terms but these is simply to become a mere pawn in the money operations of the great city. All highly developed economy is urban economy. World economy itself, the characteristic economy of all civilizations, ought properly to be called world city economy. The destinies even of this world economy are now decided in a few places, the money markets of the world. Finally, money is the form of intellectual energy in which the ruler will, the political and social, technical and mental, creative power, the craving for a full-sized life are concentrated. Shaw is entirely right when he says, "The universal regard for money is the one hopeful fact in our civilization. The two things, money and life, are inseparable. Money is the counter that enables life to be distributed socially. It is life." What is here described as civilization, then, is the stage of a culture at which tradition and personality have lost their immediate effectiveness, and every idea to be actualized has to be put into terms of money. Classical and Western money thought.
Every culture has its own way of thinking in money and its own money symbol according to its principle of valuation. The Apollinian idea of money as magnitude and the Faustian conception of money as function are in direct opposition to one another. Economically, as in other ways, classical man saw the world surrounding him as a sum of bodies. Money is also a body. Value as magnitude had long existed, the talent. About 650 appeared the coin. The coin as money is a purely classical phenomenon, and only possible according to Euclidean ideas, but then creatively dominant over economic life. Nations, like income, property, debt, capital, here mean a sum of valuable objects in hand. Property was always mobile cash. It resulted that, in the period of unlimited plutocracy, after Hannibal, the naturally limited quantity of valuable metals became quite inadequate to cover needs. The slave, who was a thing, not a person, came to have a negotiable value. Wars were waged for the sake of booty and slaves. Private enterprises hunted slaves along the Mediterranean coast. The discovery of double-entry bookkeeping in 1496 coincided with the discovery of classical coinage, 650. Double-entry bookkeeping is a pure analysis of the value space, referred to a coordinate system which starts with the firm. A field of money tension lies in space and assigns to every object a positive or negative effect value, which is represented by a book entry. The symbol of the functional money, thus imagined and which can be compared only with the classical coin, is not the actual book entry, nor yet the share voucher, check, or note, but the act by which the function is performed in writing, and the role of the securities simply as historical evidence of this act. Our economy world is ordered by force and mass, as the classical is related to stuff and magnitude. The West has followed the classical habit of striking coins in the same way that in Gothic times it adopted Roman law with its equating of things to bodily magnitudes, and the Euclidean mathematic, which rested upon the conception of number as magnitude. So it befell that the evolution of these three intellectual form worlds took the shape of a progressive emancipation from the notion of magnitude.
Money and work. It is entirely consonant with the illusion that money and pieces of money are the same, to measure the value of a thing against the magnitude of a quantity of work. The purely executive work, which alone Marx takes into account, is in reality nothing but the function of an inventive, ordering, and organizing work. It is from this that the other derives its meaning, relative value, and even possibility of being done at all. The whole world economy since the discovery of the steam engine has been the creation of a quite small number of superior heads, without whose high-grade work everything else would never have come into being. But this achievement is of creative thinking, not a quantum, and its value is not to be weighed against a certain number of coins. Rather, it is itself money, Faustian money, namely, which is not minted but mentally devised as an instrument by Faustian life. And it is the quality of that life which elevates the thought to the significance of a fact. Thinking in money generates money. That is the secret of the world economy. When an organizing magnate writes down 1,000,000 on paper, that million exists, for the personality as an economic center vouches for a corresponding heightening of the economic energy of his field. This and nothing else is the meaning of the word credit for us. As every stream of being consists of a minority of leaders and huge majority of lead, so every sort of economy consists in leader work and executive work. And similarly, thinking in money has subjects and objects, those who by force of their personality generate and guide money, and those who are maintained by money. Money of the Faustian brand is the force distilled from economy dynamics of the Faustian brand, and it appertains to the destiny of the individual. On the economic side of his life destiny, whether he is inwardly constituted to represent a part of this force, or whether, on the contrary, he is nothing in relation to it but mass. 21. The form world of economic life. The machine. Technique is as old as free-moving life itself. The original relation between a waking microcosm and its macrocosm, nature, consists in a mental sensation which rises from mere sense impressions to sense judgment, so that already it works critically, that is, separatingly, or what comes to the same thing, causal analytically. The decisive turn in the history of the higher life occurs when the ascertaining of nature's laws is followed by their practical application. With this, technique becomes more or less sovereign, and the instinctive prime experience changes into a definitely conscious prime knowing. Thought has emancipated itself from sensation. It is the language of words that brings about this epochal change. With that, the system of identification marks develops into a theory, a picture which is arrived at from the technique of the day and not vice versa. Whether this be a day of high-level civilized techniques or a day of simplest beginnings, by way of abstraction as a piece of waking consciousness uncommitted to activity, one knows what one wants, But much must have happened for one to have that knowledge, and we must make no mistake as to its character. By numerical experience, man is enabled to switch the secret on and off, but he has not discovered it. But through this technique, the waking consciousness does all the same intervene masterfully in the fact world. Life makes use of thought as an open sesame, and at the peak of many a civilization in its great cities, there arrives finally the moment when technical critique becomes tired of being life's servant and makes itself tyrant. Western culture is even now experiencing an orgy of this unbridled thought, and on a tragic scale. The stock of discoveries grew and grew. Often they were made and forgotten and made again, were imitated, shunned, improved. But in the end, they constituted for whole continents a store of self-evident resources. On this foundation arose the technique of the higher cultures, expressive in quality and color and passion of the whole soul of these major entities. It need hardly be said that classical man, who felt himself and his environment like a Euclidean, set himself a priori in hostile opposition to the very idea of technique. If by classical technique we mean something that, along with the rest that we comprehend in the adjective, rose with determined effort above the universal dead perfection of the Mycenaean age, then there was no classical technique. Its triremes were glorified rowboats, its catapults and onagers were substitutes for arms and fists, not to be named in the same breath with the war engines of Assyria and China. And as for Hero and his like, it was flukes and not discoveries that they achieved. They lacked the inner weight, the fatedness of their moment, the deep necessity. Very different is the Faustian techniques, which with all its passion on the third dimension and from the earliest Gothic days, thrusts itself upon nature with the firm resolve to be its master. Here, and only here, is the connection of insight and utilization a matter of course. Theory is working hypothesis from the outset. Note,
the Chinese culture, too, made almost all these European discoveries on its own account, including compass, telescope, printing, gunpowder, paper, porcelain. But the Chinese did not rest, but wheedled things out of nature. No doubt he felt the advantages of his knowledge and turned it to account, but he did not hurl himself upon it to exploit it.
The classical investigator contemplated like Aristotle's deity. The Arabian sought as alchemist for magical means, such as the philosopher's stone, whereby to possess himself of nature's treasures without effort. But the Western strives to direct the world according to his will. The Faustian inventor and discoverer is a unique type. The primitive force of his will, the brilliance of his visions, the steely energy of his practical ponderings, must appear queer and incomprehensible to anyone at the standpoint of another culture. But for us, they are in the blood. Our whole culture has a discoverer's soul. To discover that which is not seen, to draw it into the light world of the inner eye, so as to master it, that was its stubborn passion from the first days on. All its great inventions slowly ripened in the deeps to emerge at last with the necessity of a destiny. All of them were very nearly approached by the high-hearted, happy research of the early Gothic monks. Here, if anywhere, the religious origins of all technical thought are manifested. These meditative discoverers in their cells, who with prayers and fastings wrung God's secret out of him, felt that they were serving God thereby. But for all of them, too, there was the truly Faustian danger of the devil's having a hand in the game, the risk that he was leading them in spirit to that mountain on which he promises all the power of the earth. Again and again they succumbed to this ambition. They forced this secret out of God in order themselves to be God. They listened for the laws of the cosmic pulse in order to overpower it. And so they created the idea of the machine as a small cosmos obeying the will of man alone. Then followed, however, simultaneously with rationalism, the discovery of the steam engine, which upset everything and transformed economic life from the foundations up. Till then, nature had rendered services, but now she was tied to the yoke as a slave, and her work was as though in contempt measured by a standard of horsepower. As the horsepowers run to millions and milliards, the numbers of the population increase and increase on a scale that no other culture ever thought possible. This growth is a product of the machine, which insists on being used and directed, and to that end, centuples the powers of each individual. For the sake of the machine, human life has become precious. Work becomes the great word of ethical thinking. In the 18th century, it loses its derogatory implication in all languages. The machine works and forces man to cooperate. And what now develops in the space of hardly a century is a drama of such greatness that the men of a future culture, with other soul and other passions, will hardly be able to resist the conviction that in those days nature herself was tottering. The technique will leave traces of its heyday behind it when all else is lost and forgotten. For this Faustian passion has altered the face of the earth. This is the outward and upward straining life feeling, true descendant, therefore, of the Gothic, as expressed in Goethe's Faust monologue when the steam engine was yet young. The intoxicated soul wills to fly above space and time. An ineffable longing tempts him to indefinable horizons. Never, save here, has a microcosm felt itself superior to its macrocosm, but here the little life units have by the sheer force of their intellect mastered inert matter. It is a triumph, so far as we can see, unparalleled. Only this our culture has achieved it, and perhaps only for a few centuries. But for that very reason, Faustian man has become the slave of his creation. The machine has forcibly increased his numbers and changed his habits in a direction from which there is no return. The peasant, the hand worker, even the merchant appear suddenly as inessential in comparison with the three great figures that the machine has bred and trained up in the cause of its development: the entrepreneur, the engineer, and the factory worker. Out of a quite small branch of manual work there has grown up, in this one culture alone, a mighty tree that casts its shadow over all the other vocations, namely, the economy of the machine industry. Note:
So long as it dominates the earth, every non-European tries and will try to fathom the secret of this terrible weapon. Nevertheless, inwardly he abhors it, be he Indian or Japanese, Russian or Arab. It is something fundamental in the essence of the Magian soul that leads the Jew as entrepreneur and engineer to stand aside from the creation proper of machines and devote himself to the business side of their production. But so also the Russian looks with fear and hatred at this tyranny of wheels, cables, and rails, and if he adapts himself for today and tomorrow to the inevitable, yet there will come a time when he will blot out the whole thing from his memory and his environment, and create about himself a wholly new world in which nothing of this devil's technique is left.
It forces the entrepreneur not less than the workman to obedience. Both become slaves and not masters of the machine that now for the first time develops its devilish and occult power. Not merely the importance, but the very existence of industry depends upon the existence of the 100,000 talented, rigorously schooled brains that command the technique and develop it onward and onward. The quiet engineer it is who is the machine's master and destiny. His thought is as possibility what the machine is as actuality. There have been fears, thoroughly materialistic fears, of the exhaustion of the coal fields. But so long as there are worthy technical pathfinders, dangers of this sort have no existence. When and only when the crop of recruits for this army fails, this army whose thought work forms one inward unit with the work of the machine, the industry must flicker out in spite of all that managerial energy and the workers can do. Suppose that in future generations the most gifted minds were to find their soul's health more important than all the powers of this world. Suppose that, under the influence of the metaphysic and mysticism that is taking the place of rationalism today, the very elite of intellect that is now concerned with the machine comes to be overpowered by a growing sense of its Satanism. It is the step from Roger Bacon to Bernard of Clairvaux. then nothing can hinder the end of this grand drama that has been a play of intellects with hands as mere auxiliaries. But titanic, too, is the onslaught of money upon this intellectual force. Industry, too, is earthbound like the yeoman. It has its station, and its materials stream up out of the earth. Only high finance is wholly free, wholly intangible. Since 1789, the banks, and with them the bourses, have developed themselves on the credit needs of an industry growing ever more enormous, as a power on their own account, and they will, as money wills in every civilization, to be the only power. The ancient wrestle between the productive and the acquisitive economies intensifies now into a silent gigantomachy of intellects, fought out in the lists of the world cities. This battle is the despairing struggle of technical thought to maintain its liberty against money thought. Note,
compared with this mighty contest between the two handfuls of steel-hard men of race and of immense intellect, which the simple citizen neither observes nor comprehends, the battle of mere interest between the employing class and the workers' socialism sinks into insignificance when regarded from the distant world historical viewpoint.
the dictature of money marches on, tending to its material peak in the Faustian civilization as in every other. And now something happens that is intelligible only to one who has penetrated to the essence of money. If it were anything tangible, then its existence would be forever. But, as it is a form of thought, it fades out as soon as it has thought its economic world to finality, and has no more material upon which to feed. It thrusts into the life of the yeoman's countryside and sets the earth a-moving. Its thought transformed every sort of handicraft. Today it presses victoriously upon industry to make the productive work of entrepreneur and engineer and labor alike its spoil. The machine with its human retinue, the real queen of this century, is in danger of succumbing to a stronger power. Money, also, is beginning to lose its authority, and the last conflict is at hand in which civilization receives its conclusive form: the conflict between money and blood. The coming of Caesarism breaks the dictature of money and its political weapon, democracy. After a long triumph of world city economy and its interests over political creative force, the political side of life manifests itself after all as the stronger of the two. The sword is victorious over money. The master will subdues again the plunderer will. If we call these money powers capitalism, then we may designate as socialism the will to call into life a mighty politico-economic order that transcends all class interests. A system of lofty thoughtfulness and duty sense that keeps the whole in fine condition for the decisive battle of its history, and this battle is also the battle of money and law. Note,
in this sense, the interest politics of the workers' movements also belong to it, in that their object is not to overcome the money values, but to possess them.
the private powers of the economy want free paths for their acquisition of great resources. No legislation must stand in their way. They want to make the laws themselves, in their interests, and to that end they make use of the tool they have made for themselves, democracy, the subsidized party. Law needs, in order to resist this onslaught, a high tradition that finds its satisfaction not in the heaping up of riches, but in the tasks of true rulership, above and beyond all money advantage. A power can be overthrown only by another power, not by a principle, and only one power that can confront money is left. Money is overthrown and abolished by blood. Life is Alpha and Omega, the cosmic stream in microcosmic form. It is the fact of facts within the world as history. Before the irresistible rhythm of the generation sequence, everything built up by the waking consciousness in its intellectual world vanishes at the last. Ever in history it is life and life only, race quality the triumph of the will to power, and not the victory of truths, discoveries, or money that signifies. And so the drama of a high culture, that wondrous world of deities, arts, thoughts, battles, cries, closes with the return of the pristine facts of the blood eternal that is one and the same as the ever-circling cosmic flow. The bright imaginative waking being submerges itself into the silent service of being, as the Chinese and Roman empires tell us. Time triumphs over space, and it is time whose inexorable movement embeds the ephemeral incident of culture on this planet in the incident of man, a form wherein the incident life flows on for a time, while behind it all the streaming horizons of geological and stellar histories pile up in the light world of our eyes. For us, however, whom a destiny has placed in this culture and at this moment of its development, the moment when money is celebrating its last victories and the Caesarism that is to succeed approaches with quiet, firm step, our direction, willed and obligatory at once, is set for us within narrow limits, and on any other terms life is not worth the living. We have not the freedom to reach to this or to that, but the freedom to do the necessary or to do nothing. And a task that historic necessity has set will be accomplished with the individual or against him. Dacunt vata volentem, nolentem trahunt. The End. Thank you for listening to The Decline of the West by Oswald Spengler. Read to you by Graham Dunlop. This has been an Adult Brain audiobook production. For more titles like this, please visit adultbrain.ca.